मन और त्र। मन का मतलब होता है आपका मन, आपका मस्तिष्क, आपकी सोच, और त्र का मतलब होता है उपकरण। मन को नियंत्रित करने के उपकरण को मंत्र कहते हैं। हजारों सालों से हमारे ऋषि मुनि मंत्रों का उपयोग साधना, ध्यान और ब्रह्मांड से जुड़ने के लिए करते आए हैं। मंत्र केवल शब्द नहीं है, ये अपने आप में ब्रह्मांड की ऊर्जा को समेटे हुए होती हैं। ये वो ध्वनियां हैं जो सृष्टि के शुरुआत से ही गूंज रही हैं। मंत्रों में इतनी शक्ति होती है कि आपने सोचने के तरीके और आपके जीवन जीने की शैली को पूरी तरह से बदल सकती हैं। तो सबसे पहला सवाल ये कि मंत्रों का चुनाव कैसे करें। इतने सारे हजारों करोड़ों मंत्र हैं, उनमें से कौन सा मंत्र चुने अपने जाप करने के लिए। तो इसका बहुत ही सिंपल जवाब है, आप उन मंत्रों को चुने जो आपके मन को छुए। और उसका जवाब यह है कि मन को वही छू पाएगा जो आपके आराध्य से जुड़ा हो। जैसे कि मैं हनुमान जी की भक्त हूं, तो सुबह और शाम मैं हनुमान जी से जुड़े हुए मंत्रों का जाप करती हूं और मैं हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करती हूं। इसी तरह से आपके जो भी भगवान है जिनको आप बहुत ज्यादा मानते हैं, वैसे तो हर भगवान पूजनीय होता है, लेकिन आप जिस भी भगवान की आराधना ज्यादा करते हैं, चाहे वो शिव जी हैं या श्री राम हैं या कृष्णा हैं, दुर्गा देवी हैं, पार्वती जी हैं, शक्ति हैं, किसी भी भगवान का मंत्र आप चुन सकते हैं और उनका जाप कर सकते हैं। ये सबसे आसान और उत्तम तरीका होता है अपने भगवान से जुड़ने का और उन तक अपनी बात पहुंचाने का। साथ ही आप अपनी एनर्जीज को उनकी एनर्जीज से अलाइन कर सकते हैं। आइए अब समझते हैं कि मंत्रों का जाप कैसे किया जाता है। मंत्रों का जाप करने के मुख्य 3 तरीके हैं। पहला तरीका ये कि जब आप जोर जोर से बोलकर मंत्रों का जाप करते हैं, तो आप ही नहीं बल्कि आसपास के सारे लोग आपको सुन सकते हैं। ये बहुत अच्छा तरीका होता है जब आपने मंत्रों का जाप करने की शुरुआत की है, क्योंकि मंत्रों के शब्द जो होते हैं वो हमेशा बहुत आसान नहीं होते हैं, उनको थोड़ा सीखना पड़ता है। तो जब आप बोलेंगे और खुद ही सुनेंगे तो आपकी याददाश्त बढ़ेगी और आप मंत्रों को अच्छे से सीख पाएंगे। तो शुरुआती तौर पर ये अच्छा तरीका है। और दूसरा तरीका है मंत्रों को धीरे धीरे फुसफुसा कर बोलने का। इससे आपका मंत्रों के साथ आंतरिक अनुभव बढ़ेगा। और तीसरा और सबसे शक्तिशाली तरीका है मन के अंदर चुपचाप मंत्रों का जाप करने का। ऐसा करने के लिए आपको बहुत ज्यादा कंसंट्रेशन की जरूरत होती है और इसलिए मंत्रों का प्रभाव भी ज्यादा होता है। इसके अलावा भी आपको छोटी छोटी बातों का ध्यान रखना है, जैसे कि मंत्र करने के लिए किसी शांत जगह का आप चुनाव करें और अपनी श्रद्धा के हिसाब से 11 बार, 51 बार या 108 बार आप मंत्रों का जाप कर सकते हैं। अगर कंफ्यूजन हो जाता है गिनती में तो आप 108 की कमलगट्टे की माला या मोतियों की माला का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा जो सबसे ज्यादा ध्यान देने वाली बात यह है कि जब आप मंत्रों का जाप कर रहे हैं तो इस बात को जरूर नोटिस कीजिए कि आपके शरीर के किस भाग पर कंपन हो रहा है। ये कभी आपके गले पर, आपके हृदय पर या आपके पेट पर आप कंपन महसूस करेंगे। अगर ये आप महसूस कर पाते हैं तो इसका मतलब ये है कि आपका कंसंट्रेशन बहुत अच्छा है और मंत्रों का आपके ऊपर असर हो रहा है। मंत्रों का उच्चारण करते समय आप ये भी अनुभव करेंगे कि आपके हृदय की गति बहुत धीमी हो गई है, आपका मन बहुत शांत हो गया है और आपका शरीर एकदम रिलैक्स मोड में आ गया है। आइए अब समझते हैं कि मंत्रों का जाप करने से क्या फायदा होता है। सबसे पहले अगर आपने मंत्रों का जाप करने का निर्णय लिया है तो सबसे पहले आता है डिसिप्लिन। आप बहुत ही डिसिप्लिन हो जाते हैं क्योंकि मंत्रों को जाप करने का एक समय होता है और एक तरीका होता है। उसको फॉलो करने के लिए आपको डिसिप्लिन होना बहुत जरूरी है, पहली चीज। दूसरी चीज, जब आप मंत्रों का जाप करते हैं तो आपकी चिंता और आपके तनाव कम हो जाते हैं। तीसरी चीज, बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं जो आजकल ठीक से सो भी नहीं पाते, तो अगर आप मंत्रों का जाप करते हैं तो आपको अच्छी नींद आती है। साथ ही में ऐसे बहुत से मंत्र हैं, अगर आप किसी तरह के इंसोम्निया से पीड़ित हैं तो उन मंत्रों का जाप करने से आपके स्लीपिंग पैटर्न सुधर जाते हैं। चौथी चीज, अगर आप मंत्रों का जाप करते हैं तो आपको अंदर से मार्गदर्शन फील होता है। आपको लगता है कि एक गाइडिंग लाइट है जिसके सहारे आप चल रहे हैं और आपको अपना जीवन बहुत ही आसान लगता है। आइए अब जानते हैं कुछ प्रमुख और शक्तिशाली मंत्रों के बारे में। सबसे पहले आता है ओम। ओम एक बहुत ही आसान और शक्तिशाली मंत्र है। ओम के उच्चारण से आपके अंदर एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार होता है। अगर आप ओम का उच्चारण सुबह सुबह उठकर 3 बार करें तो आप तैयार हो जाते हैं अपने दिन की शुरुआत करने के लिए एक नई एनर्जी के साथ। दूसरे नंबर पे है गायत्री मंत्र। गायत्री मंत्र ज्ञान और प्रकाश की प्रार्थना है। गायत्री मंत्र का जाप करने से ज्ञान, बुद्धि और आत्मविश्वास की प्राप्ति होती है। फिर आते हैं महामृत्युंजय मंत्र। इस मंत्र के जाप से भय, रोग और मृत्यु से आपकी रक्षा होती है। अगर आप प्रेम और भक्ति में लीन होना चाहते हैं तो आप हरे रामा हरे कृष्णा मंत्र का जाप करें। इसी तरह से अगर आप शिव तत्व से जुड़ना चाहते हैं तो ओम नमः शिवाय का जाप कर सकते हैं। ऐसे हजारों करोड़ों मंत्र हैं जिनका आप जाप कर सकते हैं और अपने जीवन में बहुत ज्यादा सुधार ला सकते हैं। हर मंत्र में छुपी होती है शक्ति, जिसे भक्ति और निरंतरता के साथ जागृत किया जाता है। मंत्र कोई जादू नहीं है, बल्कि वो ऊर्जा बीज है जिन्हें सही देखभाल के साथ फलदायक वृक्ष बनाया जाता है। मंत्र कोई धार्मिक बाध्यता नहीं है, बल्कि आत्मा को जगाने का एक साधन है। तो आप भी अपना मंत्र चुनें और पूरी श्रद्धा और भक्ति के साथ मंत्रों का जाप शुरू करें और देखें आपकी चेतना, आपके मन और जीवन में कितने चमत्कारिक परिवर्तन आते हैं। ये वीडियो आपको कैसा लगा हमें कमेंट्स में जरूर बताएं और ऐसे और वीडियोस के लिए हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करें। जय श्री राम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where...
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here. I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now. We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front.
सर दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे है.
We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutar Patnaik, at 1 p.m. this Saturday afternoon. Our top story remains more success coming in the fight against Red Terror. 24 dreaded Maoist terrorists have surrendered to the police in Chhattisgarh. I'll bring you all the details on that story in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. PM Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting today with chief ministers of all states. First meeting after Operation Sindoor.
India has zero tolerance for terrorism. India will never give in to nuclear blackmail. And India will deal with Pakistan purely bilaterally.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar reiterates Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message in Germany. Says India will not tolerate nuclear threats. Nishikant Dubey once again slams leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi with pointed questions on how Congress gave Indian territory after 1965 war. Delhi government issues advisory to hospitals amid rising cases of COVID-19. Amid crisis in Bangladesh, the BNP delegation is set to hold meeting with interim advisor Mohammad Yunus at his residence at 4:30 p.m. in Dhaka. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a big breaking news update is coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Internet services have been barred in several areas of Bhadarwa in the Doda district of Jammu. Internet has been snapped at least 37 locations in Bhadarwa on order of Jammu and Kashmir's Home Department. The internet services are expected to remain snapped till 27th of May in the evening, that is 3 days from now. And this suspension is due to apprehensions of internet being misused by anti-national elements. Remember, after the Pahalgam terror attack, there have been massive anti-terror operations that have been ongoing across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And now, several parts of Doda district in Bhadarwa area, internet has been suspended. My colleague Gursimran joins us live from Jammu with more details on the story. Gursimran, what's the latest on this internet suspension now that has been imposed in around 37 locations in Bhadarwa area of Doda?
Yes, this is in the Doda district's Bhadarwa area where 37 locations, the tower locations, have been barred from the internet services. This order has come from the Jammu and Kashmir Home Department. It was issued yesterday and it will remain in place for next 4 days. That is till 27th. There will be no internet that will be there at these 37 locations. Though the official order reads that it is only due to the apprehension of being misused by the anti-national elements. But what we are picking up from the sources that it is in all likelihood that the movement of the terrorists have been spotted in this area of Bhadarwa, after which the decision has been taken to snap the internet so that it cannot be used by the terrorists to contact their handlers across the border or their overground network here in the Bhadarwa or the nearby area of Doda and Kishtwar, because there is a confirmed presence of one group that is moving from the Chhatargala area towards the Kathua. So this group has been moving to and fro in this area, and there are reliable inputs with the intelligence agencies based on which the decision has been reached upon that the internet services will be barred. This is on the orders given by the Inspector General of the Police Jammu, and further the order has been issued by the Home Department, the Home Secretary of the Jammu and Kashmir, Chandrakar Bharti. This will remain intact till 8 p.m. on 27th of May, though it can be extended for the further period on the directions of the Home Department. But 37 locations of 2 private operators that were providing the high-speed internet services there, they have been asked to bar all kind of internet services, including the public Wi-Fi, 2G, 3G, 4G and the 5G services in that very area. And also we are learning that in rest of the Bhadarwa there have been the curtailment in the speed of internet. The internets are working at slow speeds.
Indeed, Gursimran, stay with us. I'm also getting more breaking news inputs coming in from the state of Gujarat, where BSF troops have neutralized a Pakistani intruder attempting to enter into the Indian territory in the Banaskantha district of Gujarat. This was during the night of May 23rd, and BSF troops spotted one suspicious person advancing towards the border fence. And after crossing the international border, when the BSF troops gave him warning of stopping and not further advancing, he did not stop, and after which action was taken by the BSF, and now a big infiltration bid has been foiled in Gujarat's Banaskantha district. Gursimran, what's the latest on this story as well? Kindly tell our viewers.
See, it was late last night when an attempt was made of the intrusion from Pakistani territory. A Pakistani national was trying to infiltrate into the Indian territory. This was along the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Gujarat frontier of the BSF that guards this border. The troops that were deployed in the forward area, they saw the movement of the Pakistani suspect entering the Indian territory. The suspect was challenged. He was warned multiple times, but when he did not stop and the BSF saw a threat coming towards their side, they fired upon him, and the intruder has been neutralized. The body has been recovered by the border security force, and the BSF troops, they are looking into every forward and backward linkages and what could be possibly be he was trying to sneak in. Now, most important thing is that the espionage network that is there in the border districts of India, and whether it was linked to that or he was some smuggler or a guide of the terrorist or Pakistani intelligence agencies that was trying to sneak in and then he was to get some consignment of weapons or narcotics into the Indian territory, that all is being looked into by the Gujarat BSF. But for now, an intruder has been killed. That is confirmation coming from the BSF Gujarat frontier.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for those details. Another breaking news update that is coming in from the state of Gujarat, ladies and gentlemen, is that now the Gujarat ATS has successfully arrested a Pakistani spy in the Kutch district of Gujarat. This Pakistani spy was named Sahdev Gohil. He was working as a healthcare worker in Dayapar, Kutch, who came in contact with a Pakistani spy named Aditi Bhardwaj, and on her behest, he was sending information about the Indian Navy and the BSF to Pakistanis. That's the visual on your screen. This man, whose name is Sahdev Gohil, was working as a Pakistani spy, has been nabbed now successfully by the Gujarat ATS. According to sources, there's a possibility of the name that Aditi is not the real name of the Pakistani handler who was handling Sahdev, who was now the alleged spy who was arrested by the Gujarat ATS. First, listen into the reaction of the Gujarat ATS, who has successfully nabbed another Pakistani spy, another big arrest in the deep Pakistani spy nexus that has been unearthed in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor.
एटीएस गुजरात द्वारा सहदेव सिंह दीपूबा गोहिल करके एक मल्टीपर्पस हेल्थ वर्कर जो कच्छ में काम करता है उसको धरपकड़ करके एक केस दाखिल किया है, जिसका डिटेल्स ऐसा है कि हमारा जो पुलिस सब इंस्पेक्टर राहुल गर्चर को एक बातमी मिली थी कि सहदेव सिंह गोहिल नाम का एक हेल्थ वर्कर एक पाकिस्तानी एजेंट को बीएसएफ अने इंडियन नेवी का कुछ गुप्त माहिती उनको शेयर कर रहे थे.
My colleague Komal joins us live from Ahmedabad. Komal, earlier we had also seen a person named Jayesh who was arrested from Porbandar in the similar charges of being a Pakistani spy. Now this guy, Sahdev Gohil, has been arrested successfully. What is this Pakistani intruder and spy nexus that has been unearthed by Gujarat ATS? Give us the details on what this person was involved in.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, देश के अलग अलग राज्यों से लगातार पाकिस्तान के जो जासूस हैं उनका नेटवर्क निकल करके सामने आ रहा है. लेकिन बात अगर हम गुजरात की करें तो देखिए, गुजरात के खास तौर पर सीमावर्ती इलाके की बात करें, कच्छ की बात करें, 60 किलोमीटर की जो दूरी है वो कच्छ और पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर की है. तो ऐसे में देखिए वहाँ से जो है इसकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है. हेल्थ वर्कर के तौर पर ये काम करता था और ये भी जानकारी निकल करके सामने आ रही है कि इसे 40,000 रुपये जो है वो भी पाकिस्तान की एजेंसियों की तरफ से जो है वो भी दी गई थी. तो ये जानकारियाँ जो है लगातार निकल करके सामने आ रही है. अब इस जासूस के जो फोन को एफएसएल की टीम को भेज दिया गया है, यानी अब कई महत्वपूर्ण खुलासे जो अहम खुलासे हैं वो यहाँ पे हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए कई अहम नेटवर्क का खुलासा होगा कि आखिर वो पाकिस्तान में और किन किन एजेंसियों के संपर्क में था, किस तरह की जानकारी साझा कर रहा था. अभी जो जानकारी निकल करके सामने आ रही है उसके अनुसार देखिए हेल्थ वर्कर के तौर पर तो काम करता था, लेकिन नजर जो है ये सीमावर्ती इलाका में बना करके रखता था. साफ तौर पर देखिए बीएसएफ से संबंधित जो जानकारियां हैं, उनकी एक्टिविटीज की जो जानकारियां हैं वो पाकिस्तान में पहुंचाया करता था. इंडियन नेवी की जो जानकारी है वो भी पाकिस्तानी एजेंसीज में जो है वो पहुंचाया करता था। तो ऐसे में एक बहुत बड़ा खुलासा और एटीएस के लिए सफलता तो हासिल हुई है, लेकिन अब एफएसएल की टीम जो उसके मोबाइल की जांच करेगी उससे और कई अहम खुलासे जो है वो निकल करके सामने आ सकते हैं। और लगातार देखिए, सिर्फ बात करें तो गुजरात के अलग अलग इलाकों से इस तरह के स्पाई जो है वो पकड़े जा रहे हैं। कल हमने आपको नदियाद से भी तस्वीरें दिखाई थी कि जहां पे किस तरह से 12वीं क्लास एक पाकिस्तानी जासूस होता है, 12वीं पास नहीं कर पाता है, लेकिन साइबर एक्सपर्ट इतना ज़्यादा होता है कि उसने जो है कई इंडियन वेबसाइट्स को हैक करने की कोशिश की थी। हालांकि नाकाम हो जाता है, लेकिन हैक करने की कोशिश करता है, टेलीग्राम चैनल बनाता है, उस पर भारत के खिलाफ संदेश लिखता है। तो ऐसे में गुजरात में लगातार इस तरह से जो स्पाई है उनका जो नेक्सस है वो निकल करके सामने आ रहा है। लेकिन एटीएस की बात करें तो लगातार उन पर धरपकड़ जो है वो की जा रही है। और अब चूंकि ये हेल्थ वर्कर था, कच्छ पर जो है वहाँ पे वो वहाँ की जानकारियाँ जो है वो साझा करता था। एक अदिति भारद्वाज नाम की लड़की से भी देखिए उसके कनेक्शंस जो है निकल करके सामने आ रहे हैं। हालांकि जो अदिति भारद्वाज नाम की जो अकाउंट जो उसका खुलासा हो रहा है वो फेक बताया जा रहा है। कहा जा रहा है कि इसके पीछे जो है पाकिस्तान की कोई एजेंसीज है, उन्हीं का हाथ है, उन्हीं का कोई हैंडलर है जो चलाया करते थे वो अकाउंट। तो कुल मिलाकर के अब जो एफएसएल की टीम जाँच करेगी, जो एटीएस की टीम पूछताछ करेगी, तो उससे कई चौंकाने वाले और कई अहम खुलासे जो है वो हो सकते हैं और इनके नेक्सस का भंडा एक बार फिर से हो सकता है। जी,
Thank you very much, Komal, for those updates. We'll be closely tracking in all these Pakistani spy updates coming in from Nadiyad, Porbandar, Kutch and Ahmedabad across the board. Republic team reporting from Ground Zero. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update is coming in from the state of Chhattisgarh, where 24 Maoists have surrendered before the police. A total of 24 Maoists, including 20 of them, which had a reward of around 87.5 lakh, 50 lakh rupees. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the big number coming in. 24 hardened Maoists, senior Maoist terrorists have been captured by the police now as they have surrendered in Chhattisgarh. 20 of them had a sum total of bounty on their head which was close to around rupees 87.5 lakh. Those are visuals coming in from Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, where this successful surrender of 24 Maoists have undertaken. Those are the Jawans there accepting the surrender of all these Maoists who have now successfully surrendered. Immediately in the aftermath of Operation Black Forest, we just saw a couple of days ago 27 another Maoists were neutralized, including top Maoist terrorist leader Baswaraju, and now other Maoists falling in line, surrendering to the forces, coming back to the mainstream and surrendering themselves to the forces. That's a big breaking news update that is coming from Chhattisgarh.
सभी के संयुक्त प्रयासों से आज 24 हार्डकोर माओवादियों का सरेंडर हो रहा है, जिसमें प्रमुखता से जो कंप्लेंट नंबर 2 है उसके डिप्टी कमांडर जो कि सीवाईपीसी भी हैं राकेश, उसका सरेंडर हो रहा है। इसके अलावा मार्ट डिवीज़न में कंपनी नंबर 7 है, उसके जो पीपीसीएम हैं। इसके अलावा पीएलजे बटालियन के 2 सदस्य हैं और उसी प्रकार कंपनी नंबर 2 के एक सदस्य। कुल मिलाकर 87.5 लाख के इनामी आज नक्सली आज सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। ये सभी जो सरेंडर हैं लगातार जो नक्सल विरोधी अभियान चल रहे हैं सभी के द्वारा। इसके अलावा जो कैंप्स में अंदरूनी इलाकों में जो काम चल रहा है और जो नियत दिनार की तरह जो डेवलपमेंट चल रहा है उसको देखते हुए सभी आज हमारे सामने आत्मसमर्पित किए गए हैं, आत्मसमर्पित हुए हैं। और इनको आत्मसमर्पण के पश्चात इनको जो 50,000 का जो इनिशियल जो राशि होता है वो प्रदान किया जाएगा और साथ में ही इनको फिर ट्रेनिंग के लिए एनरोल करके फिर ट्रेनिंग हम कराएंगे।
Well, that was the reaction of the Bijapur SP. Meanwhile, my colleague also joining us live from the field in Chhattisgarh. Akhil, what is the present situation of the fight on Red Terror at the moment? We have seen after the success of Operation Black Forest now, 27 Maoist terrorists were neutralized just a couple of days ago, and now 24 of them have surrendered to the police. What is the war scale footing at which this anti-Red Terror operation is ongoing in Chhattisgarh? Give us the details.
Well, Kruthat, if you see, the operation is still going on different levels, not only in the Bijapur district. Apart from Bijapur district, if you talk about the southern belt of Chhattisgarh, which include the Kanker region, which include the Kondagaon region, which include the Narayanpur region and Bastar region as well. So in these different pockets, what we have been seeing, that is several operations continuously going on by the Chhattisgarh police, which include the DRG unit, and as well as what we are seeing that the STF team as well as cooperating in that operation. Apart from that, what we have been witnessing, that the CRPF team is also cooperating the Chhattisgarh police in several operations. Initially, if you see what has happened, that the Operation Black Forest was organized by the CRPF police in collaboration with the Chhattisgarh police, in which what we have seen that Basava Raju, who was the key leader of the Maoist, he fled from that very spot of KGH, which is the Karaguta Hills. From there, he fled to the Abujmar area, and in that operation, if you see, Kruthat, what has happened, that 31 Maoists have been neutralized, which includes 16 women. And after that, what has happened? A subsequent operation was launched in a joint effort by 4 district police, which includes the DRG and STF team of Kondagaon, Narayanpur and Bastar region. And at that point in time, when that operation was started in the Abujmar area, which is largely a hilly area, in that operation, what we have seen that a 31 in that operation, what we have seen that 27 Maoists have been neutralized. So 2 back-to-back operations. And after that, what we have seen this very morning, that 24 Maoists have basically surrendered before the cops, in which what we have seen that there were 2 senior commanders level from Battalion 1 of the PLGA and the Battalion Company number 2 of the PLGA have surrendered before the cops. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Akhil, for those details coming in from Narayanpur district of Chhattisgarh. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, do catch the special exclusive long-form story at 9 p.m. tonight when we bring you the latest details on Operation Black Forest. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, in the international arena, permanent representative of India to the United Nations in New York, Parvatneni Harish, has exposed Pakistan's disinformation as he delivered India's statement at the Area Formula meeting on protecting water in armed conflict and protecting civilian lives. Look at this fiery retort of India's representative at the UN.
India exposes Pakistan's decades of state-sponsored terrorism during UN debate.
Mr. President, I'm constrained to respond to the baseless allegations of the representative of Pakistan on a number of issues. First, India has experienced decades of Pakistani-sponsored terrorist attacks across our borders. This has ranged from the horrific 26/11 attack on the city of Mumbai to the barbaric mass murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April 2025. The victims of Pakistani terrorism have been predominantly civilians, since its objective has been to attack our prosperity, our progress and our morale. For such a nation to even participate in a discussion on protection of civilians is an affront to the international community. Second, Pakistan has repeatedly used a civilian cover to advance the cause of terrorism. We just recently saw senior government, police and military officials pay respects at the funeral of noted terrorists targeted by Operation Sindoor. A nation that makes no distinction between terrorists and civilians has no credentials to speak about protecting civilians. Third, earlier this month, the Pakistani army deliberately shelled our border villages, killing more than 20 civilians and injuring more than 80. There was intentional targeting of places of worship, including gurudwaras, temples and convents, as well as medical facilities. To preach at this body after such behavior is grossly hypocritical. Let us be clear. Protection of civilians should not serve as an argument for protection of UN-designated terrorists. The international community must come together on zero tolerance for terrorism and calling out those who sponsor and defend it. In conclusion, Mr. President, my delegation reaffirms its commitment to working in close cooperation with the international community to alleviate the suffering of civilians affected by armed conflict.
Pakistan's web of lies has been now exposed in front of the world.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, crisis is brewing in Bangladesh. A BNP delegation is all set to meet Mohammad Yunus at his residence at 4:30 p.m. Is he going to resign or is there going to be another military coup? More details on the Bangladesh story in just a moment. Stay tuned to Republic as we come right back after this short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory, it is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, a big storm is brewing in the United States. Thousands of international students at the Harvard University are stuck in administrative limbo and are looking for alternatives as US President Donald Trump's administration has revoked Harvard University's ability to enroll students from abroad to their programs. Now, many of these students are condemning President Trump's administration on their moves on the Harvard University. But will the federal court's intervention be enough in this entire Trump versus Harvard fiasco? Here's a report.
Harvard's foreign students in limbo after our Trump administration revokes their enrollment. Students from US condemn Trump's move to block enrollment of international students in Harvard University. The Trump administration has made a huge move by revoking the enrollment of international students in Harvard University.
It's kind of shocking. I don't really think it's very fair. A lot of students all over the world kind of work hard to go to school where they want to. So I think everybody should be able to choose where they want to continue their education, whether that be at home or in America. So yeah, I think it's kind of shocking and not very fair.
I was definitely shocked, and I think there is a reason to worry about it spreading to other universities in America. I don't think it's fair at all, and I'm hopeful that this can be solved before it becomes super widespread.
The move comes at a time when the prominent education institution is battling with the Ivy League school. The university issued a statement saying this retaliatory action threatens serious harm to the Harvard community and our country and undermines the Harvard's academic and research mission. Harvard enrolls almost 6,800 foreign students at its campus from over 100 countries. After action on international students, US President Donald Trump hinted on potential action beyond Harvard.
We're going to look at a lot of things, and as you know, billions of dollars has been paid to Harvard. How ridiculous is that? Billions. And they have $52 billion as an endowment. They have $52 billion. And this country is paying billions and billions of dollars and then gives student loans, and they have to pay back the loans. So Harvard's going to have to change its ways.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
सर, 2 पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है, एक नीचे है.
We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are 3 different operations of our security forces which is going on. Massive success was obtained by our security forces in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
Hi there, welcome friends to this special podcast for Republic Digital. And we have a very special guest, Israel's ambassador to New Delhi, Reuven Azar. And welcome, Ambassador.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for the invitation.
We are having this conversation in the backdrop of a horrific incident that happened in Washington, D.C. Our condolences to you. And, as victims of terror, both our nations connect in a manner that not many nations do, perhaps. How has Israel responded to this terror attack happening in Washington, D.C.?
Well, it's a shocking attack, Abhishek. I served in Washington. I lived personally in Washington for 7.5 years. The location of this assassination, this murderous attack, is at the heart of the U.S. Capitol. It's not very far from the headquarters of the FBI. So it's really surprising that such an event can happen in the heart of the beating heart of the U.S. Capitol. And it's also shocking because the two workers of our embassy, very young kids, one of them, Yaron Lishinsky, was a volunteer, actually a Christian American that came to Israel, volunteered to serve in the IDF, an ardent Zionist, a supporter of Israel. He was in very good contact with the Jewish community in the United States. And his girlfriend, also worker at the embassy, an American citizen. It's really, he was planning to be engaged, to be married in a week after. He already bought the
ring.
The ring. It's really devastating.
Yeah.
And the fact that terrorists use such methods of taking innocent life, it's completely unbearable, unacceptable.
Yeah. Ambassador Azar, this horrific killing in D.C. has happened within a couple of days of a statement coming in from some UN official that the situation in Gaza is such that if aid does not reach there, 14,000 Palestinian kids might die over the next 48 hours. You think that statement sort of acted as a dog whistle to this radical who killed those two Israelis?
Well, I think that the disinformation is one of the sicknesses of our society. And the fact that you have UN officials and other officials of NGOs releasing such irresponsible statements is absolutely outrageous. The original report actually was saying that if Israel doesn't renew assistance, within a year, 14,000 kids might starve. Then somebody distorted it, saying that within 48 hours, which is ridiculous. Israel allowed 98,000 trucks of food to enter the Gaza Strip since the beginning of the war. That's enough calories for feeding the population even for a longer period than 18 months. And we monitor the situation very carefully. But time and again, you have people that are filled with hatred, that are spreading disinformation. You have biased reports coming from institutions that are supposed to be neutral, like the UN, that are people that are appointed there on the basis of their hatred towards Israel. And the results are devastating.
Yeah, but this seems like preposterous that a number which should have been associated with a year of starvation or malnutrition is turned to just two days, 48
and
hours.
It's speculative. It's speculative because nobody would have said or would have estimated that Israel will not allow for an entire year to food enter the Gaza Strip. So this is actually, completely preposterous. It has only one goal: to prevent Israel from defending itself, from trying to end this war with a Hamas victory that would be devastating not only for Israel, but for the entire world. Because imagine, Abhishek, that you would continue to have a terrorist organization rebuilding itself after it committed those atrocious crimes of the 7th of October. This is completely unacceptable.
I'll come to Hamas in a bit, but Ambassador, this incident also comes in the backdrop of some very stringent positions being taken by nations like the United Kingdom, France, Canada. They have said that they will stop trade talks with Israel and that there would be sanctions. So which means that they are getting impatient with the fact that the war has gone on for so long. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think that they are getting impatient because they have political pressures from within their own countries, for reasons I can elaborate, but I won't. What is important from our point of view is that we are going to exercise our right for self-defense because this, for us, is an existential issue. So no matter what kind of threats are going to be put on us, or all kind of moral judgments that are going to be made on us, this is not going to bring us to a different policy. We have a very clear policy. We want to bring hostages back and make sure that Hamas doesn't rearm and doesn't regroup. And as long as these countries continue threatening Israel instead of threatening Hamas, this will only prolong the war.
Right. But Ambassador, recently the Israeli cabinet decided that you will go all in again inside Gaza and try to completely take out the Hamas leadership. Is there some timeline? Because most of the top leadership, I believe, is already eliminated. I'm sure Israel knows there are more, and that's why the operations are on. But how long before we can say with some finality that, okay, fine, now Hamas leadership is gone, and then we can bring back situation to normal?
Well, there is no timeline. We estimate that this effort may take a few more months, because what we have to achieve is a situation in which disconnect Hamas from the humanitarian assistance and Hamas from power in the Gaza Strip. Next Sunday, Israel is going to establish a new regime of distribution of humanitarian aid. What is going to happen is that the Israel Defense Forces have prepared several platforms around the Gaza Strip in which our army is going to give the overall security, and private companies are going to distribute weekly rations for families in the Gaza Strip in a way that Hamas won't be able to steal it. Because what was happening so far, Abhishek, is that Hamas was stealing the humanitarian assistance that the international community was sending. And the result was that they were selling it to the population. Imagine, selling it, robbing it, selling it to the population, and then using those resources to keep their government running. So this is what we have to cut in order to weaken Hamas.
Right.
The second effort is a military effort to fight Hamas and clean up more areas in the Gaza Strip by not only raiding them, but raiding them and keep control over them.
Right.
Ultimately, what is going to happen is one of two options. One option is that Hamas accepts its defeat, releases the hostages, renounces power in the Gaza Strip, and then the war can end today. We have no interest in continuing the war. If they refuse, Israel will have no choice but go all the way.
Right. And Ambassador, since we are talking about Hamas, a statement that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made yesterday in the aftermath of the Washington, D.C. incident, he said that, these nations do not understand. He was, of course, talking about France, United Kingdom, Canada, among others, that they do not understand that if Israel leaves Gaza, then Hamas takes it over. Radicals take it over. And it's not Palestine as a peaceful Palestine as these nations fancy. Then what's the way out? Because for how long can this go on?
Right. Look, they don't have any, I don't think that they have a serious logic or a serious endgame. What is happening is that they are growing impatient because they have radical elements within their own countries that are creating havoc inside their own countries. And we are seeing it, we see it with respect or irrespective of the situation in Gaza. Why are cars, thousands of cars, being torched every Christmas in Paris? Is it connected to the Gaza Strip? It's not connected to the Gaza Strip. So you have the radical element or the radical genie out of the bottle.
Right.
In France, in Britain, in all these places.
Right.
And that creates political pressure and creates impatience towards the situation in the Gaza Strip.
Right. And, since you mentioned about the radical elements in the Western societies, President Trump, for example, is doing a lot by way of executive orders and other decisions to try to tackle these elements in the United States, at least. Yesterday, for example, in this incident, the man who has Ilyas Rodriguez, who has killed those two Israelis, he shouted, "Free Palestine." And so obviously the construct is very violent for which these forces are fighting for in Palestine. Are you failing to communicate this aspect to these Western leaders in some ways? Is it a communication failure on the part of Israel?
Well, first of all, we have challenges when it comes to communications because we are outnumbered significantly. We are the one and only Jewish state. We have limited means of communication. And you have many other countries, some of them Arab countries, Muslim countries, and even means that sympathize with the radicals, the Muslim brothers in places like Britain or France. So they have a huge voice, and it's very difficult to counterbalance them. But there is something else that is happening, Abhishek, that is that societies in those countries are growing very concerned from the fact that they are discovering the existence of such elements within their own countries. And I think that it's about time to deal with that, to deal with the problem of radicalism that at the end of the day leads to terror. It's very good that I think that President Trump has taken this up, especially when it comes to American universities. We've seen billions of dollars flowing from countries like Qatar into these universities and money being spent not only by Qatar, even by Iran, in all kinds of NGOs that are organizing this radical activity that ends at the end of the day with anti-Semitic, because these organizations, they are not talking about peaceful coexistence.
Right.
They are supporting the elements that want to eradicate the state of Israel.
Right.
They are against the right of the Jewish nation for the state of their own.
Yeah.
So we are talking about people that talk about annihilation.
Right.
And therefore, they have to be tackled in a much more serious way. And I think more and more people in the West are realizing that.
And I think President Trump had his Middle East tour just last week, and he visited all these places, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and Trump administration is talking to Iran also. You think that maybe Abraham Accords 2.0 could happen and that President Trump's tour of Middle East could contribute to some normalization? You see that happening or no?
Well, first of all, what I see is that Abraham Accords 1.0 is alive and kicking, okay? Despite this attempt by Iran and its proxies to bring it down. Second of all, what I see is that America that is promoting its relations with the Arab world completely disconnected from what's happening in the Gaza Strip. So the issue of the conflict is not undermining American interests in the region. Number three, what I see is that when Israel finishes the job in Gaza, we are going to wake up to a situation in our region in which Hezbollah is debilitated in a very serious way. Only today, Israel has taken action to enforce the terms of the ceasefire by firing at the attempts of Hezbollah to rearm in South Lebanon, something that we couldn't do before the war.
Right.
You are seeing Israel maintaining positions in Syria in order to defend itself from possible infiltration of jihadists. You are seeing Iran that is debilitated and unable to continue to conduct these barrages of missiles against Israel. So we still have some problems. The Houthis that are firing at us from Yemen. You still have Hamas elements in the Gaza Strip, but unable to fire at the heart of Israel, unable to attack our villages.
Yeah.
So we are very close to a victory in this war, but we have to be patient, we have to be consistent, we have to be persistent. And I think that if we succeed, yes, indeed, there are going to be prospects for Abraham Accords 2.0 because countries will feel confident and unintimidated by these radical elements.
When you say close, how close are we to eliminating or completely,
well, as I told you,
substantially debilitating Hamas?
This might take time. You know, it reminds me a little bit what happened during the Second Intifada. If you remember, Israel offered a very generous offer of a Palestinian state to the Palestinians. They refused, and they launched a terror campaign that killed more than 1,000 Israelis. It took us 3 years to finish that war.
Right.
So this war may take time.
Right.
But we are not going to hesitate. We have to be persistent because we know what it entails. We know what are the intentions of Hamas, not just because of intelligence, but because they are stating that they want to do October 7th again and again and again.
Right. Fair enough. I would have loved to speak on what's happening in West Bank also, but maybe we'll keep it for later sometime because we are short on time. I want to come to the last leg of our conversation, which is, as I began by saying, just like Israel, India is also a victim of terror, and that's something which really connects the two nations at their heart. And like in the case of Washington, D.C., the assassin spoke about Free Palestine as some kind of ideology. We had our Pahalgam terror attack last month, and India responded with Operation Sindoor. And some people say, those watching counter-terror operations worldwide, that Operation Sindoor has a lot of hallmarks of Israeli operations in terms of hitting back at the origins of terror. How do you see Operation Sindoor, the way it has panned out?
I think that every country has the right to defend itself against terror. We are not going to enter into the modalities of that. This is absolutely under the sovereignty and decision-making process of the elected government of this country. I trust completely their judgment. I think that we can do much more internationally to fight terrorism, not just militarily, but by punishing those who sponsor terrorism, by sanctioning companies that are involved in the trafficking of weapons, by blocking content, radical content that is disseminated in the electronic media, in the social media. You know, I am shocked each time I go to a hotel in any country in the world. I open the television in the hotel. I see Al Jazeera Arabic. Okay?
Right.
Al Jazeera Arabic is a channel that supports terrorism, that supports groups like Hamas, that spreads radical ideology. Channels like that should be blocked.
Yeah.
And they are not being blocked. And I think that this is a challenge for us. We, as free societies, we want to be free. We want to continue allowing people to express themselves. But sometimes we have to put limits when it comes to saving lives. You know, I'll tell you a story. You know, in ancient times, the Jews invented the day of rest. That was the Sabbath.
The Sabbath, yeah.
That was invented 3,500 years ago. And during the period of the Greeks and the Romans, some of the Jews were saying, look, we cannot be engaged in war on the Sabbath because this is part of our values.
Yeah.
And many cities were devastated as a result of that because they would be attacked and people would escape instead of fighting back. Okay? So sometimes when you have a collision between a principle, something that you believe in, and saving lives, you have to create the right balance.
Right.
And therefore, following those incidents, the sages of the time determined that saving lives is more important than keeping the Sabbath.
Yeah.
Here I'm saying the same. Saving lives is more important than certain kinds of speech that breach the rules of humanity.
Right.
When you support terrorism on television or on social media, you should be blocked.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Ambassador, you know, this time when India hit back with Operation Sindoor after the Pahalgam terror attack, there was a very unfortunate equalization that we saw from the world community between the victim and the perpetrator. For example, you were talking about sanctions. We had IMF sanction $1 billion plus of loan to Pakistan. And there is clear evidence that during the last 30, 35 years, whichever year there has been an IMF loan to Pakistan, there has been a corresponding increase in their defense budget. So they have been sort of siphoning off funds of these kind of platforms, agencies, into bolstering their defense, and some of the funds get siphoned off to terror activities also. As a victim of terror yourself, you think that world should come together to give up this hypocrisy and these double standards?
Well, first of all, I think that it's very important that people stop contextualizing terrorism and saying that terrorism happens because of this grievance or the other grievance. Terror is terror and should be taken out of the equation. It cannot be justified under any circumstances. That's number one. Number two, as I said before, yes, there are many things that we can do. The fact that the UN doesn't even have a definition for terrorism, that tells you about the degree of dysfunctionality that we are having in the international community. And of course, we can start with like-minded countries. So the fact that we have more countries that have designated Hamas, for example, Hezbollah, as a terrorist organization, so terrorist organizations in this area, that is important. We have to go to the next level. And as much as we succeed, we will isolate the terrorists and we'll have more chance to have us prevail and not them.
Right. Let's hope that the world listens to this time, and when the United Nations meets the General Assembly, they do something about the Comprehensive Convention on International Terror, which has been hanging for a while. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for having this conversation.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Keep coming back to it. Thanks, friends.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a work.
Each night on Prime Time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your prime time starts here.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here. I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now. We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory, it is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबां कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here. have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
PM Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting today with CMs of all states after Operation Sindoor.
India has zero tolerance for terrorism. India will never give in to nuclear blackmail. And India will deal with Pakistan purely bilaterally.
EM Jaishankar reiterates PM's message in Germany, says India will not tolerate nuclear threat. Nishikant Dubey once again slams Rahul Gandhi, pointing out how Congress gave away Indian territory after the 1965 war. Delhi government issues advisory to hospitals amid rising COVID-19 cases. Amid crisis in Bangladesh, BNP delegations to hold meeting with Yunus Mohammed at 4:30 p.m. at his residence. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. We are starting this edition with a breaking news coming in. Now, PM Modi chaired the 10th Governing Council meeting of the Niti Aayog, where he addressed the chief ministers of all states. He stated, and I quote, "We have to increase the speed of development. If the centre and all the states come together and work together like Team India, no goal is impossible." Remember, viewers, this was PM's big meeting with the head of all states after the resounding success of Operation Sindoor. On your screens are the visuals from the meeting. Watch these still pictures where Prime Minister Modi chaired the 10th Governing Council meeting of Niti Aayog today with the CMs of the state. The meeting aims to unite the states and union territories under the theme of Team India. In the breaking news now coming in from Bengaluru, a delivery boy assaulted a customer following an argument over a wrongly shared address. The incident was captured on CCTV. The delivery executive, identified as Vishnu Vardhan, allegedly shouted at the customer's sister-in-law for providing the wrong address. When Shashank, the customer, intervened and questioned the aggressive behavior, the delivery boy reportedly abused and physically assaulted him. Viewers, this is the big breaking news that is coming in from Bengaluru. On your visuals, you can see how the delivery person pushes Shashank, who is the customer. The delivery executive has been identified as Vishnu Vardhan, who also allegedly shouted at the customer's sister-in-law for providing the wrong address. Now, the police have registered a case under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita under sections 115 subsection 2, 126 subsection 2, 351 subsection 2 and section 352. Now, as per the police sources, they have also summoned a notice seeking information on the allegations and the accused. The investigation is currently underway. Viewers, this is the big breaking news that is coming in from Bengaluru, where a delivery person allegedly assaulted a customer. Viewers, I'm being joined by Abhishek from Bengaluru. Abhishek, this is a big breaking news that is coming in. We could see the visual on screen, a very dramatic visual indeed, where the delivery person assaulted, pushed and also allegedly hurled abuses at the customer. Tell us what's happening. Abhishek, if you could hear me, we are tracking the story from Bengaluru where a delivery executive allegedly hurled abuses, and also on the visuals we could see him pushing Shashank, who is the customer. Could you tell us more about this, Abhishek?
Well, Antara, we've been informed by the visual and by the complainant of the issue that when he ordered probably some food through one of the online apps, the delivery partner who came to his place gave him a call, and when he was waiting for the delivery of the order, sister-in-law of the customer probably wanted to visit the delivery partner and collect the order, and when a verbal battle happened between the customer and the delivery partner, and after which Shashank, who is also the complainant in this case and who's also been a victim in this case, went out to have a conversation with the delivery partner, and that is when there was a verbal issue and a verbal chaos that happened between both of this. And we can very clearly see that the delivery partner thrashed at least 3 to 4 times on the face of the customer, and 2 women tried to avoid the incident, and the customer guy, the delivery partner.
Viewers, these are the visuals from PM Modi's Niti Aayog meeting that he held, the 10th Niti Aayog meeting with the chief ministers of all the states. Remember, viewers, this is the first big meeting that PM Modi held with the chief ministers after the resounding success of Operation Sindoor. The meeting of Niti Aayog aims to unite the states and union territories under the theme of Team India to drive India's transformation into a developed nation by 2047. Of course, the focus is on state-led development as the cornerstone of the national progress. The meeting will deliberate on strategies to realize the vision of a Viksit Rajya for Viksit Bharat. Well, these are the visuals of PM Modi at the 10th Governing Council meeting of Niti Aayog. He has stated that Viksit Bharat is the goal of every Indian. When every state is Viksit, then Bharat will be Viksit. This is the aspiration of the 140 crore citizens of India. Well, these are the visuals on your screen, viewers. Of course, the states have been urged to leverage their unique geographic and demographic strengths and set time-bound targets and prioritize human development, economic growth, sustainability, technology, and governance reforms. The adoption of data-driven processes supported by project monitoring units, ICT-enabled infrastructure, and monitoring and evaluation cells will ensure accountability and enable mid-course corrections for outcome-based transformation. I am being joined by Krutat from the newsroom, viewers. Krutat, we can see the visuals on screen. PM Modi has shared the 10th Niti Aayog meeting, and of course this is the first big meeting with the head of states after the resounding success of Operation Sindoor, the very operation that sent the last warning to Pakistan, saying that if Pakistan toes their line once more, India will strike, and it will strike back hard. Krutat, what more details are you picking up from the meeting? Tell our viewers.
Antara, and these are visuals coming in live as from the 10th Governing Council meeting of the Niti Aayog. This is a massive show of strength by India as all the chief ministers of various states and union territories have once again assembled under one roof to discuss India's progress, India's development strategies for the upcoming decades now. And this is a big show of strength and unity by all the states and the chief ministers, as all of them have huddled together in the national capital of Delhi, all opposition chief ministers, all chief ministers ministers of NDA ruled states sitting together under one roof, one nation, one united India, a big front led by under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is chairing the Niti Ayog's 10th Governing Council meeting in the national capital. As live shots are coming in, this is a point in which India is getting rapidly urbanized, and the discussion of growth, innovation, sustainability and development of our cities are some of the top agendas that are expected to be discussed in this meeting. Meanwhile, states are also going to develop at least one tourist destination per state. That's one update that we are getting out of this, in which various states are collaborating together to create one state, one global destination model. That's the big breaking news update that we're also tracking from this Governing Council meeting of the Niti Ayog. At the moment, Viksit Bharat is one goal that all the states are discussing today. As one united India stands, 140 crore people and their representatives sitting together and discussing key developmental issues of Viksit Bharat and how India can turn this into a game-changing opportunity, and how no goal in its entirety is possible without the support of all states and union territories together. So massive show of strength by the states and the state governments and the centre sitting together in this mega 10th Governing Council meeting of the Niti Ayog. Live visuals coming in from the national capital of Delhi. There we can see Home Minister Amit Shah is also sitting in that meeting. Omar Abdullah, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. We also see Stalin, MK Stalin of Tamil Nadu, along with all the BJP Chief Ministers there. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Union Agricultural Minister, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Union Road and Highway Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari, all the top cabinet ministers of the Modi government, flanking Prime Minister Narendra Modi on one side, all the Chief Ministers of the Union territories and the states on the other side, all opposition states, all NDA ruled states, everybody under one roof. That's the big breaking news that we are tracking now in the national capital of Delhi after the success of Operation Sindoor. Massive huddle of the chief ministers of India and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cabinet.
Well, absolutely, Kritat. It is indeed a massive show of strength. Viewers, moving on to another breaking news that is now coming in from Chhattisgarh. Now, a total of 24 Maoists have surrendered before the police. A total of 24 Maoists, including 20 Maoists with a reward of rupees 87.50 lakhs surrendered in the Bijapur district. Viewers, this is the big breaking news that is coming in this edition. Remember, there is a crackdown on red terror in Chhattisgarh. This comes after, just 2 days after the Jawans gunned down 27 Maoists. Among them was one of the most wanted senior Maoist leader called Baswaraj, who was gunned down. He had a bounty of rupees 1 crore on his head, and now we are coming to know in this big breaking news from Chhattisgarh, Bijapur, 24 Maoists have now surrendered in front of the police.
हार्डकोर माओवादियों का सरेंडर हो रहा है, जिसमें प्रमुखता से जो कंप्लेंट नंबर 2 है उसके डिप्टी कमांडर जो कि CYPC भी हैं राकेश, उसका सरेंडर हो रहा है। इसके अलावा मार्ट डिवीज़न में कंपनी नंबर 7 है, उसके जो PPCM हैं। इसके अलावा PLJ बटालियन के 2 सदस्य हैं और उसी प्रकार कंपनी नंबर 2 के एक सदस्य। कुल मिलाकर 87.5 लाख के इनामी नक्सली आज सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। ये सभी जो सरेंडर है लगातार जो नक्सल विरोधी अभियान चल रहे हैं सभी के द्वारा। इसके अलावा जो कैंप्स में अंदरूनी इलाकों में जो काम चल रहा है और जो नियत दिनार की तरह जो डेवलपमेंट चल रहा है उसको देखते हुए सभी आज हमारे सामने आत्मसमर्पित किए गए हैं, आत्मसमर्पित हुए हैं। और इनको आत्मसमर्पण के पश्चात इनको जो 50,000 का जो इनिशियल जो राशि होता है वो प्रदान किया जाएगा और साथ में ही इनको फिर ट्रेनिंग के लिए एनरोल करके फिर ट्रेनिंग हम कराएंगे।
Viewers, this is the big breaking news that is coming in from Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. And indeed, this is a major win for the security forces. And this comes, in fact, right after the security forces killed Maoist Supremo Pappu Lohra in Jharkhand as well. And right after that, we can see that 24 Maoists have now surrendered, have put down their arms in front of the police. Moving on to another story, viewers. Border Security Force Jawan built a strategic fort at India-Pakistan border in Jaisalmer. The Jawans also stressed that Operation Sindoor is not over and that they are ready for any emergency situation. Watch this report.
बड़ी एक्यूरेसी है इनकी, बहुत अच्छी प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, क्योंकि ये हमारा जो इनका प्रैक्टिस है बेसिकली ट्रेनिंग है। ट्रेनिंग चाहे हम हमारे कार्बियों की बात करूं, आर्टरी की बात करूं या किसी और वेपन सिस्टम की बात करूं, हमारी उस दर्जे की होती है कि जब जरूरत पड़े तो हम बिल्कुल सटीक निशाना लगाएं। और उसका जीता जागता उदाहरण आपने जम्मू में और एलसी पर भी देखा है, जहां पर हमारे जो बटालियन का तोपखाना होता है T1 मोटार वगैरह से, वहां पर उनके कई सारे पोस्ट को बर्बाद किया गया।
सबसे पहले ये हमारा HE सेल जो कि हम इस गन से फायर करते हैं, इसको हम लगभग 20 किलोमीटर तक फायर कर सकते हैं। और जहाँ पर ये सेल जाकर गिरता है वहाँ पर दुश्मन इसके धमाके से ही डर जाता है। और इसका यदि हम मार डालने का इलाका की बात करें तो 50 मीटर चारों तरफ ये दुश्मन को बर्बाद करने में सक्षम है। इसके बाद नेक्स्ट हमारा, इसको हेज के नाम से जाना जाता है। यदि दुश्मन का टैंक हमारी तरफ एडवांस करते हुए आता है तो हम उसको इस सेल के द्वारा बर्बाद कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट ये हमारा स्टार सेल है। दुश्मन रात में क्या एक्टिविटी कर रहा है उसको हम देखने के लिए इस स्टार का प्रयोग करते हैं। दुश्मन को हम इंडिकेट भी कर सकते हैं और रात में इससे रोशनी करके दुश्मन को देखा जा सकता है। इसके बाद ये हमारे स्मोक सेल हैं। इससे हम दुश्मन को ब्लाइंड कर सकते हैं। जहां पर दुश्मन की कोई भी एक्टिविटी है, दुश्मन के चारों तरफ हम धुएं का पर्दा करके उसको ब्लाइंड कर सकते हैं। इसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट हमारे ये हैं, इनको हम कार्टेज बोलते हैं। इनके द्वारा हम इन सभी सेलों को टारगेट तक यानी मुनासिब दूरी तक पहुंचाने के काम में ये आते हैं। मुराद हमारा सभी का फुल हाई है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी चल रहा है और लास्ट तक हमारा, आज नहीं जब तक हम हैं तब तक ये देश की रक्षा के लिए हमारा मुराल हमेशा हाई रहेगा। जैसा ही हमें आदेश मिलेगा हम हमेशा रेडी हैं और दुश्मन को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए जो भी हमें कार्रवाई का आदेश मिलेगा हम हमेशा करते रहेंगे।
और सभी जानते हैं कि अभी पार्ट 1 हुआ है, अभी समाप्त नहीं हुआ है और आगे क्या परिस्थिति आएगी उसके लिए हम सभी लोग तैयार हैं। और आगे जो हमारे आगे फ्रंट लाइन, जहाँ तक BSF आर्टिलरी की बात है, ये एकमात्र आर्मी के अलावा फौज है, पैरामिलिट्री है, जिसके पास में आर्टिलरी भी है। और ये आर्टिलरी जो हमारे बॉर्डर के ऊपर, जो 0 IB के ऊपर जो हमारे BSF के जवान तैनात हैं,
In another breaking news coming from across the border, now the Balochistan Liberation Army or the BLA has launched yet another fierce offensive against Pakistan. After its sweeping success of Operation Herof in 2024, when all the major highways across Balochistan were seized, BLA has now readied itself for the second wave. Now, as part of Operation Herof 2.0, BLA has conducted exercises at 51 locations. This, viewers, indeed will prove to be a nightmare for Pakistan. This is the big breaking news coming in from across the border. Just a week ago, viewers, remember the Balochistan Liberation Army had claimed responsibility for 7 attacks across Pakistan under Operation Herof 2.0. The Baloch rebels launched 7 coordinated attacks targeting security posts, vehicles and intelligence units. The group has vowed to continue its campaign until, quote-unquote, the national liberation is achieved. Moving on, viewers, permanent representative of India to the United Nations in New York, Parvathinini Harish, exposed Pakistan's disinformation as he delivered India's statement at the Arya Formula meeting on protecting water in armed conflict, protecting civilian lives. Watch this report.
India exposes Pakistan's decades of state-sponsored terrorism during UN debate.
Mr. President, I'm constrained to respond to the baseless allegations of the representative of Pakistan on a number of issues. First, India has experienced decades of Pakistani-sponsored terrorist attacks across our borders. This has ranged from the horrific 26/11 attack on the city of Mumbai to the barbaric mass murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April 2025. The victims of Pakistani terrorism have been predominantly civilians, since its objective has been to attack our prosperity, our progress and our morale. For such a nation to even participate in a discussion on protection of civilians is an affront to the international community. Second, Pakistan has repeatedly used a civilian cover to advance the cause of terrorism. We just recently saw senior government, police and military officials pay respects at the funeral of noted terrorists targeted by Operation Sindoor. A nation that makes no distinction between terrorists and civilians has no credentials to speak about protecting civilians. Third, earlier this month, the Pakistani army deliberately shelled our border villages, killing more than 20 civilians and injuring more than 80. There was intentional targeting of places of worship, including gurudwaras, temples and convents, as well as medical facilities. To preach at this body after such behavior is grossly hypocritical. Let us be clear. Protection of civilians should not serve as an argument for protection of UN-designated terrorists. The international community must come together on zero tolerance for terrorism and calling out those who sponsor and defend it. In conclusion, Mr. President, my delegation reaffirms its commitment to working in close cooperation with the international community to alleviate the suffering of civilians affected by armed conflict.
Pakistan's web of lies has been now exposed in front of the world.
Back-to-back breaking news coming in this edition, this one from the world of sports. Now, BCCI has announced India's squad for the England series. In fact, Shubham Gill becomes the new test captain for Team India. Because this is a big breaking news coming in. Shubham Gill on Saturday was appointed as India's new test captain, while Rishabh Pant was named his deputy, starting with the 5-match series in England. In fact, viewers, the selectors' decision on the team's leadership was on expected lines, following the retirement of Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. In fact, young left-hander B. Sai Sudarshan earned his maiden test call-up. Viewers, the squad also features Karun Nair, who returns to the national setup after 7 years. A notable exclusion was pacer Mohammad Shami, of course, who was deemed not fit enough for the long series. The big breaking news coming in from the world of sports. BCCI has announced India's squad, and in fact, Shubman Gill has become the new test captain. Viewers, I'm being joined by Rakshita from the newsroom. Rakshita, the selectors' decision of the team's leadership was indeed on the expected lines. And following the retirement of Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, now young left-hander B. Sai Sudarshan has also earned his maiden test call-up. Tell us more on this, Rakshita.
Of course, there have been very important call-ups, especially if we talk about Karun Nair, who has been looking for a place in the national team for a long time now. But the important development, of course, is that Shubman Gill has been appointed as the new test captain of the Indian cricket team. A 25-year-old has been very, very consistent in the longest format of the game, and we've seen that he has taken this responsibility as an opener. Remember, once again, we have an opener like Rohit Sharma was as the test skipper, so he'll be leading the innings and also leading the team. His composure, of course, in the longest format of the game has been par excellence. We've seen him perform across formats, but yes, Shubman Gill's, he was one of the front runners. Rishabh Pant, another youngster who they are both of around the same age, and we've seen Rishabh Pant also his heroics, be it down under in Australia in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. He has recuperated and revived himself once again after that near-death experience he had, the injury he had after that accident. And yes, of course, it's a new era, if you can call it, because Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli have been out there playing for the national team for the longest time, and they have brought in so many trophies thanks to their leadership, and not just leadership, leading with an example, but yes, now the onus will be on the young Shubman Gill and Rishabh Pant as well in the tests.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. In fact, it will be extremely refreshing for the fans to see Gill in action. Viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, now, amid crisis in Bangladesh, BNP delegations will be holding a meeting with Muhammad Yunus at 4:30 p.m. at his residence. We'll get you all that and much more. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now. We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory, it is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most,
Positive Influencer Show with me, Tanvi Sood. Over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to be bringing you some fantastic content across genres that our positive influencers have been working on. They've really been at it. Over the next 30 minutes is your dose of positivity. Let's get to it. Operation Sindoor is every Indian's pride. Positive influencer Shishir Arya takes you through an interesting angle. What do Indian scriptures tell us about India's ancient war philosophy? Here it is.
हित वचन नहीं तूने माना, मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना, तो ले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ, अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ, याचना नहीं अब रण होगा. What does ancient Indian wisdom and Ram, Krishna and Chanakya tell us about India's unique stance on war and conflict? These 5 lines that you heard from Ramdhari Dinkar ji's famous poem Rashmi Rati beautifully articulates Krishna's logic behind when Bharat goes to war. Of all the nations in the world, there is perhaps no other nation that has as unique a perspective on war and conflict than India does. While most countries go to war for either proving dominance or claiming land or even safeguarding survival, none of these ends are what matter to India. Dominance, land and survival aren't ends, but means to a much larger end. An end that benefits not just India, but the entire world. What is this end? What is so unique about India's perspective on war? When it comes to war and conflict, what does India stand for and why does India go to war? Let's learn through the rich lens of our Indian wisdom and ancient scriptures that inform us of where India comes from. The first reason we go to war is demonstrated by a wonderful story when Ram seeks passage to Lanka from the sea god. Sitting by the banks, he prays for 3 days non-stop. But when there is no response, Ram is forced to showcase his might and intimidate the sea god. As Tulsidas ji writes, Bhay binu hoy na priti. Because sometimes friendship only emanates from fear. India displays power never to prove egoistic superiority, but to take away the enemy's notion that our tolerance is a constraint emanating from weakness, where in fact it is self-restraint arising from genuine respect for humanity. The second reason we go to war is where Chanakya Niti informs us that Durbalyasa Balam Raja. Our tolerance should be perceived by our people as an ideal that unites us, not as a liability to carry, and to therefore fuel the faith of the collective in our stance to unite the country. Dand Niti mentioned in the Mahabharata Shanti Parv by Bhishma is necessary. Punishment for foul deeds not just sets straight the wrongdoer, but also fuels conviction within the subjects about the strength of the values they stand for. The third reason, however, is one where India's cultural richness truly shines through. We believe in the ideal of Maha Upanishad's Vasudeva Kutumbakam. This is our soul. This is the principle we are safeguarding. The world is a family. We believe in Ekatmata, Karuna, oneness is the only pathway to everybody's peace and prosperity. But what do you do when a family member starts to prioritize themselves over the family? Here's what you do. As Chanakya says, you try to help them change through Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed. Like a kid who has fallen into bad habits, you first speak to them softly, then try to persuade them. But when neither work, our culture tells us that you take to Dand. Or as Krishna says, once someone crosses the line, punishment is compassion. To salvage them from the bad habit and everybody around them who they may negatively influence from their bad habit. Not just for their benefit, but for the benefit of everyone else, you punish them sometimes. To force them to fall in line with the spirit of Vasudev Kutumbakam, the dharma of the world being one family. Yes, India is the land of the Buddha, but sometimes to ensure that Buddha's ideals are protected, India is left with no choice but to become the land of Yuddha. We forgive our enemy, always, but forgiveness doesn't mean not fighting for the right cause. Forgiveness simply means we don't fight for safeguarding ego, spite or hatred. We fight for what's right. Or as the first 2 words of the Gita say, Dharma Kshetre Kurukshetra. War is only fought for protecting Dharma, the Dharma of humanity and oneness. Jai Hind.
Some say it takes grace to earn wisdom. Some say the Bhagavad Gita is just too complex, too deep for a little child. But wait, watch this 5-year-old, this positive influencer, this sensation on the internet, Bhakt Bhagwat. He's breaking down for you the complexities of the Bhagavad Gita, its secrets, in the next video. Watch this.
हरे कृष्णा, मेरा नाम है भागवत दास ब्रह्मचारी। मेरी उम्र 5 साल की है और मेरा शरीर 5 साल का है और मैं श्री गोवर्धन धाम में रहता हूँ और मैं गिव गीता गुरुकुल में पढ़ता हूँ। आज मैं आपको भगवद गीता के बारे में बहुत स्पेशली बात बताता हूँ। हर ज्ञान की उम्र बचपन ही है। जो ज्ञान हम बचपन में लेते हैं वो ज्ञान हमारे साथ पूरा जीवन रहता है। जैसे बच्चे भौतिक ज्ञान लेने के लिए बचपन से स्कूल जाते हैं, वैसे ही हमें भगवद गीता का ज्ञान भी बचपन से लेना चाहिए। मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल से समझाता हूँ। जैसे एक पौधा होता है, तो जब वो छोटा होता है तो हम उसे कहीं भी मोड़ सकते हैं, और जब वो पौधा बड़ा हो जाता है तो उसे कहीं भी मोड़ नहीं सकते। तो भगवद गीता भी इसी तरह है। जब हम बचपन से भगवद गीता पढ़ेंगे तो बचपन से भगवद गीता हमारे जीवन को सही दिशा देगी। मैं आपको एक और बात बताता हूँ भगवद गीता के बारे में। कई लोग कहते हैं कि भगवद गीता बच्चों के लिए नहीं है, भगवद गीता तो बड़ों के लिए है। भगवद गीता बच्चों के लिए नहीं है, भगवद गीता तो बूढ़ों के लिए है। तो बच्चे भी अपने जीवन में खुश होना चाहते हैं और बड़े भी अपने जीवन में खुश होना चाहते हैं। तो कुछ कैसे होंगे? जब हम भगवद गीता पढ़ेंगे, क्योंकि भगवद गीता ही हमें खुश करा सकती है। तो हम इस टाइम छोटे से बड़े होने का वेट क्यों करें? अभी से भगवद गीता पढ़ लें और अभी से खुश हो जाएं। अब मैं आपको भगवद गीता के 7 क्वेश्चंस बताता हूँ। भगवद गीता कब बोली गई? भगवद गीता कहाँ बोली गई? भगवद गीता किसने बोली, किसको बोली और किसने लिखी? अब मैं आपको इसके आंसर्स बताता हूँ। देखिए, भगवद गीता 5000 साल पहले लगभग द्वापर युग में बोली गई। और कहाँ बोली गई? धर्म क्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे संवेता युयुत्सवा मामका पांडवा सैवा किम अकुर्वत संजय। इसका अर्थ होता है कि भगवद गीता कुरुक्षेत्र में बोली गई। कुरुक्षेत्र में बोली गई। हाँ, और भगवद गीता किसने बोली? परम भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने बोली। और किसको बोली? परम धनुर्धर महाराज अर्जुन महाराज, इनको, जो भगवान श्री कृष्ण के बहुत बड़े भक्त थे। और भगवद गीता किसने लिखी और महाभारत किसने लिखी? वेद व्यास जी ने गणेश जी को बोली और गणेश जी ने उसको लिखी। और भगवद गीता किसने लिखी? भगवद गीता भी गणेश जी ने लिखी और महाभारत भी गणेश जी ने लिखी। तो ऐसा क्यों? ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि भगवद गीता महाभारत ग्रंथ का हिस्सा है।
Our next positive influencer has served in the mighty Indian Armed Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai. She served in Kashmir. Over the next video, which is post-Operation Sindoor, when the Indian Armed Forces delivered a bloody nose to the Pakistanis, Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai lists down the epic failures of the failed Marshal Asim Munir. Watch this.
A field marshal or a failed marshal? Let us be absolutely blunt that only in Pakistan can a general with no victories, no glory and no accountability be promoted to a field marshal. And why not? After all, it is said that Pakistan is not a country with an army. It is an army that happens to have a country. General Asim Munir, now the second field marshal in Pakistan's history, follows in the footsteps of General Ayub Khan, a man who also awarded himself medals and then a presidency. At least General Ayub Khan waited until after a coup. Whereas, what is with General Munir? He is skipping all the drama and going straight to the uniform upgrade, minus all the merit. Let me make it clear to you all. This rank is supposed to be reserved for exceptional military achievement. And we all can see what exactly is General Munir's achievements. The Indian airstrike that took out 9 terror camps, killing over 100 terrorists. India's response so precise that General Munir disappeared from the public eye for 4 days and was reportedly hiding in a bunker. In the counter-strike, India targeted and destroyed 11 Pakistani military installations, including one in the Rawalpindi headquarters. Even Pakistan's air defense was rendered useless. And that is something even their own Prime Minister had to admit. And now that very general, the one who was in hiding during a national crisis, is being declared a field marshal. If that is not ironic enough, let me add, the DGMO equivalent of Pakistan reached out to India asking for peace. The army that talked tough called for a timeout. But we need to understand that the Sharif government's approval of General Munir's elevation shows exactly that who runs Pakistan. Not the people, not the government, but the army. Pakistan itself faced 784 terror attacks last year. Mind you, not from foreign enemies, but from homegrown, inbred terrorists who are now flying under the flag of Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Provinces like Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are on the brink of separation. Their economy has absolutely cratered and their foreign diplomacy, well, it's absolutely dead on arrival. And yet, amidst all this chaos, what is the solution from the army? Promote the man in charge of the collapse, give him a new badge, and then put him on a new tank. Let us call what it is. He is not a field marshal, but a field marshal. Alien to facts, floating in his own fantasy world. A man failing on the field, but definitely winning the war of deception. Because in Pakistan, there is no discipline, no accountability, no justification, just a simple declaration. And maybe that is their goal. To not fix the truth, but just to rewrite in their own words. To lie to themselves, lie to the people, and lie to the world. But mind you, medals do not erase memory. And no matter how many stripes one may stitch onto that uniform, failure cannot be photoshopped into glory. General Asim Munir may now be Pakistan's field marshal, but history will always remember him as the commander of collapse.
From a positive influencer who has served on the front to a positive influencer who's made it her life's mission to impart teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. Roma Abhyankar is up next. Now, Operation Sindoor was not an act of revenge. It was an act of justice. It is an act of justice. Now, Roma Abhyankar takes that thought, traces it back to the Bhagavad Gita, and tells you why this is India's Dharma Yudh.
There are moments in life and in the life of a nation when silence is no longer strength. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna's words to Arjun cut through the noise. When wrong rises, it must be confronted. Namaskar, my name is Roma Abhyankar. In the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, there is a powerful learning for us. Uphold what is right, not just when it's easy, but especially when it's hard. Let's expand on this a little further. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srajamyaham. Here, Sri Krishna tells Arjun that whenever there is a decline in righteousness and an increase in unrighteousness, at that time I manifest on earth. Through this shloka, Sri Krishna's take on going to war was simple. What was unjust, unrighteous, had to be remedied. He goes one step further and reiterates how necessary it is to stand up for one's own dharma. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkrutam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Sri Krishna's reasoning was straightforward: to protect the righteous, to annihilate the wicked, and to re-establish the principles of dharma, I appear on this earth age after age. What this means for us is to take a stand. If you feel that a particular situation is unwarranted or that you have been wronged, you have to remedy the situation. And in doing so, you are not to let your feelings dictate what action you must take. The countermeasure is driven by proper reasoning, with diligence and with the objective to amend the situation. If you let your emotions, and these could be any, such as revenge, fear, displeasure, hatred, sadness, if you let these feelings define your behavior, you might end up creating more trouble for yourself. The recent turn of events have kept us on our toes. Many questions loom in our minds. The most obvious one being, is this the right thing to do? And what will happen next? Isn't this exactly what Arjun felt right before the great war, the Mahabharata? In the context of our country, India, there was infiltration and we needed to address it. To view strike or war from the angle of revenge is naive. Taking action from a place of emotion is not Sri Krishna's advice. Some steps are essential to establish righteousness. Your big takeaway, war or no war, to stand by what is right is a part of your dharma. To stand by your country, our forces, is our dharma. To protect our land, our people, that is also our dharma. It is what is expected from us. And fulfilling one's dharma is the only true way to live one's life. Dhanyavad.
Mental health is so important. And May is the Mental Health Awareness Month. Now, Astha Kothari, our positive influencer, will break down the theme this year. It is turning awareness into action. She tells you why understanding it is so important. Trust me, watching this will give you the headspace you need this weekend.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and the theme for 2025 is Community, Turning Awareness into Action. Imagine a world where our homes, schools, workplaces, colleges, and even our social environment were all safe spaces for us to open up with one another about our mental and emotional challenges. Sounds a little unrealistic, but it's absolutely possible. The entire idea behind this year's theme is to encourage us to take charge of the mental and emotional well-being of not just ourselves, but our loved ones as well. No, you don't need to be an expert or a practitioner in order to build this sense of community. You can begin with a step that is as small and simple as calling up your relative and checking up on them. Or calling up that friend of yours who's been avoiding social interactions lately and reassuring them that if they need to speak, you will listen. On the other hand, when we need help for our mental health, we often avoid confiding in our family or reaching out to people because we think it'll stress them out. This is when we need to reach out for help, even if it means going to a certified mental health practitioner. Whichever side you're on, whether you're looking to seek help for yourself or willing to extend it to someone else, what matters is that you turn your awareness into action. In the next video from this series, we will be breaking down the word mental health, and I will tell you a few tips that will help you to understand if you are in a mentally healthy state of mind or not. If you found value in this video, you can follow me on my platform Slow Down with Astha for more content on mental and emotional well-being.
Are you scratching that head about income tax returns? Is it last year repeat all over again? Well, don't, because up next is positive influencer Kanan Bell. He is a chartered accountant and he's taking you through it step by step with deadlines and detail. Watch this and don't hit that snooze button on your income tax returns this year.
It is that time of the year when you have to file your ITR. People typically believe that if their incomes are below 3 lakh rupees, they need not file an ITR. But that's not true. In some cases, you may even have to face jail time as per the provisions of Income Tax Act. But don't worry, we have got you covered. I'm your friend CA Kanan Behel, and in this video, we'll be telling you about Who needs to file an ITR? If your total income before deductions exceed 3 lakh rupees, you're required to file. But that's not all. You also need to file if you have deposited over 1 crore rupees in current account, spent more than 2 lakhs on foreign travel for yourself or for someone else, or paid over 1 lakh rupees on electricity bills in a year. If you own or benefit from any foreign assets like a bank account or property abroad, you've got to file no matter what your income is. Individuals are required to file their ITRs by 31st July after the financial year end, unless they need to get an audit done. So, for the financial year ending 31st March 2025, you need to get your ITRs filed by 31st July 2025. Now here's the big question. Which ITR form should you file? Since your income may likely include salary, interest, and some property or capital gains, let's break it down. There are 4 main forms: ITR 1, 2, 3, and 4. But here's the catch. If your total income exceeds 50 lakhs, you must file either ITR 2 or 3. Why? Because these forms handle higher incomes and complex sources like capital gains or business income and require detailed disclosures. Let us understand, when is ITR 1 applicable for you. If you have just salary income or interest income or long-term capital gains from equity mutual funds and listed equity shares of up to 1.25 lakh rupees and maybe one house property without requiring to set off losses, ITR 1 might work. But if you have losses from properties or capital gains like short-term capital gains or long-term capital gains exceeding 1.25 lakh rupees a year, or even business income, you'll likely need an ITR 2 or ITR 3. For example, ITR 2 is for salaried people having capital gains or foreign assets, while ITR 3 is for those with business or professional income. If you've got a small business with a turnover of up to 3 crores in case of a business and 75 lakhs in case of a profession under presumptive taxation, then ITR 4 is your go-to, but only if you don't have complex investments or losses. That's it for today. If you find this helpful, smash that like button and share it with your friends and family. Got questions about ideas or taxes? Drop them in the comments below and I'll do my best to answer. Until next time, keep following Republic and CA Kanan Behel on Twitter and LinkedIn. See you soon.
Before I sign off from this beautiful, spectacular Republic Media Network campus, if you think you have it in you to be on the Republic Positive Influencer program, then go drop that video. We're still screening applications from across the board. We just opened up the sustainability and environment category, so go to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in or the WhatsApp number on your screen right now and drop your sample video. Our teams are screening around the clock and we'll get in touch with you. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again this evening with another fresh episode packed with positivity. Thanks so much for watching.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground.
सर, दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है, एक नीचे है.
We are in Bijapur's Koregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is...
Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting today with the chief ministers of all the states and union territories for the first time after Operation Sindoor.
India has zero tolerance for terrorism. India will never give in to nuclear blackmail. And India will deal with Pakistan purely bilaterally.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar reiterates Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message in Germany, says India will not tolerate nuclear threat. BJP steps towards eliminating red terror after back-to-back operations. 24 Maoists surrender in Bijapur. Park spy arrested in Kutch, investigation to his links to ISI handlers underway. Nishikant Dubey once again slams Rahul Gandhi with pointed questions on how Congress gave away Indian territory after 1965 war. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. More breaking news update coming in from northeast now. In a major breakthrough, the fight against insurgency is picking up pace. Top leader of the band Ulfa I, Rupam Aksom, has been arrested. He was snapped from the forest area near the Assam and Arunachal Pradesh border based on specific intelligence inputs. He is the one who is accused of killing an officer in charge, Bhaskar Kalita, in the year 2018 and was on the run for all these years. Police called him, quote, long-standing threat. Arms and other incriminating material were also recovered from his possession, following which his arrest. Search operations have also intensified in the dense forested areas along the border to trace other members of the insurgent group Ulfa. That's the big breaking news update that we're tracking from the border of Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. My colleague Anirudh joins us live from Guwahati with more updates on this story. Anirudh, what's the latest, the massive success and arrest of this person?
Yes, Rudra, this is a major successive operation by the security forces in the fight against insurgents in the northeast, and the top commander who has been arrested has been identified as self-styled Brigadier Rupam Aksom. Rupam Aksom is a very hardcore cadre of the band outfit Ulfa Independent, and he was involved in many extortion rackets which are still on in the Upper Assam area. Apart from running the huge extortion racket in Upper Assam, he was also suspected by the NIA in 2018 for killing of Bhaskar Kalita, who was the officer in charge of Bordumsa police station at that point in time. And in a fierce gun battle in 2018, Bhaskar Kalita was killed, and along with 6 others, Rupam Aksom was also suspected by the NIA in that particular case. The arrest of Rupam Aksom is a major blow to the insurgent outfit in Upper Assam, and particularly given the fact that he was very much involved at this point in time in carrying out extortion drive in the Upper Assam areas of Tinsukia, Dibrugarh and Sivsagar district. This is definitely a major blow to the entire extortion network of the Ulfa Independent. As we speak, the operations are still on in the dense forested areas of Assam and Arunachal Pradesh, and we are getting to know that there were many accomplices of Rupa Mokhom who are still hiding in these jungles, and the security forces have spread their net to arrest all the Ulfa cadres who were accompanying this top commander at that point in time. And we are also getting to know this operation was closely monitored. It was closely monitored from Kolkata, also from the Eastern Army headquarters. Military intelligence had passed on the information to Assam police, and based on the specific inputs provided by the military intelligence, Assam police and the army, the Indian army, jointly carried out this operation and successfully arrested Rupa Mokhom. He has already been handed over to the Assam police. We are getting to know that today morning at 4 a.m. he was arrested from the place of his hiding.
Thank you very much, Anirudh, for tracking those updates from Assam. At the moment, big massive win for the police there, catching this top Ulfa commander as the hunt for other cadres continues in the neighboring forests of Assam and Arunachal Pradesh in the bordering areas. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for more updates on the Niti Aayog meeting that is currently underway, which is chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has put a strong emphasis on India getting rapidly urbanized. That's the top focus today on the 10th Governing Council meeting of the Niti Aayog, which is presently underway in the national capital of Delhi. Just moments ago, we showed you visuals of that meeting coming in, where all the NDA and the opposition chief ministers of all union territories and state were present together, sitting at the table for the first time since the successful Operation Sindoor, and all of the top leaders, representatives of 140 crore Indians sitting together in a huddle and discussing governance and development. Exclusive details coming in now on Republic that PM Modi has emphasized on keeping our cities future ready. That's the big focus on growth, innovation, sustainability. That should become the growth engine for our cities. That's a big message of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the inaugural address of the 10th Governing Council meeting of Niti Aayog, presently underway in the national capital of Delhi. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, big breaking news update coming in from Bangladesh. A BNP leader has said that the party does not want the chief advisor to step down at this stage, as it would trigger fresh political crisis. Amid growing political tensions and various speculations in Bangladesh about a possible military coup or resignation of Mohammad Yunus, a BNP delegation is going to hold a meeting with chief advisor to the interim government of Bangladesh, that is Mohammad Yunus, today later at around 4:30 p.m. And this meeting is likely to take place at the official residence of the chief advisor. Now, a BNP standing committee member has told to the media there last night that they have learned that chief advisor will be holding a meeting with Bangladesh's Jamaat-e-Islami following their meeting also. So two big rapid developments coming in from Bangladesh. The big Republic scoop at the moment is that Jamaat-e-Islami is also expected to hold talks with interim advisor to the interim government of Bangladesh, Mohammad Yunus, who's facing tremendous pressure from the Bangladesh army. The General Fakhruzzaman had put up an ultimatum to Mohammad Yunus to conduct elections by the month of December. However, there is a continuous pressure now, and now BNP and Jamaat-e-Islami set to meet Mohammad Yunus today, as speculations are rife on another military coup. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, even as guns have fallen silent along the line of control, the Indian army remains on alert, closely monitoring every movement across the border. India has deployed medium caliber weapons in the forward positions along the line of control. The army is also not leaving anything to chance. Surveillance has been intensified, patrols have been stepped up, and the frontline units remain in a state of complete operational readiness. Watch our exclusive report filed by my colleague Gursimran on our army's preparedness.
Republic is reporting from the ground zero where Pakistan was hammered by the border security force and their bunkers were totally decimated by the troops of the BSF. Right now we are in the Samba sector where the BSF's gun is still pointed towards the Pakistani post because Pakistan cannot be trusted. Though the guns have fallen silent, but here a befitting reply was given by the border security force, decimating the Pakistani terror infrastructure as well as the Pakistani Rangers infrastructure that was there, making it very clear to the Pakistan side that they cannot actually afford any mischief along the international border. A line of control, what we saw, it's almost the double on the international border, because it was BSF, and BSF proved to be lethal for the adversary, as they have given them a befitting reply for the mischief that they were planning, and around 20 casualties to the Pakistan side has been confirmed. These are the posts of the Pakistan that is on the radar of the border security force. That post still has a Pakistani flag, but it has been tilted down, and the Pakistan dare not to come to this side so that they can even fix the position of their national flag there. As we move upwards here, we will be in a better position to show you the damage that has been done to the Pakistani position, because this Pakistani position was the one from where a group of terrorists was trying to sneak in with the active assistance from the Pakistani Rangers as well as the Pakistani army. But now, as the threat is decimated, BSF is still keeping around the clock vigil on the situation that is prevailing here on the ground, because this area has been one of those areas that has seen multiple threats coming from across the border. And to the right of the Sarjivan is the Pakistani post that is there. This Pakistani post has been decimated, and the tricolor of Pakistan that you see here, that is now flying tilted. But Pakistan dare not to come, and now they are sending their civilians into this area for so-called caretaking of this very post that has been decimated by the Indian side. I am joined by the commanding officer of the BSF battalion that has been deployed here. Mr. Shekhar, how it was that day? Because there was a movement that was seen across the border, and the BSF response was way lethal than Pakistan has expected.
Yes, in war or in battle, it is always a surprise and the deception which plays a major role, in fact. And if enemy cannot guess you what is coming to him, that makes him impoverished. On that particular day, when we got the information, and the information was discussed with the higher headquarters, and then a plan was chalked out to decimate the terrorists or the infiltrators which were about to infiltrate into Indian territory. It is always better. It's always rather better to decimate the enemy in their field. The battle should always be fought in his own territory, not in our territory. And we did that. As far as the choice of the weapon is concerned, choice of the target is concerned, the one who takes initiative always gets upper hand.
Sir, what is the prevailing situation now? Because we are seeing that flag is still tilted. They dare not to come to even fix this one. How's their morale? Because they have been hit brutally.
As far as their morale is concerned, their morale is always in the boots. Those people are not being seen here. Even the maintenance of the bunkers is being done by the civilians, or they may be doing it in the civil clothes, but they are not manning it also. As far as you are seeing this flag has not been changed. And there are other posts also in the near vicinity where the flag even not has been hoisted since 8th of night.
So, sir, can we say that they will not dare to even come from this side or any escalation from this side in near future because they have been hit brutally?
No, as a ceasefire has been declared, but I cannot say that enemy cannot be trusted, and we are ready. In fact, whenever he comes, we will give him the befitting reply, and this time we will not leave him like this.
So this time we will not leave him like this. This is the words that are coming from the border security force, and this is very clear that what BSF has given this time is just a trailer, and the actual picture is Baki, as said by the Raksha Mantri of the country.
Well, that was reporter Republic Dispatch on the border with Jammu and Kashmir's Samba district in focus. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our focus to the international arena for a moment, where permanent representative of India to the United Nations in New York, Parvatneni Harish, has exposed Pakistan's disinformation as he delivered India's statement at the Arya Formula meeting of protecting water in armed conflict and protecting civilian lives. Here is the UN representative of India's permanent representative's fiery retort to Pakistan.
India exposes Pakistan's decades of state-sponsored terrorism during UN debate.
Mr. President, I'm constrained to respond to the baseless allegations of the representative of Pakistan on a number of issues. First, India has experienced decades of Pakistani-sponsored terrorist attacks across our borders. This has ranged from the horrific 26/11 attack on the city of Mumbai to the barbaric mass murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April 2025. The victims of Pakistani terrorism have been predominantly civilians, since its objective has been to attack our prosperity, our progress, and our morale. For such a nation to even participate in a discussion on protection of civilians is an affront to the international community. Second, Pakistan has repeatedly used a civilian cover to advance the cause of terrorism. We just recently saw senior government, police and military officials pay respects at the funeral of noted terrorists targeted by Operation Sindoor. A nation that makes no distinction between terrorists and civilians has no credentials to speak about protecting civilians. Third, earlier this month, the Pakistani army deliberately shelled our border villages, killing more than 20 civilians and injuring more than 80. There was intentional targeting of places of worship, including gurudwaras, temples and convents, as well as medical facilities. To preach at this body after such behavior is grossly hypocritical. Let us be clear. Protection of civilians should not serve as an argument for protection of UN-designated terrorists. The international community must come together on zero tolerance for terrorism and calling out those who sponsor and defend it. In conclusion, Mr. President, my delegation reaffirms its commitment to working in close cooperation with the international community to alleviate the suffering of civilians affected by armed conflict.
Pakistan's web of lies has been now exposed in front of the world.
The BJP came out all guns blazing at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi after he claimed on an X post that West hyphenated India and Pakistan instead of standing with Delhi post Operation Sindoor. To Rahul's charge, the BJP said that the truth is that the Congress and Pakistan are hyphenated as it speaks the same language of the DG ISPR in Rawalpindi. In a scathing attack, the BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala said that leader of opposition Rahul stands for leader of Pakistan.
राहुल गांधी कहते हैं इंडिया पाकिस्तान हाइफेनेट हो गया। दरअसल कांग्रेस और पाकिस्तान हाइफेनेट हो चुकी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी लगातार पाकिस्तान के डीजी आईएसपीआर की भाषा बोलती है। पूरी दुनिया मानती है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कितना सक्सेसफुल रहा, तो उसके बाद भी पाकिस्तान की भाषा बोलने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है। राहुल गांधी को एलओपी मतलब लीडर ऑफ पाकिस्तान लगता है।
The 7 accused persons in the Haveri gang rape case were rearrested after a clip of them taking out a roadshow to celebrate their bail went viral. Confirming the rearrest, Haveri Police Superintendent Anshu Kumar said that the accused created a nuisance post bail and recorded a video of their celebratory roadshow. He said that the clip, which they shared on social media, came to the notice of the police. The SP said that the accused would have produced before the court and the police would plead for the cancellation of their bail in this matter.
They created nuisance and they conducted one celebration kind of rally, and they recorded a video and they put on social media. We have secured 5 accused and we will be producing him before the court. And also in Hangal gang rape case, we will apply for bail cancellation based on the ground that he has violated his bail condition.
The BJP's leader of opposition in Karnataka Legislative Council, C. Narayanaswamy, moved a privilege notice in the House accusing Congress workers of intimidation. This after the BJP MLC was carried out by Congress workers at a guest house for allegedly likening State Minister Priyank Kharge to a dog. The MLC accused Congress leaders of going against the ideals of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar despite calling themselves their followers.
हेल्पलेस बोल रहे हैं। इसके पीछे कौन थे? प्रियंका खरगे जी बार बार फोन करके डायरेक्शन देती थी कि ये सभी बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर नीति नहीं है, उनका सिद्धांत नहीं है। ये लेके आज हमें गुलबर्गा चलो कार्यक्रम किया है। पूरे हमारे लोग इधर आ रहे हैं, हमारा नेतागण, वो सभी इनको थोड़ा सबक सिखाना चाहिए, सिखाएंगे।
Emergency road clearance was underway after heavy pre-monsoon showers wreaked havoc in parts of Thiruvananthapuram, uprooting hundreds of trees. In visuals, workers are seen slicing and removing felled trees to restore normal road traffic in the city. After being pulled by the Supreme Court over rising student suicides in the country's coaching capital of Kota, Rajasthan's Deputy Chief Minister Premchand Bhairava said that his government was working sincerely to address this very serious issue. He also urged the parents against burdening the students with the pressure of expectations, while also calling on the tutorials to arrange regular counselling sessions for the students.
निश्चित रूप से ये गंभीर विषय है और इस पे हमारी सरकार लगातार काम कर रही है। पिछली बार भी हमने एक उच्च स्तरीय कमेटी बनाई थी और उसमें कलेक्टर और एसपी को मॉनिटरिंग के साथ साथ समन्वय कोचिंग सेंटरों से करे, बच्चों से करे, इसके लिए कर रखी है। और पिछली विधानसभा में हमने इसका बिल भी लाए हैं कोचिंग का, जिस पे इन कोचिंग सेंटरों पे नियंत्रण रखा जाए। हमारी सरकार बड़ी गंभीर है और हम सब मिलकर इन कोचिंग संस्थाओं में जिस तरह से आत्महत्याएं हो रही है इनको हम कम करें।
Hailing the rising Northeast Investor Summit, Union Minister Anupriya Patel said that the development of the region is one of the centre's top priorities and intrinsic to its Act East policy. She said that public healthcare has been intensified as a focus area in the region and that involvement of private players would help the Northeast mark further strides in key sectors.
देश का पूर्वोत्तर हिस्सा हमारी सरकार की प्राथमिकताओं में से एक है और भारत की एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ है। केयर एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सेगमेंट है और पूरे हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट रीजन में हेल्थ केयर एडवांसमेंट में प्राइवेट सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका हो सकती है। भारत सरकार ने राज्य सरकारों के साथ मिलके हेल्थ केयर की एक्सेस को और क्वालिटी और अफोर्डेबल हेल्थ केयर को हमारे जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट रीजन में जनता रहती है उस तक पहुंचाने के तमाम प्रयास किए हैं।
सर, दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे है।
We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Massive success was obtained by our security forces in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
Best ways to serve the country is by being a journalist, by using the news media and being part of the news media to make a positive change in the country. I'm so excited about the Republic School of Journalism. I truly believe that all those who will be with us at the Republic School of Journalism will get tremendous hands-on experience with me here in the campus of the Republic Media Network. They will meet the best journalists, those who are practicing the profession. They will be seeing and be part of a very, very active and very energetic newsroom. And I believe the best education for a journalist is at work. So if you want to be a journalist, if you want to sharpen your journalistic skills, if you want to pick up real skills on digital, on text, and on video, in a live breaking news environment, then the most exciting place to learn journalism, to practice journalism, is the Republic Media Campus. And you can join the Republic School of Journalism and be part of this great movement that we are pushing forward here at the Republic Media Network. Entries are open for the Republic School of Journalism. I look forward to meeting some of the successful candidates very soon.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom.
What an important moment it is. It's a very almost revolutionary. So I appeal, I urge, I plead that every one of us, young to old, should be part of this nationalist campaign.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Saturday afternoon. Let's get started with all the top stories that we're tracking for you. Thousands. Prime Minister Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting today with chief ministers of all states after Operation Sindoor.
India has zero tolerance for terrorism. India will never give in to nuclear blackmail. And India will deal with Pakistan purely bilaterally.
External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar reiterates Prime Minister's message in Germany, says India will not tolerate nuclear threat. Big step towards eliminating red terror after back-to-back operations. 24 Maoists surrender in Bijapur. Pakistani spy arrested in Kutch of Gujarat now. Investigation into his alleged links with ISI handlers underway. Nishikant Dubey once again slams Rahul Gandhi, pointed out how Congress gave away Indian territory after 1965 war. All right, we have breaking news coming in. The BSF has neutralized a Pakistani intruder attempting to enter Indian territory in Banaskantha district of Gujarat. This happened last night. BSF troops spotted one suspicious person advancing towards the border fence after crossing the international border. So BSF foiling an infiltration bid, this time from Gujarat. What we are learning about, BSF foiling this, there you have the intruder's picture. He has been now neutralized by the BSF troops. So the forces, of course, on high alert. They remain on high alert since the Pahalgam attack, of course. And this is the latest update we have from Gujarat, the Kutch border. And this is from near the Banaskantha district. The Pakistani has been neutralized, Pakistani intruder trying to cross over the India-Pakistan border. And vigilant troops detected this suspicious individual from Pakistan was walking towards the border fence as he crossed the international border. This as per the statement issued by BSF, the Border Security Force Gujarat. Gursimran Singh joins us for more. Gursimran, well, another success for the BSF. We see that now along the border in Gujarat, along Kutch, an intruder has been neutralized. Gursimran, I think your mic is mute. Is on mute.
It was right. Last night when the attempt of intrusion was made from the Pakistani intruder into the Indian territory in the Banaskantha district, and the alert troops of the border security force that have been deployed along the Indo-Pakistani international border, they thwarted the attempt of the intruder. Multiple warnings were given to the Pakistani intruder to push back to the Pakistani territory, but when he continued entering the Indian territory, it was decided by the BSF that it could be an imminent threat that was heading towards the forward post of the border security force on the Indo-Pakistan international border in Gujarat, and he was fired upon, after which the intruder's body has been recovered by the border security force. Now multiple angles are being looked into because the way multiple espionage networks are being busted by the intelligence agencies, whether he was part of that or some smuggler or who was trying to get into Indian territory and then was to call some consignment of weapons or narcotics into the Indian territory. All this is being probed by the border security force, because at this crucial juncture when we are witnessing that every possible attempt is being made by the Pakistani side to acquire sensitive information and also to push in terrorists into the Indian territory to destabilize the situation, this could be one of the major threats that has been averted by the border security force. And now, Rakshita, the investigation is underway.
Simran, thank you so much for joining us with that update coming in from the border along Kutch in Gujarat. All right, we now should focus some more efforts and updates from the border. Now, BSF Jawan built a strategic fort on India-Pakistan border in Jaisalmer. Now, the Jawans have also stressed that Operation Sindoor is not over and that they were ready for any emergency situation. Here's more.
बड़ी एक्यूरेसी है इनकी, बहुत अच्छी प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, क्योंकि ये हमारा जो इनका प्रैक्टिस है बेसिकली ट्रेनिंग है। ट्रेनिंग चाहे हम हमारे कार्मिकों की बात करूं, आर्टिलरी की बात करूं या किसी और वेपन सिस्टम की बात करूं, हमारी उस दर्जे की होती है कि जब जरूरत पड़े तो हम बिल्कुल सटीक निशाना लगाएं। और उसका जीता जागता उदाहरण आपने जम्मू में और एलसी पर भी देखा है, जहां पर हमारे जो बटालियन का तोपखाना होता है टी-1 मोटार वगैरह से, वहां पर उनके कई सारे पोस्ट को बर्बाद किया गया।
सबसे पहले ये हमारा HE सेल जो कि हम इस गन से फायर करते हैं, इसको हम लगभग 20 किलोमीटर तक
in fighting terrorism. Thank you. Yes, I think our parliament and the Lok Sabha speaker from India was also here in Russia. So the talks are on, and I think the work is in progress. And I do not have the details with me now, but I'm sure that there will be very positive outcomes very soon.
Sergei Strokin, Kommersant Daily. In his first address to the nation after a terrorist attack, Prime Minister Modi made himself clear that after this attack, Indian government would make no definition between so-called non-state actors and state actors. We, media personalities here, know that till recently, Pakistani side was very evasive in explaining terrorist acts. They said, this is none of our business. We condemn that, but this is non-terrorist act. So, in practical terms, what this fundamental shift would change in relations with Pakistan? And the second question is, in your interaction with dignitaries, with MPs, how this new shift is perceived by your colleagues here? Do you think that Russia would be able to subscribe for this tough step, since Russia is trying to balance somehow? Thank you.
The change in Indian stand we have all, I mean, I'd like to just go back because all our leaders, right from our former Prime Minister, the most respected Shri Jawaharlal Nehru and Shri Vajpayee ji, and now our current Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, they've all made attempts, and they've to bring permanent peace between India and Pakistan. We've always taken the lead, but unfortunately, when there are peace talks going on, we've also been hurt because of these terrorist attacks in different parts of India. And every time we've been able to trace it back to Pakistan. Either they're Pakistan residents, or they're being trained in Pakistan, or the government has supported them. So finally, I think it's time that we are not going to accept any excuses. And we are going to call a spade a spade. So India has said, and our Prime Minister has very clearly said that terrorism and sponsored terrorism are not two different things. That has been made very clear. So we want Pakistan to make sure that they will not be supporting, they will not be giving space to terror activities or these organizations in their soil. And I think, every country reaches out to many different countries for many reasons, and that is the way the world is going. So that is perfectly fine by us. We want Russia to stand with us when we are fighting terrorism. And we both speak the same language when it comes to terrorism. So I totally believe and understand and trust that Russia stands with us.
23.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम रुसे है आरती और हमारे हिंदी वाले दर्शकों के लिए मैं हिंदी में सवाल
Yeah, sure. One of them can, yes.
तो हमें रिपोर्ट है कि भारत ने रूसी मिसाइल प्रणाली S-400 का सफल प्रयोग किया था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में, और क्या इस प्रकार के सहयोग रूस और भारत के बीच सैन्य सहयोग की क्या संभावनाएं हैं भविष्य में? धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। आपका क्वेश्चन मिलिट्री से है। आपका क्वेश्चन मिलिट्री से है, और मिलिट्री के डोमेन में हम ज़्यादा नहीं बोलते हैं, बट ये ज़रूर कह रहे हैं कि इंडिया और रशिया का जो कोऑपरेशन है बहुत पुराना है, डिकेड पुराना है, और सही S-400 का सही इस्तेमाल हुआ। हमने बहुत सारे उनके मिसाइल को नाकाम किया, और जिस तरह से हमारा गहरा रिश्ता है, हमें लगता है कि भविष्य में चलता रहेगा, आगे बढ़ता रहेगा। और रशिया ने, कल हम बहुत सारे डेलीगेट से बात, सारे हाई ऑफिसर से बात किया, सबने सपोर्ट किया। एक क्वेश्चन जो उधर से आया था, इफ यू हैव परमिशन, कैन आई क्विकली ऐड समथिंग? The stand, the gentleman who asked, our stand did not change overnight. When our Prime Minister said nothing more, we will not target, will not differentiate between state-sponsored terrorism and state actor and non-actor. We have been suffering for decades. Last 3 decades India has suffered. And every time we have tried to go to them and talk to them. We have had several examples. If you remember 99, our then Prime Minister Dr. Bihari Vajpayee went there, in first to Lahore, And when we were in the Lahore, they were intruding in our territory in Kargil. So, as ma'am said, talk and terror will not go together. Problem is with Pakistan Army. Let me make it very clear. The civilian government in Pakistan, what I feel or what we feel is a puppet government. And we have example of right from Mr. Bhutto till Shahbaz Sharif and now Imran, where is there? Can you get any example? A loser army chief will get a field marshal, will be decorated with a field marshal, this thing. So this is the way the army behaves there, and Pakistan army has to realize that they cannot go on hurting us, and we will be going to their civilian government and say, come, we want to talk. Only condition would be, and this is not a prime minister or ruling party, this is 1.4 billion of people of India has the same sentiment that talking to this government, unless they make a fundamental change in their system, where civilian government has authority, there is no point talking to them and keep hurting ourselves. So the only condition is they have to dismantle, they have to disassociate. And why we came to Russia? Because we feel Russia is also going through the same thing. Russia has been also suffering with the terrorism. So they understand us better. And with that expectation and hope we came here, that our pain will be understood by Russian authorities and they'll stand by with us. And we are thankful to the Russian authorities with whom we met. They said no compromise on terrorism, or we are with you in all solidarity, and all our support will be there with India to combat terrorism. Thank you.
आपका जो प्रश्न है जो मिलिट्री कोऑपरेशन के बारे में, भारत का एक पुराना रिश्ता है रशिया के साथ, जो मिलिट्री स्ट्रैटेजिक डिप्लोमेटिक तरीके से जो साल ब साल इट इज़ ओनली गेटिंग स्ट्रेंथन. तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में जो हमने S-400 मिसाइल्स का जो इस्तेमाल बहुत ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल तरीके से जो किया है, जो 9 टारगेट्स जो हमने चुन के जो टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डिस्ट्रॉय करने का जो हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव था, उसको बहुत ही यशस्वी तरीके से हमने रशियन सिस्टम्स को इस्तेमाल करते हुए किया है. हमें विश्वास है कि आगे भी रशिया भारत के साथ जो कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट के साथ और भी अच्छे सिस्टम्स डेवलप करेंगे, और ये जो सिस्टम्स जो मिलिट्री कोऑपरेशन जो हमारे बीच में रहेगा, दिस इज़ ओनली विद द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ डिस्ट्रॉइंग टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. जो हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव वेरी क्लियर कट है, टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डिस्ट्रॉय करने का. और our visit also is only taking this step forward to initiate a dialogue between different nations, and naturally Russia, since being our friend, to initiate this dialogue further so that we develop a global partnership in destroying terror infrastructure. And it's our effort to tell the world that Pakistan has been sponsoring and nourishing terror, and we are a victim of that terror for all these years. And the way this terror Pahalgam attack has happened is not something which mankind should accept. So this is time for the world to unequivocally condemn this terror act and also join in this effort, which our Prime Minister has taken a lead in this.
Any questions?
11. My name is Eugene. I represent TV BRICS International Media Network. And my question is related to BRICS agenda, to all of the esteemed delegation. How would you describe the inter-parliamentary cooperation between India and other BRICS countries? Do you have any joint projects going on? Maybe you plan your next visit to other BRICS countries? Thank you.
This issue
This is a parliamentary delegation for only this one.
We can say we can talk separately on this. This is not the agenda for today.
On this issue you speak.
No.
Parliamentary.
This is a parliamentary delegation which has come here after the Pahalgam attack, and we have come here to explain what happened and to talk about terror attacks which continue in Indian soil, and to share the pain that we've lost lives, and also to get support to fight against terrorism, and also to send the message to the world that India cannot be blackmailed by saying that we are a country with nuclear weapons. So this is the message we take forward from the Prime Minister of India, from the Government of India, and from the people of India. The BRICS conference is completely, it doesn't come under us, or we are not directly going to be part of that. So that is a completely different agenda. So I don't think we can answer questions about that. But of course, the dignitaries from India, the Prime Minister, will address issues which are very important to us among leaders of the nations which are there.
Please, and then 23. 25.
Good afternoon, my name is Arnab Goswami. I'm from Sputnik, India, and I have a question in regards to your assessment of the state of India and Russia cooperation in the efforts of combating terrorism. My first question, why is it important for India to further increase its cooperation with Russia in combating terrorism? Where do you see the areas of the strongest synergy in this process and in these measures? And why Russia is a reliable partner in combating terror? Thank you.
Both India and Russia, we have been, together since long. Our friendship is tried and tested. Russia has come with us in time of difficulties. 1965 war, 1971 war, 1999 war. So India and Russia both are suffering from terrorism. Although it's the whole world today, the whole world is suffering from terrorism. There is not, there is no exception. Terrorism is a disease, and this has to be tackled together.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy.
सर, दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है, एक नीचे है.
We are in Bijapur's Koregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
This week on Get Me Right, after India's military response by way of Operation Sindoor,
a major diplomatic offensive targeting 33 countries, most of which are either present or future UN Security Council members. A lowdown on how the geopolitics panned out as India set the new normal of offensive defense post-Pahalgam. Also, in times of overall American decline, the Roman Catholic Church gets its first American Pope in history. Does that address American identity crisis in any manner? Join me on your favorite deep dive show this weekend, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
PM Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting today with CMs of all the states after Operation Sindoor. All-party delegation holds briefing in Moscow, reiterates India-Russia's commitment to eradicating terrorism. Big step towards eliminating red terror after back-to-back operations. 24 Maoists surrender in Bijapur. Pak spy arrested in Kutch. Investigation into his alleged links with ISI handlers underway. Nishikant Dubey once again slams Rahul Gandhi, pointed out how Congress gave away Indian territory after 1965 war. Starting this edition with the breaking news that is coming in. Pakistani spy has been arrested in Kutch, Gujarat. Pakistani spy Sahdev Gohil worked as a health worker in Dayapar, Kutch. He first came in contact with Aditi Bharadwaj, who is a Pakistani spy. On Aditi's behest, he sent information of the Indian Army and BSF to Pakistan. In return, Sahdev got 40,000 rupees. According to the sources, there is a possibility that the name Aditi is not a real name. In fact, it is a Pakistani handler who is using this name. This is the big breaking news that is coming in. Crackdown continues on the Pakistani spies. In the recent most update, a Gujarat man has been arrested for spying for Pakistan and also who shared key information on Air Force. Remember, viewers, the accused Sahdev Singh Gohil was a resident of Kutch and has now been arrested.
ATS गुजरात द्वारा सहदेव सिंह दीपूबा गोहिल करके एक मल्टीपर्पस हेल्थ वर्कर जो कच्छ में काम करता है उसको धरपकड़ करके एक केस दाखिल किया है, जिसका डिटेल्स ऐसा है कि हमारा जो पुलिस सब इंस्पेक्टर राहुल गर्चर को एक बातमी मिली थी कि सहदेव सिंह गोहिल नाम का एक हेल्थ वर्कर एक पाकिस्तानी एजेंट को BSF अने इंडियन नेवी का कुछ गुप्त माहिती उनको शेयर कर रहे थे. ATS गुजरात द्वारा सहदेव सिंह दीपूबा गोहिल करके एक मल्टीपर्पस हेल्थ वर्कर जो कच्छ में काम करता है उसको धरपकड़ करके एक केस दाखिल किया है, जिसका डिटेल्स ऐसा है कि हमारा जो पुलिस सब इंस्पेक्टर राहुल गर्चर को एक बातमी मिली थी कि सहदेव सिंह गोहिल नाम का एक हेल्थ वर्कर एक पाकिस्तानी एजेंट को BSF अने इंडियन नेवी का कुछ गुप्त माहिती उनको शेयर कर रहे थे.
Viewers, I'm being joined by Komal from Ahmedabad. Komal, we can see that the crackdown continues on these alleged Pakistani spies. In the recent most update, Pakistani spy has been arrested from Kutch, Gujarat. His name is Sahdev Gohil. What more details are you picking up, Komal?
बिल्कुल देखिए, गुजरात में बैठे पाकिस्तानी जासूसों पर शिकंजा लगातार कसा जा रहा है, लेकिन इस बीच अगर हम बात करें तो देखिए कच्छ से इसे गिरफ्तार किया गया है। हेल्थ वर्कर के तौर पर ये काम करता था और ये जो जानकारी निकल करके सामने आ रही है कि जासूसी करने के लिए इसे बकायदा जो है 40,000 रुपए भी दिए गए थे। एक ये बहुत बड़ा अपडेट निकल करके सामने आ रहा है। इसके साथ ही अगर इस जासूस के मोबाइल फोन की बात करें तो उसे एफएसएल की टीम को भेज दिया गया है। यानी अब एफएसएल की टीम जब जांच करेगी तो कई और चौंकाने वाले खुलासे भी हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए ये जो जासूस था हेल्थ केयर वर्कर के तौर पर तो काम करता ही था, लेकिन पार्ट टाइम तौर पर देखिए ये किस तरह से जो है अपने भारत के सीमावर्ती इलाके की जानकारी जो है वो पाकिस्तान को दिया करता था, पाकिस्तान की एजेंसियों को दिया करता था। और यही नहीं बल्कि कई अहम खुलासे जो है जब एफएसएल की टीम जांच करेगी तो हो सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही साथ बात करें तो बीएसएफ के जवानों के मूवमेंट की बात हो, इंडियन नेवी की बात हो, तो उससे संबंधित जानकारियां भी ये साझा करता था। क्योंकि देखिए अगर हम कच्छ की बात करें, पाकिस्तान के बॉर्डर की बात करें तो दूरी बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है। और एक और खबर निकल करके सामने आ रही है कि देखिए जो इसके पिता है वो जो है फिशरीज डिपार्टमेंट में भी थे, तो ऐसे में देखिए उनसे भी जो है एक गंभीर सवाल वो भी किया जा सकता है, जो सूत्रों से हमें जानकारी मिल रही है। यानी सबसे पहले अब एफएसएल की टीम जांच करेगी, मोबाइल के जरिए ये भी पता लगाने की कोशिश करेगी कि और किससे संपर्क में था। और देखिए बीएसएफ के जवानों को, बीएसएफ की एक्टिविटीज़ को लेकर के तो उन्होंने जानकारी साझा ही की है, इंडियन नेवी को लेकर के जानकारी साझा की है, लेकिन और क्या जानकारी है और कितने लोग इसके नेक्सस से जुड़े थे या कोई एक ग्रुप जो है इनका पूरा नेक्सस चल रहा था, इसे लेकर के भी जो है वो जांच में अब पता लगाया जाएगा। जी
शुक्रिया कोमल हमें ये जानकारी देने के लिए। व्यूअर्स, मूविंग ऑन टू अनदर स्टोरी नाउ। रिनाउंड जर्नलिस्ट and a correspondent, Abdul Latif, was killed by Pakistani forces in Balochistan in a shocking incident in Mashke, a subdivision of Awaran district in Balochistan. Renowned journalist and daily Intikhab correspondent Abdul Latif, whose son of Jan Muhammad, was shot and killed by personnel of Pakistani forces at around 3 a.m. last night while he was asleep at home in front of his family members. It's indeed a brutal killing. It is worth noting that earlier on February 28th, 8 young men from the same family were summoned to an army camp from Abdul Latif Baloch's home and were taken into custody. Now 4 were killed initially, followed by the other 4, and their bodies were dumped. Among those killed was Abdul Latif's son, the young Saif Baloch. This is the big breaking news coming in from across the border, viewers. In the early hours of May 24th, approximately at 3 a.m., journalist Abdul Latif Baloch was brutally assassinated inside his home in Mashke district. Balochistan Liberation Army, or the BLA, has launched yet another fierce offensive against Pakistan after its sweeping success of Operation Hirof in 2024, where all major highways across Balochistan were seized. BLA now readies itself for the second wave as part of Operation Hirof 2.0. Now, the Baloch Liberation Army has conducted exercises at 51 locations. This will prove to be indeed a nightmare for Pakistan. Because this is a big breaking news coming in. This is yet another fierce offensive against Pakistan. Pakistan continues to reel under the pressure of the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, after the success of Operation Hirof in 2024, BLA has now readied itself for the second wave. BLA, in fact, has conducted exercises at 51 locations. This is the big breaking news that is coming in from across the border. Moving on, viewers, Border Security Force Jawan built a strategic fort at the India-Pakistan border in Jaisalmer. The Jawans also stressed that Operation Sindoor is not over and that they were ready for any emergency situation. Watch this report.
सेल है, इससे हम दुश्मन को ब्लाइंड कर सकते हैं। जहां पर दुश्मन की कोई भी एक्टिविटी है, दुश्मन के चारों तरफ हम धुएं का पर्दा करके उसको ब्लाइंड कर सकते हैं। इसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट हमारे ये हैं, इनको हम कार्टेज बोलते हैं। इनके द्वारा हम इन सभी सेलों को टारगेट तक यानी मुनासिब दूरी तक पहुंचाने के काम में ये आते हैं। मुराद हमारा सभी का फुल हाई है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी चल रहा है और लास्ट तक हमारा, आज नहीं जब तक हम हैं तब तक ये देश की रक्षा के लिए हमारा मुराल हमेशा हाई रहेगा। जैसा ही हमें आदेश मिलेगा हम हमेशा रेडी हैं और दुश्मन को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए जो भी हमें कार्रवाई का आदेश मिलेगा हम हमेशा करते रहेंगे।
और सभी जानते हैं कि अभी पार्ट 1 हुआ है, अभी समाप्त नहीं हुआ है और आगे क्या परिस्थिति आएगी उसके लिए हम सभी लोग तैयार हैं। और आगे जो हमारे आगे फ्रंट लाइन, जहाँ तक BSF आर्टिलरी की बात है, ये एकमात्र आर्मी के अलावा फौज है, पैरामिलिट्री है, जिसके पास में आर्टिलरी भी है। और ये आर्टिलरी जो हमारे बॉर्डर के ऊपर जो 0 IB के ऊपर जो हमारे BSF के जवान तैनात हैं, BSF की बटालियन से तैनात है, वो जो 24 घंटे दुश्मन के हर एक हरकत पे नज़र रखे हुए हैं। अगर जो उधर से किसी भी तरह की हिमाकत की जाती है, किसी भी प्रकार का प्रयास होता है, लड़ाई की संभावना बनती है, कोई अटैक होता है, किसी तरह का होता है, तो उनकी किसी भी गोले से जवाब देने के लिए हम अपने ट्रूप्स के साथ में पूरी हमेशा तैनात हैं।
Moving on to some other stories that we are tracking across the country, this is Bharat in 5. The BJP came out all guns blazing at the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi after he claimed in an ex-post that the West hyphenated India and Pakistan instead of standing with the Delhi post Operation Sindoor. To Rahul's charge, the BJP said that the truth is that Congress and Pakistan are hyphenated as it speaks the language of the DGISPR in Rawalpindi. In a scathing attack, BJP said that LOP for Rahul stands for Leader of Pakistan.
राहुल गांधी कहते हैं इंडिया पाकिस्तान हाइफेनेट हो गया। दरअसल कांग्रेस और पाकिस्तान हाइफेनेट हो चुकी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी लगातार पाकिस्तान के DGISPR की भाषा बोलती है। पूरी दुनिया मानती है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कितना सक्सेसफुल रहा, तो उसके बाद भी पाकिस्तान की भाषा बोलने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है। राहुल गांधी को LOP मतलब लीडर ऑफ पाकिस्तान लगता है।
The 7 accused persons in the Haveri gang rape case were rearrested after a clip of them taking out a roadshow to celebrate their bail went viral. Confirming their rearrest, Haveri Police Superintendent Anshu Kumar said that the accused created a nuisance post-bail and recorded a video of the celebratory roadshow. He said that the clip, which they shared on the social media, came to the notice of the police. The SP said that the accused would be produced before a court and the police would plead for the cancellation of their bail.
They created nuisance and they conducted one celebration kind of rally, and they recorded a video and they put on social media. We have secured 5 accused and we will be producing him before the court. And also in Hangal gang rape case, we will apply for bail cancellation based on the ground that he has violated his bail condition.
Viewers, in the breaking news coming in, PM Narendra Modi met Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy, Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma and other Chief Ministers during the Niti Aayog meeting in Delhi, visuals of which are on your screen. Remember viewers, this was the first big meeting with the head of the states. Prime Minister Modi chaired the 10th Niti Aayog meeting. This was the first meeting after the resounding success of Operation Sindoor. On your screens, we can see Prime Minister interacting with the CMs of the state. We have CM Bhagwant Mann, Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren, Telangana CM Revant Reddy, Meghalaya CM Sangma, and other CMs in this Niti Aayog meeting in Delhi. Viewers, the Niti Aayog meeting, the 10th Niti Aayog meeting has now concluded. These are the visuals on your screen. Remember, viewers, PM Modi chaired the 10th Governing Council meeting of Niti Aayog in the national capital. He has stated very, very clearly that if the centre and states work together like Team India, which is also the theme of the Niti Aayog meeting, no goal is impossible. On Saturday, he stated that if the union government and states come together to work as a team, no goal is impossible. PM Modi chaired the 10th Governing Council meeting of Niti Aayog. He stated very, very clearly that there is a need to increase the speed of development. He stated, and I quote, "We have to increase the speed of development. If the centre and all the states come together and work together like Team India, no goal is impossible." Niti Aayog, in fact, quoted this on X, quoting Prime Minister. He also said that Viksit Bharat is the goal of every Indian. When every state is Viksit, then Bharat will be Viksit. This is the aspiration of its 140 crore citizens. Viewers, the council, the apex body of Niti Aayog, includes all the state chief ministers, lieutenant governors of union territories, and several union ministers. He also said, Prime Minister Modi also said, and I quote, "We should have the aim of making each state Viksit, each city Viksit, each Nagar Palika Viksit, and each village Viksit." He also said that if we work on these lines, we will not have to wait till 2047 to become a Viksit Bharat. BSF Jawan Purnam Kumar Shaw, who was in the custody of Pakistan for over 20 days, was repatriated to India on May 14th. Now the BSF Jawan has returned back home. My colleague spoke with the family of the BSF Jawan. Listen in.
ये हम लोग फौज में नौकरी कर रहे हैं, तो भगवान ना करे कि अगला कोई भी किसी के साथ, फौज के सिपाही के साथ या किसी भी हमारे बंधु के साथ ऐसा समय गुजरे जो मेरे साथ हादसा हुआ। मैं नहीं चाहता कि और किसी के साथ दोबारा ये हादसा हो। जिस तरह की मैं सभी के आशीर्वाद से इंडिया वापस आ गया, क्या पता लाइफ में कभी वो ना आ पाए। तो इसलिए मेरे से अनुरोध है कि कभी भी हमारे जितने फौजी भाई हैं जिसके साथ ये घटना ना घटे।
आप बीएसएफ से हैं, आप जानते ही होंगे कि आप जब पाकिस्तान के हाथों किडनैप हुए थे तब ऐसा सिचुएशन था कि दोनों देश में तैनात था, दोनों देश में प्रॉब्लम चल रहा था, युद्ध का परिस्थिति था। तो ऐसा सिचुएशन में तो ये भी बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन उठ गया था कि आप लौट पाएंगे या नहीं। ऐसा कभी मन में आया था?
मैं पाकिस्तान में था, मुझे पता ही नहीं है कि हमारे इंडिया पाकिस्तान में युद्ध लग गया है, कि इंडिया में हो क्या रहा है। जिसके बारे में मुझे जहां रखा गया था उसके बारे में कुछ भी मेरे को नॉलेज नहीं दिया जा रहा था। सिर्फ मैं पाकिस्तानी का जो मुरादा था उसको फेस कर रहा था, और फेस करते और सभी के आशीर्वाद से मैं इंडिया वापस आ गया। इसके बारे में मुझे कुछ भी खबर नहीं था कि हमारे इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के अंदर में हो क्या रहा, क्योंकि मैं अपने इंडिया में था ही नहीं। तो मुझे इस बारे में कुछ भी खबर नहीं हो रहा था कि हमारे देश में हो क्या रहा। तो बस मैंने उस पाकिस्तानियों का फेस किया और सही सलामत में माँ बाप के पास आज के घर में घर वापस लौटा।
आप जब लौटे, आप लौटने के बाद आपको पता चला कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो चुका है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कह के ऑपरेशन लॉन्च किया गया है। ये सुनने के बाद आपका रिएक्शन क्या था? ऐसा लग रहा था कि मुझे वहाँ होना चाहिए, मैं होता तो अच्छा होता इस सिचुएशन में?
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमारे बीएसएफ वाले ने भी काफ़ी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जवाब दिया है, और जो वहाँ पर प्रेजेंट थे उसका सही रिप्लाई, सही जवाब भी मिला है बीएसएफ के थ्रू। और हम पाकिस्तान में थे तो हमें बाद में पता चला कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो रहा है, तो उसमें थोड़ा सा मैं भी भय खा गया कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान मुझे कुछ खबर नहीं था और मैं पाकिस्तान में बैठा था, तो आ पाऊँगा कि नहीं आ पाऊँगा। और वहाँ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो इस या कारगिल युद्ध हो, हमारे को ट्रेनिंग उस पर लड़ाई के दौरान रहने के लिए हर समय दिया जाता है और हमें रहना पड़ता है।
सर, दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे है। We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory, it is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin.
Among the best ways to serve the country is by being a journalist, by using the news media and being part of the news media to make a positive change in the country. I'm so excited about the Republic School of Journalism. I truly believe that all those who will be with us at the Republic School of Journalism will get tremendous hands-on experience with me here in the campus of the Republic Media Network. They will meet the best journalists, those who are practicing the profession. They will be seeing and be part of a very, very active and very energetic newsroom. And I believe the best education for a journalist is at work. So if you want to be a journalist, if you want to sharpen your journalistic skills, if you want to pick up real skills on digital, on text, and on video, in a live breaking news environment, then the most exciting place to learn journalism, to practice journalism, is the Republic Media Campus. And you can join the Republic School of Journalism and be part of this great movement that we are pushing forward here at the Republic Media Network. Entries are open for the Republic School of Journalism. I look forward to meeting some of the successful candidates very soon.
Hello and welcome to yet another episode of World of Brands. Today we have with us Mr. Mohit Taneja, Head of Marketing, Jindal Stainless. Mohit, welcome to Republic.
Welcome, Pranav.
Mohit, to get started, every brand they say has a story. What's the story of your brand?
See, to start, with the story of Jindal Stainless, I would like to start with the story of stainless steel. So from the humble beginnings to being the second largest consumer of stainless steel in the world, India is where it stands today. So I think the consumption, but we still have a lot of opportunity in the area of this metal. So if you see worldwide, the average consumption per capita for stainless steel is about 5.5 to 6 kg. Where in India, we are still at about 2.8. So I think we still have a lot of opportunity for this metal to grow in the country. So if you see there are certain characteristics of this metal which makes it different from all the others. And it's also been one of the fastest growing metal in the category. So if you see on an average, the compounded annual growth rate for this metal has been over 5% from 1980s to 2020 onwards as per the CRISIL report. And whereas for the other metals, it's like half of it as an average. So I think the metal has got some inherent characteristics which makes it stand out. So if I talk about the various attributes of this metal, the high corrosion resistance is one of the attributes which really makes it stand apart. Then it's inert nature, because of this inert nature you can use it in various applications like processing, oil and gas, dairy, etc. The aesthetics, I think people buy this for its aesthetic value. So these are some properties which make it different from others, and I think the biggest one is sustainability, because it's 100% recyclable material. So I think stainless steel as a story is a story of future, and it's a metal of future.
Mohit, when I hear you talking, I see, this engineering aspect of understanding coming from, your vision behind branding. You're an engineer. How did the transition from engineering to branding happen?
Yeah, so I was really enamored by the world of coding, and I had thought that I would be in the software coding profession, and that's where my thing for engineering started. And then I did my engineering in information technology, and I worked briefly for a software company. But then I realized that I had this bent of creativity, which I was not able to completely explore. So there, I thought, let me just complete my master's and let me just see if this side of marketing really gives me a pull and a draw. So I did my MBA from MICA, which is Mudra Institute of Communications in Ahmedabad. I specialized in brand management, and therein I think I got completely fascinated by the world of brand building. And from there on, it's been about 2 decades, about 19 years that I have in this profession of building brands, and it's been a great journey so far.
Can you tell me what exactly building a brand means, right from scratch?
Yeah, so there's this famous quote, that how do you define a brand? So for me, it's like what people talk about your brand in a room when you're not there is the real brand essence and the real brand reputation. So I think brand has got a lot to do with the reputation, of that particular company, and which gets associated from multiple factors. It's like the customer experience that one gets, the product attributes, the product differentiation, what's your unique selling proposition, what are you trying to solve. So I think it's an amalgamation of all of these.
But then, when you're talking this, when I think about steel, if there's a change in gas prices, it affects a common man. But when India imposes certain duties on imported steel, it doesn't directly, visibly shock a common person. It affects him, but it doesn't visibly shock him. Is it difficult to sell B2B? I meant.
So I think the marketing sketch for both of them would remain same. So the wireframe remains the same because you have to build a narrative. Then you have to crack the communication channels through which you will propagate this narrative. You have to identify your audience. The right TG set has to be there. So I think the basic wireframe and the sketch is the same. But however, there are different aspects on how you build them. So like the differences between building a B2C brand and a B2B brand would be in B2B, it's more straightforward logic, on how you position a product. But in B2C, there's a lot of emotional index on which you play. There's a lot of emotional connect. Where in a B2B, it's more of a rational connect. What problem are you trying to solve? Is it going to give me a cost benefit or a time benefit or a lead benefit? What kind of a thing? So that's where the B2B products are positioned. Wherein B2C, it's more to do with the emotional context. It could be pride. It could be you able to relate to that particular product because of the proposition and the brand positioning that product has got. So that difference is there. And then in terms of audience also, I think in B2C, it's a very personalized nature. So you're talking to one person, right? Wherein B2B, you're talking to a set of people. So when you go and sell a B2B proposition to somebody, you're talking to committees, you're talking to, those could be government stakeholders, those could be set of people. It's not an individual approach that you take. It's a collective mindset approach that you take when you take a B2B proposition forward. So that's, I think, there's a difference out there. Then B2C is a short-term, haul, wherein B2B is a long-term haul. So I might do a campaign today, I might get a result tomorrow in a B2C, right? B2B doesn't happen. I have to build that narrative consistently for so long to create the right kind of, perception I'm trying to do. So I think it's a short haul versus long haul as well. And then I think it's a lot of consistency that you need to build into B2B because your narrative has to be long-term. In B2C, you still have that leverage to change, that narrative quickly because the product proposition also changes with time. So I think these are the differences that you need to be, mindful of while building B2B versus B2C.
Would you like to recollect or remember? Do you remember some of the memorable campaigns that you probably handled during some of your
Sure.
B2C experiences?
Sure. So both in B2C and B2B, in fact, I've quoted them elsewhere as well. So like for B2C, while I was working in Adidas, so we worked on this. So it was 2011, and India was hosting the World Cup. And then all the cricketers were here because all of them have those positions of being commentators across matches across. So and you had like Kapil Dev, Brian Lara, Dean Jones, all of them were here, and they all play golf. And at that time I was heading the marketing for Adidas Golf Vertical. So we had this idea how we can pivot and use cricket as a leverage to spread awareness on golf. So we did this kind of a replica of 1983, wherein we had created two teams of Viv Richards and Kapil Dev, and for golf. And then we did this tournament at ITC in Gurgaon. And so we saw a different kind of a trajectory. When you do a tournament, you expect some kind of a coverage, but that's like specific to certain sports media, etc. But this like really pulled it off, because for us it was like how we could capitalize a movement marketing perspective, how we could leverage cricket to spread awareness about other sport. So I think that's one of the campaign which has been memorable for me from an Adidas perspective, because that really pulled off, and then the India marketing team got an Asia award for that. So that was really memorable for me. Then in Motorola, I had been part of the team which was doing the campaign for the iconic phone Moto Razr, if you remember, the flip phone.
Yeah.
So I think that was another one big campaign that we did in India, which was really successful, and that became a very trendy phone at that time. And in Vedanta, we have done B2B campaigns. So Desh Ki Zaruraton Ke Liye was a campaign that we did, in which so the idea over there was, how do you talk about mining? Because mining has its connotation which might not be positive all the time, but one needs to realize that it's an essential and a very essential part of all the products that you use in your daily life are eventually coming from below the ground. So without mining, you can't have all of that. So how do you spread awareness about this sector? So we use the curiosity of a kid, wherein he goes to his father and he says ki pen ki nib kahan se aati hai, and then his father asks somebody who takes him to the ground wherein the mining was happening, and the engineers tells him that ki ye to lohe se banti hai aur loha zameen se aata hai. So it's like even the minutest of the thing that you're using is eventually coming from this. So that kind of a connect you could establish, and we could spread a lot of awareness about the sector per se. So I think that's also been one of the campaigns which has been my favorite.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot happening on global front. Tariffs are happening, India imposing. What's the current campaign you are working on? Is there something that you could tell us as to what are you up to as a brand right now?
Yeah, so it's got nothing to do with what's happening at the global level per se, because our idea is how do we expand the category, right? How do people get to know about the benefits of stainless steel? And there are so many, like I talked about, it's higher corrosion resistance, the inert behavior, its aesthetic value, being recyclable, sustainable. So these are the things which make it very unique. And and the world and the Indian consumer is also changing. They're looking for sustainable solutions way more than they were ever looking. So I think that is why the metal is also getting a lot of traction, and it's got great applications. It's got application in architectural, building and construction side. If you see the infrastructure that's being built up, a lot of airports, railway bridges, etc., they all are using stainless steel. Then it's got automotive, the exhaust pipe, disc brakes, everything is using stainless steel. This thing is really happening. And then processing industry, like I talked about, because it's a metal which is not going to react, so it's completely safe and hygienic. So and you can imagine your cutlery, you can't imagine of using other material than stainless steel, or even for a doctor, whatever in the operation theater, the things he's going to use most likely would be of stainless steel because of the characteristic properties of the metal, right? So that's the thing. So I think our idea is how do we spread the awareness about the metal, so automatically the category grows, and Jindal Stainless being the leader in the category then automatically grows as well. So as a matter of fact, Jindal Stainless is the #1 producer of stainless steel in India, the largest producer. And it's been, I think, a journey which has been phenomenal for the company as well, to where we are and where we want to go. And I think the future is like really forward looking for this metal.
Wonderful. Mohit, if I have to ask you 3 very, very important factors that are a must for any company to become a brand. There are so many startups that are coming up. What's your one advice, a 3-pointer advice to those who want to become brands over the next 50 years, 60 years, decades?
Sure. So I think my #1 advice would be solve, don't sell.
Okay.
Right. So I think you need to figure out what the actual problem is, and what you're offering needs to be a solution. So you need to figure out, and then you need to do your test as well, that the problem is right, the market fit is right, all that you need to do. I believe that if you're solving the right problem and if you have the right solution, it will automatically sell. Then it's just about, putting in your marketing channels right, defining the right narrative, taking up the right channels, having a good go-to-market strategy. So all those things will fall in place. But the idea should be to solve a problem. The approach shouldn't be to sell a product. So I think that's the #1 thing which I would advise. Second, I think now we tend to overcomplicate a lot of things. So my second advice would be simplify, amplify, and keep repeating it.
Okay, wonderful.
So that's another thing which I believe really works, because sometimes we get into that, we get allured by the fact that this is looking very fancy, but a lot of problems could be solved in a very simple way. So if you break down your problem and have a very simple approach to it, you would see most of your problems would be solved. So I think that's another thing which I would advise. And then third is, I would say that be very close to your customer, right?
Okay.
Because sometimes we sit on that 100-foot pedestal and we start making strategies, thinking, but you need to go to the ground. Unless you're on the ground and you're hearing it from there, you will never be able to build a successful strategy.
Okay.
So my other advice would be have your ears on the ground and be with your customer, because unless you really get that, the feedback and the right kind of inputs from the real people on the ground. I mean, your target audience could be anybody. It could be somebody out there, and it could be from a B2B perspective, it could be a different stakeholder, it could be a corporate or a government or whosoever. The idea is to be very close to your customer, and then you will be able to build the right kind of a solution, which in turn will create the right kind of perception, which will help you build the brand the way you intend to.
So what's an absolute no-no? Just one absolute no-no that every startup, that they should never do if they want to build a long-term brand.
Promise and then don't deliver.
Okay.
You might think that people have short memory. People would not think about it, but I think your customers do remember for a very long time.
Okay.
So whatever you have promised, you might be growing for that timing, and you might think that things are going fine. We can promise. And it happens everywhere. It happens in any situation. And it happens in any domain. And you take up any domain, a political domain or a business domain, wherever you take, you might have promised things, but you didn't keep your promise. So if that happens, eventually the brand building never happens.
Okay. One very, very significant aspect of especially your industry and where it comes to mining is sustainability. How do you counter this entire narrative that probably mining or the excessive use of metals is a counter to the entire argument of sustainability?
Right. So I'll give you 2 examples. So like for Jindal Stainless, so we are into the business of stainless steel. It's a 100% recyclable metal. So it's a metal which you can keep using, and then it has got multiple usages, etc. So I think from a sustainability perspective, it's our proposition because it's a recyclable material. So that really works for us, and that's how we are propagating or creating the right narrative and trying to shift people to this metal because it is sustainable. And that's what I was saying, that sustainability really helps in building your brand, right? And it should be a integral and core part. It's not a side thing for us. So it's not like amongst the 50 things we say sustainability is one of the things that is attached to it. I think it's a core message that we're trying to propagate, and that really works. So from if you have a metal which is sustainable, it really helps you get onto that trajectory. And when it comes to mining, some of my last organization, I can give you an example, and that's what I said, that we did this campaign Desh Ki Zaruratton Ke Liye, just to emphasize that it's easy to have that connotation about mining, but how essential it is, you need to realize, right? So all the metals that you're getting from below the ground eventually won't be there. So so I keep giving this example. It's very easy to go and pick up your phone and do a tweet about the negatives of mining, but you won't even realize कि वो mining नहीं होती तो वो phone ही नहीं होता. So it's like as simple as that. So that's from the mining perspective. And then with stainless steel, the great part is it's a recyclable, sustainable material. So it's very closer to from a sustainability perspective, and it's really changing the world, I would say.
Do you have any personal guru or an icon that you look up to in the world of branding?
So not just from the brand perspective, I think, but I have this great thing for Elon Musk. Okay. I think the way he thinks is like really, very different. So he might have, and people have this thing for him that he has a maverick approach and all that. But I think look at the way he has changed our perception about things. Like even for sustainability, Tesla is built on sustainability, right? The way you could get automobile on a platform which is way more sustainable is how he has built the brand. So and the thing about the cars was, everybody said electric cars are never going to be, they're not going to have that punch and they're not going to have that kind of a thing. But the first thing he did was, make it compete against a sports car and prove, and the thinking in the world changed. And look at the way electric vehicles are now picking up. China is doing, I think phenomenal leap. They have already taken, BYD being the number one brand now. I think the world is moving towards electric vehicles way faster now. So I think it's about, so from that perspective, I think he's one guy who can change your perception, right? So even developing a Starship and going to a Mars, and I mean, look at the way the world and all these agencies, aerospace agencies, have been there for so long, but nobody thought that you could land a rocket vertically, right? Yeah. So, but he changed the concept. He landed the rocket vertically, and then he got into this space that now everything is reusable, which makes it way more cost effective, and eventually you can now have that mobility which is way beyond anybody would have thought. So, and I think what he's, and not being from that domain, he's not a NASA engineer or anybody, right? Yeah. So somebody coming in from outside and doing something which, I would say humanity has never seen, it's a path-breaking approach that he takes.
And in doing that, he's becoming a big brand himself.
He himself is a brand. So, I mean, he can change the economies of the countries by a tweet. So, of course, his following is like crazy.
Wonderful. What are those factors that you think make him a brand? An individual a brand?
Yeah. So, I think one, so whatever he has said, so there might be a time delay, but he has delivered. So again,
so your promise, your promise and deliver aspect is there.
So he said, I'll make a fast electric car. He did that. He said, I'll make a reusable rocket. He did that, right? He is now promising that we will go to the Mars. I think we will, because it's been successful, this thing with Starship, and I think they've been very fairly successful so far. Not 100% there, but still very much there in all the attempts they have done. So I think so promising and then delivering is something which he has really been up to, and which has really made him a brand. So people take him seriously, even if something on the face of it, you might think what he's saying doesn't make sense, but at the back of your mind, that he will do it.
This is the future.
Yeah, this is the future. He will do it. And then you'll start believing in it. Yeah. So he's become so powerful that he can instill a thought in your mind right?
And then by the time,
grows.
yeah, and then it delivers over there.
It becomes a reality then.
Wonderful. Great. Mohit, thank you very much for joining us. It was lovely having you with us, and we're looking forward to a great conversation sometime once again. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Pranav. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
Thanks.
On prime time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your prime time starts here.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory, it is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
सर दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे है। We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. massive success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
This week on Get Me Right, after India's military response by way of Operation Sindoor, a major diplomatic offensive targeting 33 countries, most of which are either present or future UN Security Council members. A lowdown on how the geopolitics panned out as India set the new normal of offensive defense post-Pahalgam. Also, in times of overall American decline, the Roman Catholic Church gets its first American Pope in history. Does that address American identity crisis in any manner? Join me on your favorite deep dive show this weekend, only on Republic TV.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 5 p.m. this Saturday evening. The top story remains shocking revelations now being made in Balochistan. A top journalist has been killed by the Pakistan army. I'll bring you all the details on that story in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi chairs Niti Aayog meeting. Opposition chief ministers also in attendance. Man arrested for allegedly leaking BSF and Navy information to Pakistani handlers in Gujarat.
And we've come to understand through our discussions and deliberations with the lawmakers here that Russia stands with India in fighting terrorism.
Indian MPs expose Pakistan's lies globally, say India won't tolerate nuclear blackmail anymore. Big buzz in Bangladesh. Sources say that Yunus has called for a surprise meeting amid resignation rumors rife in Dhaka. Journalist Abdul Latif and his 7 family members are killed by Pakistani forces in Balochistan. Ladies and gentlemen, a shocking news story is developing in Balochistan province of Pakistan. Renowned journalist and Intikhab correspondent Abdul Latif has been killed by Pakistani forces in Balochistan in a shocking incident in the Maske subdivision of Avaran district in Balochistan. Renowned journalist and daily Intikhab correspondent Abdul Latif, son of Jan Mohammed, was shot and killed by personnel of the Pakistan Armed Forces at around 3 a.m. last night while he was asleep at home in front of his family members. It is worth noting that earlier on February 28th, 8 young men from the same family were summoned to an army camp from Abdul Latif Baloch's home and taken into custody. 4 were killed initially, followed by other 4, and their bodies were dumped. Amongst those killed was Abdul Latif's son, the young Saif Baloch, and now Abdul Latif Baloch, the top journalist from Balochistan, has been killed in cold blood by the Pakistan Armed Forces last night at around 3 a.m. in the Balochistan province. That's the big breaking news update coming in as tensions and internal turmoil rises in Pakistan's Balochistan province after Mir Baloch's declaration of independence. Now a crackdown on journalists. Abdul Latif, top Baloch journalist, shot dead in his own home. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in from Balochistan. The Balochistan Liberation Army has launched yet another fierce offensive against Pakistan after its sweeping success on Operation Head-Off in 2024 when all major highways across Balochistan were seized. BLA has now readied itself for a second wave of attacks. That's the latest breaking news update that is coming in as part of Operation Head-Off 2. BLA has conducted exercises at least in 51 locations, and this will now turn into a nightmare for Pakistan is what the BLA is saying. That's the big breaking news update. 51 locations are where BLA forces are carrying out exercises in what they are calling Operation Head-Off 2.0. This is going to be one of the most biggest operationalization of the BLA in the last 1 year after what BLA claimed to be the success of Operation Head-Off in 2024. They are now going to launch an offensive on all major highways across Balochistan, which was seized last year. That is something which is similar that the BLA is now claiming and challenging the Pakistan army on. That's the big breaking news update coming in from Balochistan. Ladies and gentlemen, top Baloch journalists killed by the Pakistani forces, and now the BLA preparing for Operation Head-Off 2. My colleague Iona joins us live from the newsroom with more breaking details as the BLA story and Balochistan back-to-back updates breaking in. Iona, what's the latest that we are picking up on Operation Head-Off 2?
Krutat, this phrase that this is going to be a nightmare for Pakistan really sums up the trouble that is, really creeping across Islamabad's western borders. And Pakistan must really wake up and smell the coffee and realize that the Baloch Liberation Army is not going to stop its offensive against the Pakistani forces after it has repeatedly claimed oppression, from the Shehbaz Sharif government or from the Munir army, for that matter of fact. In fact, just to bring you a little more details about Operation Herof 2, the BLA has carried out more than 71 coordinated attacks at over 51 areas across Balochistan over the last many months, targeting not just Pakistani military convoys, but their checkposts, and essentially claiming control over 20 locations across Balochistan, the very locations where, Islamabad enjoyed and cherished power for the longest time. And now what we're learning is that Operation Herof 2 will just be an extension of the first phase of the operation, wherein the Baloch Liberation Army carried out coordinated attacks in many regions, namely Bolan, Turbat, and in many other regions, Kalat, in fact. We all remember, what happened in the aftermath of Operation Kalat. And this is just all a part of the BLA's overall attempt to let Pakistan know that they are not going to back off, and this time the Baloch freedom movement is completely in sync, and it's trouble for Islamabad, Krutarth.
Interesting developments coming in Iona there. Just a week after they released the Jafar Express video that happened in March, now the BLA saying that a nightmare is brewing for the Pakistan Army. Shifting our focus now to the BSF. BSF Jawan Purnam Kumar Shaw, who was in the custody of Pakistan for nearly 20 days, was repatriated to India back on May 14th, and now the BSF Jawan has finally returned to his home. My colleagues spoke with the family of the BSF Jawan. Take a look at this report.
ये हम लोग फ़ौज में नौकरी कर रहे हैं, तो भगवान ना करे कि अगला कोई भी किसी के साथ, फ़ौज के सिपाही के साथ या किसी भी हमारे बंधु के साथ ऐसा समय गुजरे जो मेरे साथ हादसा हुआ। मैं नहीं चाहता कि और किसी के साथ दोबारा ये हादसा हो। जिस तरह की मैं सभी के आशीर्वाद से इंडिया वापस आ गया, क्या पता लाइफ में कभी वो ना आ पाए, तो इसलिए मेरे से अनुरोध है कि कभी भी हमारे जितने फौजी भाई हैं जिसके साथ ये घटना ना घटे।
आप बीएसएफ से हैं, आप जानते ही होंगे कि आप जब पाकिस्तान के हाथों किडनैप हुए थे तब ऐसा सिचुएशन था कि दोनों देश में तैनात था, दोनों देश में प्रॉब्लम चल रहा था, युद्ध का परिस्थिति था। तो ऐसा सिचुएशन में तो ये भी बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन उठ गया था कि आप लौट पाएंगे या नहीं। ऐसा कभी मन में आया था?
मैं पाकिस्तान में था, मुझे पता ही नहीं है कि हमारे इंडिया पाकिस्तान में युद्ध लग गया है, कि इंडिया में हो क्या रहा है, जिसके बारे में मुझे जहां रखा गया था उसके बारे में कुछ भी मेरे को नॉलेज नहीं दिया जा रहा था। सिर्फ मैं पाकिस्तानी का जो मुरादा था उसको फेच कर रहा था, और फेच करते और सभी के आशीर्वाद से मैं इंडिया वापस आ गया। इसके बारे में मुझे कुछ भी खबर नहीं था कि हमारे इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के अंदर में हो क्या रहा है, क्योंकि मैं अपने इंडिया में था ही नहीं, तो मुझे इस बारे में कुछ भी खबर नहीं हो रहा था कि हमारे देश में हो क्या रहा है। तो बस मैंने उस पाकिस्तानियों का फेच किया और सही सलामत में माँ बाप के पास आज के घर वापस लौटा।
आप जब लौटे, आप लौटने के बाद आपको पता चला कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो चुका है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कह के एक ऑपरेशन लॉन्च किया गया है। ये सुनने के बाद आपका रिएक्शन क्या था? ऐसा लग रहा था कि मुझे वहाँ होना चाहिए, मैं होता तो अच्छा होता इस सिचुएशन में?
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमारे BSF वाले ने भी काफ़ी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जवाब दिया है, और जो वहाँ पर प्रेजेंट थे उसका सही जवाब भी मिला है BSF के थ्रू। और हम पाकिस्तान में थे तो हमें बाद में पता चला कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो रहा है, तो उसमें थोड़ा सा मैं भी भय खा गया कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान मुझे कुछ खबर नहीं था, और मैं पाकिस्तान में बैठा था, तो आ पाऊँगा कि नहीं आ पाऊँगा। और वहाँ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो या कारगिल युद्ध हो, हमारे को ट्रेनिंग उस पर लड़ाई के दौरान रहने के लिए हर समय दिया जाता है और हमें रहना पड़ता है।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move our focus now to Bangladesh, where another big breaking news update is coming in. The planning advisor to the interim government in Bangladesh, Wahyuddin Mahmood, has said on Saturday that Chief Advisor Professor Muhammad Yunus will continue in his position, and so will all the other advisors. That's a big breaking update coming in from the interim government. The first official reactions amid Massive rumors rife on possible resignation or a coup-like situation in Bangladesh. One of the advisors now of the Yunus government, Wahidin Mahmood, who is the advisor of planning, is now claiming that there is no truth to this matter. In fact, he's gone on to say, he made this statement during a closed-door meeting of the Council of Advisors at the National Economic Council conference room at Sher-e-Bangla Nagar in Dhaka on Thursday, and this is coming at a time when Mohammad Yunus is also expected to meet BNP leaders and Jamaat-e-Islami leaders. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, pressure is mounting on Mohammad Yunus to conduct elections in Bangladesh. The Bangladesh Army Chief is also insisting that elections be held, and at such a time where a military coup-like situation is developing, there are speculations on whether Yunus will resign. However, his advisors claim that he may not resign. I have Prashanta Shilji joining us live, a political analyst live from Dhaka with more breaking updates on this entire situation. Sir, how do you see this entire statement coming in from the interim government and the speculation on whether or not Mohammad Yunus will retain his office or whether he will resign?
You know that the last 2 or 3 days, especially, we see that the rumor in social media and now on everything. That's a very sophisticated for the people of Bangladesh. We are having a very sort of conflict that any time the Professor Dr. Mohammad Yunus will be resigned. So today's meeting is very much, I think, it's very much crucial for the government because it's very clear to say what is happening beside the rumor and everything. So our planning advisor today mentioned that there is nothing to hear, but there isn't some pressure game at all here because there is some lots of evidence to come to hear from lots of question has come to hear from different side of a stakeholder of the government. Look like, and you can call in the military, look like and call the political leaders and also the government. So there is an triangle shape comment passing that is here. And today's very important meeting here from today, it may be possible in evening or night. That is the meeting with the two big parties in Bangladesh, especially in BNP and the Jamaat-e-Islami. So we are all focused that what is their bargaining the political parties still now, what is happening. But you know that there is some volatile and distrust situation between the present government, the Yunus government, and the other political parties. So I think it's a happening when you can just ruling the government. If you are distrust and this mandate happening, it's very tough to control the situation at all here. So you see that the present situation is not control the government at all here. Some political issues, the crime activities and other thinking. So it's a very tough situation to control how you can just disseminate this issue promptly. So this is a very question, and this meeting is very vital. And also our planning advisors mentioned that it's very tough to why they are coming in these the government. So it's a very questioning issues.
Indeed, very much thank you, Prashant Ashir, for those updates coming in as key meetings take place in Dhaka and the political uncertainty around Mohammad Yunus's tenure as interim advisor continues to remain in limbo. We'll be closely tracking these developments, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Even as guns have fallen silent along the line of control, the Indian Army remains on alert, closely monitoring every movement across the border. India has deployed medium-caliber weapons in forward positions, and the army is leaving nothing to chance. Surveillance has been intensified and patrols have been also stepping up in the frontline areas as remaining operational units on the front lines are exuding complete readiness. Watch this exclusive report filed by my colleague Gursimran from Jammu for more.
Republic is reporting from the ground zero where Pakistan was hammered by the border security force and their bunkers were totally decimated by the troops of the BSF. Right now we are in the Samba sector where the BSF's gun is still pointed towards the Pakistani post because Pakistan cannot be trusted. Though the guns have fallen silent, but here a befitting reply was given by the border security force decimating the Pakistani terror infrastructure as well as the Pakistani Rangers infrastructure that was there, making it very clear to the Pakistan side that they cannot actually afford any mischief along the international border. A line of control, what we saw, it's almost the double on the international border because it was BSF, and BSF proved to be lethal for the adversary as they have given them a befitting reply for the mischief that they were planning, and around 20 casualties to the Pakistan side has been confirmed. These are the post of the Pakistan that is on the radar of the border security force. That post still has a Pakistani flag, but it has been tilted down, and the Pakistan dare not to come to this side so that they can even fix the position of their national flag there. As we move upwards here, we will be in a better position to show you the damage that has been done to the Pakistani position, because this Pakistani position was the one from where a group of terrorists was trying to sneak in with the active assistance from the Pakistani Rangers as well as the Pakistani army. But now, as the threat is decimated, BSF is still keeping around the clock vigil on the situation that is prevailing here on the ground, because this area has been one of those areas that has seen multiple threats coming from across the border. And to the right of the Sarjivan is the Pakistani post that is there. This Pakistani post has been decimated, and the tricolor of Pakistan that you see here, that is now flying tilted. But Pakistan dare not to come, and now they are sending their civilians into this area for so-called caretaking of this very post that has been decimated by the Indian side. I am joined by the commanding officer of the BSF battalion that has been deployed here. Mr. Shekhar, how it was that day? Because there was a movement that was seen across the border, and the BSF response was way lethal than Pakistan has expected.
Yes, in war or in battle, it is always a surprise and the deception which plays a major role, in fact. And if enemy cannot guess you what is coming to him, that makes him impoverished. On that particular day, when we got the information, and the information was discussed with the higher headquarters, and then a plan was chalked out to decimate the terrorists or the infiltrators which were about to infiltrate into Indian territory. It is always better. It's always rather better to decimate the enemy in their field. The battle should always be fought in his own territory, not in our territory. And we did that. As far as the choice of the weapon is concerned, choice of the target is concerned, the one who takes initiative always gets upper hand.
Sir, what is the prevailing situation now? Because we are seeing that flag is still tilted. They dare not to come to even fix this one. How's their morale? Because they have been hit brutally.
As far as their morale is concerned, their morale is always in the boots. Those people are not being seen here. Even the maintenance of the bunkers is being done by the civilians, or they may be doing it in the civil clothes, but they are not manning it also. As far as you are seeing this flag has not been changed. So, and there are other posts also in the near vicinity where the flag even not has been hoisted since 8th of night.
So, sir, can we say that they will not dare to even come from this side or any escalation from this side in near future because they have been hit brutally?
No, as a ceasefire has been declared, but I cannot say that enemy cannot be trusted, and we are ready. In fact, whenever he comes, we will give him the befitting reply, and this time we will not leave him like this.
So this time we will not leave him like this. This is the words that are coming from the border security force, and this is very clear that what BSF has given this time is just a trailer, and the actual picture is Baki, as said by the Raksha Mantri of the country.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was Republic Border Dispatch from the Samba district. Meanwhile, getting in more breaking news updates coming from the state of Assam. Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has informed that 76 people have been arrested for anti-national comments. Himanta said the total of 76 arrested till now in the crackdown on Pakistan sympathizers in Assam. That's the big breaking news update coming in from the state of Assam. The Chief Minister has confirmed that 76 people have been arrested in connection to anti-India activities and statements sympathizing Pakistan in Assam. That's the big breaking news update that we're tracking at this hour. I have my colleague Anirudh also joining us live from Guwahati with more updates on the story. Anirudh, tell us more about this massive crackdown on Pakistan sympathizing network in the state of Assam.
Yes, the Assam police have been cracking down on the Pak sympathizers, and as per of the drive that is concerned, so far 76 individuals have been arrested by the police, and of these 76 individuals we also have one MLA There is AIDF MLA Aminul Islam, who was in fact the second arrest as far as Pak sympathizing comments are concerned. He had questioned the Pahalgam incident. He also tried to equate Pulwama and Pahalgam as state-sponsored terrorism, and that is the reason why he has been slapped with NSA. And as far as this other 76 arrests are concerned, among them also there are many repeated offenders or those who have been taking the side of Pakistan from time to time, and they have been also slapped with the National Security Act. The Assam Police as well as the Chief Minister of the state has made it very clear that anyone who is a repeat offender or who has been repeatedly taking the side of Pakistan or giving Pak supportive comments on social media, they will be dealt with very firmly, and the National Security Act will be slapped on the repeated offenders.
Thank you very much, Anirudh, for those details coming in as a massive crackdown on the Pakistan sympathizing network continues in the state of Assam.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now. We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory, it is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage.
From Operation Sindoor to Operation Black Forest, we decode how Indian forces are wiping out terror. The first visit since Operation Sindoor. Why Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, is heading to Moscow. Also, we help you understand the star performer of Operation Sindoor, India's indigenous air defense system, the Akash Tir. And also ground reports from the LOC and border. All that and more at 5:30 p.m. on Forces First with me, Rakshita Mishra.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism.
Fighting terror from across the border or fighting the Red Terror, our forces have left no corner and no stone unturned to decimate the enemy as they keep the nation first. And here on Republic TV, we keep the forces first, the nation first. I am Rakshita Mishra. Let's begin.
दुनिया ने और देश के दुश्मनों ने भी देख लिया कि जब सिंदूर बारूद बन जाता है तो नतीजा क्या होता है। सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की, मैं देश नहीं मिटने दूंगा, मैं देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा।
Operation Sindoor is not over. It only remains suspended for the time being. The Indian Army remains alert. We will respond yet again.
जो हिंदुस्तान का लहू बहाते थे, आज कतरे कतरे का हिसाब चुकाया है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये उसका जवाब है। आज पूरी दुनिया हमारी सेना की वीरता और मारक क्षमता की भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा कर रही है।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
The roar of our leaders, the roar of the Indian forces is reverberating north to south, east to west, viewers. And remember, the operation is not over. And the first visit since Operation Sindoor is going to happen as far as NSA is concerned. It's a crucial visit that's on the card. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is heading to Moscow next week to attend the 13th International Meeting of High Representatives for Security Issues. Now, this is his first visit to a country since the operation began. Now, why is this important? What we understand is that during this Russia visit, Ajit Doval will push for the expedited delivery of 2 pending squadrons of the S-400 air defense systems, the Sudarshan Chakra. S-400, India's long-range and high-precision shield, which has proved its strategic value during the historic Operation Sindoor, has thwarted all the drone strikes attempted from across the border. And as India continues to stay on alert and fights against terror, the boost for air defense system is more important than ever. Remember, the US 3 years ago had publicly said that it was discouraging India from going ahead with acquiring the S-400 from Russia. Today, it is for the world to see why India resisted every pressure from outside or inside, viewers. So this is a strategic push amid Operation Sindoor, and this is going to be an important visit. And viewers, we also spoke to defense expert Major General Sivach on that. Listen in. We have been joined by defense expert Major General A.K. Sivach. Now, General Sivach, this is of course NSA Ajit Doval's first visit since Operation Sindoor, and he heads to Moscow. Now, this becomes very, very important given the fact that how a crucial role has been played by S-400, the deal with Russia, and also the fact that the BrahMos missile that was used to decimate several bases in Pakistan was also jointly developed by India and Russia.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. As far as Russian equipment is concerned, has proved to be very, very effective and robust. In fact, BrahMos missile, which has been jointly produced by India and Russia, this is the best cruise missile in the world today. The way it has operated and also come victorious in Indo-Pak, this conflict of 4 days, everyone to see this is the best cruise missile with a 3 Mach speed, and it cannot be detected because it goes very close to the earth. At the same time, it was S-400 which made a lot of difference, because the S-400 is the best air defense system available today in the world, and no denying the fact that no rocket, missile or drone could penetrate through the multi-layered of the air defense system, in which S-400 was one of them. Then there was Akash, then there was a Barak 9 missile, as well as it has Ju-23M Shirkas and L-70 and anti-drone. But overall, one can say with a lot of pride that the jointly produced BrahMos as well as S-400 were one of those which proved to be most effective in this conflict of 4 days.
And so how do you see in the Indo-Russia relationship? Because there has been a consistency if you talk about this bilateral ties between the two countries, especially if you see how Russia has been playing a counterweight to countries from Eurasia, especially in such times, and it's been a historic a bonding with Russia. So, in the wake of the current situation, how crucial you feel Russia is right now for India?
Russia is very important for us in the sense, the point is that not too many countries come openly with India as far as Pakistan is concerned. Though Pakistan stand isolated, there are also only 3 countries with Pakistan today, that is China, Turkey and Azerbaijan. But India was expecting that the role which Europe should have played was a very, one can say, emphatic role of denouncing the terrorism which has been perpetrated by Pakistan. But unfortunately, that has not happened that much. And so is the US. But Russia has come up openly. Russia has come, always stood with India, and Russia has in no uncertain terms said that they denounce terrorism in all forms.
Absolutely. It indeed has been most consistent partner as far as the anti-terror, counter-terror cooperation is concerned, and the fact that there is this very important understanding and realization now that why India had resisted all the pressure from United States as well. Just 3 years back, we had United States pressurizing us not to buy the S-400, but today, India's stand and resistance is now vindicated, isn't it?
Absolutely, no doubt about it. There was a huge pressure that there will be a Karta which will be put, counting America's adversary through Sanction Act, that we must not take S-400. They put Karta on Turkey, and they also, once they have taken S-400, they refused to give them F-35. They also put Karta on, that is economic sanction against China. But certainly there was huge pressure on India, but India stood by it. India said, no, S-400 is the best air defense system. It meets the requirement. When we wanted a very good system from Europe and US, they refused, especially terminally high-altitude area defense system called THAAD and Patriot missile, and hence we went for S-400. But I can say with a lot of conviction, ultimately US realized that, and they did not have any heart to put Karsa or economic sanction against us, and we now have proudly S-400, which proved to be very, very effective in this 4 days conflict.
General Sivach, always a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV with your expert insights on the story.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So why S-400 is very important and what role has it played, viewers, in this operation? Now, successfully neutralized the hostile Pakistani targets. We all know how it had thwarted all the attempts and neutralized all the hostile Pak targets. Next, it tracked the targets as far as 600 kilometers with precision. So the precision is the key word over here. Also, it intercepted the threats at ranges up to 400 kilometers. That's the significance of S-400 as well. So the threats up to 400 kilometers were also intercepted, and it tracked and engaged multiple aerial threats as well. So it continues to be one of the topmost air defense systems, and not just that, it provided a robust shield over Indian airspace as well. So in fact, we've seen that there were Pakistani drone strikes attempted in several cities across India, and S-400 was the one playing a very important part, viewers. And in fact, if we talk about now the status of the deal as far as the S-400 is concerned, it's a big defense push that India is going for in this visit as well. So NSA Doval, of course, will be visiting Moscow next week, as we told you. Now, 3 out of the 5 S-400 squadrons have already been delivered. They are here in India. Now, we want to expedite the process. Fast-tracking of remaining 2 S-400 squadrons is in focus. That is what is on agenda in this visit of the NSA. So it's going to be, of course, a big boost to India-Russia ties, the defense ties. They have been, very strong ties historically, as they have been together in the counter-terrorism operations for decades now. And NSA will also visit. NSA visit happens after the parliamentary delegation's Moscow visit as well. So it is, of course, a very big push, a big boost for India's defense ties with Russia. Also, we shift our focus now, viewers. The anti-terror operation, the anti-red terror operation, the crackdown on red terror continues in Chhattisgarh. After 2 back-to-back operations in the Red Corridor, 24 Maoists have surrendered before the police. That signal another blow to the red terror. Out of these 24 Maoist, viewers, 20 of them had a bounty of around 87.5 lakh rupees. Now, the crackdown is part of a larger anti-Maoist operation that spans across Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra. And remember, this follows Home Minister Amit Shah's stern message on making India free from red terror. And the deadline, of course, is in 2026. And we see that red terror is right now at its last. It is breathing its last. My colleague Akil Jamil has been reporting from Ground Zero. He is going to share us the situation from Narayanpur. Over to you, Akil. This is a big success. First, what we saw, the top commander like Basavaraju have been eliminated. This has been going on for years. If we see over the past 1 or 2 years, the announcement of bounties for these top commanders have actually yielded efforts. And there has been a crackdown on all levels. The fact that the backbone has been struck this time by our forces, Akil.
Well, that's right, Rakshita. If you see what we have been seeing, that this is a major flashpoint in the Maoist operation. Because if you see earlier what we have seen, that in just 2024, if you just talk about, there were 219 Maoists who have been neutralized in the year 2024. But if you just talk about the data which is shared by the Indian government, what we have seen that just in the 5 months, if you just look at the data from January to May, what we have been seeing that over 200 Maoists have been neutralized in the southern region of Chhattisgarh, which include the Bastar division. If you talk about the 7 districts in that region, what we have seen that Bijapur is one of the prominent regions in this entire Bastar division, which has been majorly affected by Maoists. In that region, what we have seen that if you just see 2 operations, back-to-back operations have been conducted jointly by the CRPF team and the Chhattisgarh police team. In the first operation that was started back then in the month of April 21st, what we have seen that in a 21-day-long operation, 31 Maoists have been neutralized, which include 16 women. In the second operation, which was a consecutive operation, operation to basically hunt down a senior Maoist leader, Basava Raju, who was basically hunt down in Abujamar area. Abujamar area is an unmanned area, used to be for decades long battle. What we have been seeing that he was basically hidden in those forests of Abujamar, which basically encompasses 3 different districts, which include Bijapur. Not only Bijapur, apart from that, if you see the Bastar region area and Kondagaon and Narayanpur area. So in that region, the security forces of 4 different districts, which include Narayanpur, Kondagaon and Bijapur. So these 3 district DRG officials and the STF officials have jointly conducted this operation, and in that operation what we have seen that 27 Maoists have been neutralized, and unfortunately 2 DRG personnel have also been martyred in this entire operation. So that's a big development that we are seeing. Apart from that, what we have been seeing that there's a change in the trend in the southern belt of Chhattisgarh, and this very morning what we have seen that the Bijapur SP, while speaking to the Republic Media Network, has confirmed this. Mr. Jitendra Kumar, who is the SP of Bijapur, he has confirmed this to me that in this very operation, after this very operation, what has happened that 24 Maoists have basically surrendered to the police, which include Battalion number 1 and Company number 2, 2 senior commanders who have basically had a bounty of 10 lakh rupees and 5 lakh rupees. Both of them have surrendered before the police. So it's a very welcoming step. And what we have been seeing earlier, if you see, Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah has given a direct call that by the end of March 2026, we will be able to completely wipe out Maoism. So by going by that mandate, what we have been seeing that the security forces, which include the CAPF, Central Armed Police Force, different units, different commands. Apart from that, if you see the Chhattisgarh police team, both of them working in tandem, in collaboration to bring out that mandate of basically hunting down those Maoists in that southern region of Chhattisgarh.
Yes, of course, a big win for the forces and, of course, the political will behind it. Thank you so much, Akhil, for joining us, reporting from Ground Zero in Narayanpur. And viewers, now we shift our focus to the exclusive inputs that we're getting in. My colleague Satya Vijay has spoken to IG Bastar P. Sundaraj on Operation Black Forest success.
पीएम मोदी से लेकर देश के गृहमंत्री से लेकर छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री तक सभी इस ऑपरेशन की काफी तारीफ कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि इसे सबसे बड़ा ऑपरेशन बताया जा रहा है। कहा जा रहा है कि नक्सलवाद की रीढ़ की हड्डी टूट गई है इस ऑपरेशन से।
21 मई 2025 नक्सल विरोधी अभियान के इतिहास में काफी एक महत्वपूर्ण और निर्णायक दिन। उस दिनांक को डीआरजी टीम और माओवादियों के बीच में हुई मुठभेड़ में सीपीएम माओवादी संगठन का जनरल सेक्रेटरी, पूरा माओवादी संगठन का नंबर 1 टॉप कैडर है, उनका डेड बॉडी को सुरक्षा बल द्वारा मुठभेड़ के पश्चात रिकवर किए गए थे। उनके साथ साथ टोटल 27 माओवादियों का डेड बॉडी को सुरक्षा बल ने रिकवर किए थे। जिस तरीके से वर्ष 2024 में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा माओवादियों के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक लड़ाई लड़ते हुए 217 माओवादियों का डेड बॉडी बस्तर संभाग में बरामद की गई, तो उसके अलावा और अन्य कई माओवादी का इस मुठभेड़, अलग अलग मुठभेड़ में मार गिराया होगा, लेकिन उनका डेड बॉडीज हमने किसी के कारण से रिकवर नहीं कर पाए थे। लेकिन 2024 में सुरक्षा बल ने माओवादियों को काफी बड़ा झटका लाए थे। उस बढ़त को आगे ले जाते हुए 2025 में भी काफी निर्णायक बढ़त हम तक को प्राप्त हुआ। इन सबसे ऐतिहासिक जो घटनाक्रम रहा 21 मई 2025 को, जिसमें सुरक्षा बल ने सीपीएम माओवादी संगठन का जो प्रमुख है, जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी और पोलिट ब्यूरो मेंबर, वो पूरा संगठन का सरगना है, उनका डेड बॉडी रिकवर किए गए थे। ये नक्सल विरोधी अभियान की पूरा घटनाक्रम में ये काफ़ी एक महत्वपूर्ण जो हिसाब से इसको देख सकता है, और निश्चित रूप से आने वाला बहुत जल्दी नक्सल संगठन का खात्मा सुनिश्चित होगा और क्षेत्र में विकास कार्य को गति मिलेगा और एक शांति व्यवस्था स्थापित होने साथ साथ बस्तर के लिए एक नया आइडेंटिटी भी प्राप्त होगा।
सप्लाई चेन तोड़ दी है आपने नक्सलियों की, तो लेकिन इनके पास जो हथियार बरामद हुए वो तो काफी हाईटेक रहे।
जैसा जितना भी जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस से पूर्व में लूटा गया हथियार है, AK-47, SLR, इंसास, इन सभी तमाम हथियार को हम हाल फिलहाल में जितना भी एनकाउंटर्स हुआ, इसमें काफ़ी सैकड़ों की संख्या में हमने रिकवर बैक किया, और उनके पास जो लोकली फैब्रिकेटेड जो BGL शेल्स है या BGL लॉन्चर्स है और अन्य जितना भी वेपन्स है, उसके जो फैक्ट्री के ऊपर भी हमने विगत दिनों में काफ़ी अच्छा कार्रवाई किया। जैसा अभी कोरागुटलो हिल्स में जो हमारा अभियान लगभग 21 दिन चला है, इस दौरान हमने उनका 4 ऐसा जो टेक्निकल फैसिलिटी वाला जो लोकेशन को हमने हाइड आउट को सर्च किया, उसको डिस्ट्रॉय किया। उसमें काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में लेथ मशीन और इस प्रकार का जो बीजे लॉन्चर्स शेल्स बनाने के उनके पास जो भी मटेरियल्स थे उन सबको भी डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इससे माओवादियों का जो फायर पावर काफ़ी हद तक अभी कम होते जा रहा है। उनके पास संख्या बल भी पहले की तुलना में काफ़ी कम हो चुकी है।
Viewers, even as the guns have fallen silent along the line of control, the Indian Army remains on high alert, closely monitoring every movement across the border. India has deployed medium-caliber weapons in forward positions. The Army is leaving nothing to chance. Surveillance has been intensified, patrols have been stepped up, and frontline units remain in a state of operational readiness. Watch our exclusive report filed by my colleague Simran Singh.
Republic is reporting from the ground zero where Pakistan was hammered by the border security force and their bunkers were totally decimated by the troops of the BSF. Right now we are in the Samba sector where the BSF's gun is still pointed towards the Pakistani post because Pakistan cannot be trusted. Though the guns have fallen silent, but here a befitting reply was given by the border security force decimating the Pakistani terror infrastructure as well as the Pakistani Rangers infrastructure that was there, making it very clear to the Pakistan side that they cannot actually afford any mischief along the international border. A line of control, what we saw, it's almost the double on the international border because it was BSF and BSF proved to be lethal for the adversary as they have given them a befitting reply for the mischief that they were planning, and around 20 casualties to the Pakistan side has been confirmed. These are the posts of the Pakistan that is on the radar of the border security force. That post still has a Pakistani flag but it has been tilted down and the Pakistan dare not to come to this side so that they can even fix the position of their national flag there. As we move upwards here, we will be in a better position to show you the damage that has been done to the Pakistani position because this Pakistani position was the one from where a group of terrorists was trying to sneak in with the active assistance from the Pakistani Rangers as well as the Pakistani army. But now, as the threat is decimated, BSF is still keeping around the clock vigil on the situation that is prevailing here on the ground because this area has been one of those areas that has seen multiple threats coming from across the border, and to the right of the Sarjivan is the Pakistani post that is there. This Pakistani post has been decimated and the tricolor of Pakistan that you see here, that is now flying tilted, but Pakistan dare not to come and now they are sending their civilians into this area for so-called caretaking of this very post that has been decimated by the Indian side. I am joined by the commanding officer of the BSF battalion that has been deployed here. Mr. Shekhar, how it was that day? Because there was a movement that was seen across the border and the BSF response was way lethal than Pakistan has expected.
Yes, in war or in battle, it is always a surprise and the deception which plays a major role in fact. And if enemy cannot guess you what is coming to him, that makes him impoverished. On that particular day when we got the information and the information was discussed with the higher headquarters and then a plan was chalked out to decimate the terrorists or the infiltrators which were about to infiltrate into Indian territory. It is always better, better to decimate the enemy in their field. The battle should always be fought in his own territory, not in our territory. And we did that as far as the choice of the weapon is concerned, choice of the target is concerned. The one who takes initiative always gets upper hand.
Sir, what is the prevailing situation now? Because we are seeing that flag is still tilted. They dare not to come to even fix this one. How's their morale? Because they have been hit brutally.
As far as their morale is concerned, their morale is always in the boots. Those people are not being seen here. Even the maintenance of the bunkers is being done by the civilians, or they may be doing it in the civil clothes, but they are not manning it also. As far as you are seeing this flag has not been changed. So, and there are other posts also in the near vicinity where the flag even not has been hoisted since 8th of night.
So, sir, can we say that they will not dare to even come from this side or any escalation from this side in near future because they have been hit brutally?
No, as a ceasefire has been declared, but I cannot say that enemy cannot be trusted, and we are ready. In fact, whenever he comes, we will give him the befitting reply, and this time we will not leave him like this.
So this time we will not leave him like this. This is the words that are coming from the border security force, and this is very clear that what BSF has given this time is just a trailer and the actual picture is baki, as said by the Raksha Mantri of the country.
And now my colleague Aravat has also been tracking the developments from the LOC. He gets this report from the last BSF bunker as the first line of defense continues to keep India safe.
Republic crew has reached the forward location in the Jammu and Kashmir. We have recently seen that the operations have been intensified across the line of control areas in the Kashmir Valley. We have recently seen that the Operation Sindoor, in which we have seen that the multiple launching pads in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir have been destroyed by our forces. Then after we have seen there are the intelligence-based inputs that there is attempt of the infiltration by the Jaish and the Lashkar terrorists in the various parts along the line of control area in the Kashmir region. And then after we have seen security has been intensified, and you can see that these are the important routes, and you can see these are the difficult terrains where you can see that the combing operation is going on. This forward location is very much close to the line of control area in the Kashmir Valley. For the security reasons, we will not mention the exact location of the ongoing operation, and you can see how the troopers of the BSF and other paramilitary security forces are doing the multiple kind of operations at the various sensitive locations across the Kashmir Valley. We have got the multiple intelligence reports that there is desperate attempt by the terrorists from the launching pads to infiltrate to this side, but we have seen that the alertness of the forces, we have seen that the area like these, if Firdaus can show you from this very side, and you can see the difficult terrains where the ongoing operations are going on. We have recently seen in this area that the multiple anti-terror operations was conducted by the Joint Security Forces, in which we have seen that a large quantity of the cages of arms and ammunition have been recovered by the Joint Security Forces. But yes, that the intelligence has once again sounded alert in this area that there is possibility that the Jaish and Lashkar terrorists may infiltrate to this side.
From patrolling the line to the pounding the enemy, the Indian Army in Tangdhar has also shown that even the toughest terrain bows before them. Here's my colleague Harsha's report.
Right now we are at Air Defence Forward Post, and how the drill is being done here. We'll show you the drill exactly. I'll ask my camera person Gaurav to exactly post at the drill right now. The drill which is being conducted here is exactly the drill how Operation Sindoor was conducted, and how at the intervening night of 6th and 7th, how the air defense system actually worked from the forward post. And from here, the POK location, if we talk about, is not very far. The Muzaffarabad 2 terror launch pads were exactly targeted from here by the air defense system of our Indian Army. And also there's a proper radar and the control center and the command center from where the commands were entrusted. And this is the drill. Right now on our camera, how this L-70 air defense gun works. This is exactly how it worked, and for many days this drill was being performed, and therefore it also cracked down and destroyed and intercepted the hostile target from Pakistan.
Republic continues to get you the most extensive ground coverage from the front lines. Now, viewers, we leave you with this powerful message from the Indian Army. Jai Hind.
Aggression dared to cross our borders, we rose higher. Not with words, but with resolve. We are bound by duty to our nation and devoted to every citizen we serve. We stand guard over every life, every inch, every hope, in every circumstance. The Indian Army. When duty calls, we answer without pause.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most.
सर, दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है, एक नीचे है।
We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
This week on Get Me Right, after India's military response by way of Operation Sindoor, a major diplomatic offensive targeting 33 countries, most of which are either present or future UN Security Council members. A lowdown on how the geopolitics panned out as India set the new normal of offensive defense post-Pahalgam. Also, in times of overall American decline, the Roman Catholic Church gets its first American Pope in history. Does that address American identity crisis in any manner? Join me on your favorite deep dive show this weekend, only on Republic TV.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
A very warm welcome, viewers. Welcome to the Saturday edition of 6 Stories at 6. You're watching this show with me, Rakshita Mishra, and we bring you all the 6 stories that have made the headlines today and what we think have defined the day's news agenda. The first of the 6 comes to you from the state of Chhattisgarh, where 24 Maoists have surrendered today after back-to-back operations against the threat of Red Terror. The tale of the defeat of the Maoists and flag is to look out for. Our second story puts focus on External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar's strong message from the global stage at Berlin after Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Shah and the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's warning. It is Dr. Jaishankar now who has set the record straight with Islamabad that their new threats do not matter at all. India will never budge. Next, we'll take you through the latest details of the notorious Pak spy network, which has brought to fore a new name. This is the story of a man from Kutch, the man who worked closely with ISI handlers. Then we shift our focus to West Bengal, where BSF Jawan Purnam Shaw has recently been reunited with his family after days of captivity and torture under the Pakistani ranges. This is an exclusive testimony you do not want to miss. Listen in to his ordeal. And also, our fifth story sums up yet another political face-off between the BJP and the Congress party after Rahul Gandhi's bizarre claims over Operation Sindoor. This time, it is BJP MP Nishikant Dubey exposing Congress itself, taking back back to the history of the 1965 war and, of course, talking about the 1971 Indo-Pak Pact. And finally, it's a new era for Test cricket, Indian Test cricket, from a 17-year-old batting prodigy to India's newest Test captain, the young Shubman Gill, was set to lead the Indian squad. And we'll be starting with the top story right now, viewers. And this is, of course, the crackdown on Red Terror that continues. And today there has been another big achievement for our forces, viewers. 24 hardcore Maoists have surrendered before the forces in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district today. And of the 24 Maoists who turned themselves in, 20 attracted a combined cash reward, a bounty of 87.50 lakh, 87 lakh 50,000 rupees. The big surrender comes just days after the forces gunned down 31 Maoists, including top cadre Basavaraju, top commander Basavaraju, in the forests of Abujmad on the Narayanpur-Bijapur border. Akil Jamil joins us live on the broadcast from Narayanpur. Akil, well, it's a big win for the Indian forces. Of course, we've seen the top leadership is being eliminated, and not just that, the Maoists are also turning themselves in. This is a big figure. What is the latest?
Well, that's right, Dakshita. If you see at this point in time, the latest breaking development that we are getting from Bijapur is that 24 Maoists who were basically seen as the hardcore Maoists, they have surrendered before the Bijapur police. And what we have seen that the SP of Bijapur, Mr. Jitendra Kumar, has confirmed this to us, and he has said that out of the 24 Maoists, 20 Maoists were basically who were basically rewarded a bounty on their head. So it's a big development that we are getting from Bijapur. Apart from that, if you see what earlier few days back, what we have seen that in the Operation Abujmar, the senior leadership of the Maoists were basically neutralized, and after that there has been a crisis in the leadership in the Maoists, and after that what we have been seeing in the southern region of Chhattisgarh, which include Bastar, not only Bastar, because if you see the Kondagaon region, and apart from that the Bijapur region, in those three areas of Indravati National Park, what we have been seeing that several Maoists have so far surrendered in those regions. And if you just go by the earlier account given by the government, in that what we have seen that in the year 2024 there were approximately 219 Maoists which have basically put their arms and joined the mainstream. And out of those 219 Maoists, 217 were from the Bastar division. And this year, if you just talk about the statistical data from 2025, what we have been seeing that at present more than 200 Maoists have been just put up their arms and joined the mainstream in the month of January to April. So this is a big development that is coming from the southern region of Chhattisgarh. Back to you.
Thank you so much for getting us those inside details of that operation against Red Terror. Thanks so much, Akil. Now we shift our focus, viewers, to more updates that we have as far as the Operation Sindoor is concerned. In fact, viewers, we will be telling you more updates from Chhattisgarh as well, because these are the visuals that are very important as we speak over them. It's a surrender in a huge number in Bijapur by those who have been at the forefront of Maoist terrorism. And now we continue to get you more updates. Now shift our focus to the other story that we've been tracking for you, acknowledging the German support for Operation Sindoor and India's right to self-defense post the Pahalgam terror attack. Of course, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says that no country would condone the horrific events of the 22nd of April. Now, weighing in on the Pahalgam massacre, Jaishankar said that the manner of killings, after determining the faith of the victims, was meant to stoke religious discord within the country and wreck the tourism economy of Jammu and Kashmir. Here, Dr. Jaishankar.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar thanked Germany for supporting and acknowledging India's right to self-defense after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack. On a crucial visit to Germany to present India's case against cross-border terrorism emanating from Pakistani soil, Jaishankar weighed in on the larger plot behind the barbaric Pahalgam killings. Speaking at an interaction at the German Council on Foreign Relations, Jaishankar said the horrific events of April 22nd were meant to strike fear among tourists and wreck the tourism economy of Jammu and Kashmir.
This was a horrific, particularly brutal
terrorist attack because it was meant to create a fear psychosis and destroy the tourism economy of Kashmir, which is the mainstay.
They said the manner of singling out the victims for the faith was also meant to sow the seeds of religious discord in the country.
And it was also meant in a way to sow religious discord, the manner in which it was done. So what we were responding to was terrorism.
In a veiled message to Turkey, Jaishankar said no country would stand up for or condone the horrendous killings of April 22nd.
When it comes to terrorism, I think today, there's virtually no country which would say, I approve of what is done. Or no country which would say, I don't condemn what was done.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan came out in Pakistan's support post-Operation Sindoor, stoking a wave of public anger against Turkey. Raising the cost on Turkey for its pro-Pakistan stance, the centre cancelled the contract with top Turkish aviation firm Celabi, while travel bookings to Turkey went on a freefall. Top trade bodies also lent chorus to calls for snapping commercial ties with the Islamic nation. Jaishankar said India reserves the right to defend itself and its people when faced with terror.
If I were to say I have the right to defend myself, my people, I have the right to secure my country, I think much of the world would agree with me. And I'm happy to say that Germany does.
Invoking the statement of support from German Foreign Minister Johann Wafer, he said India was encouraged by the global acknowledgement of its right to self-defense.
We are very encouraged both by the very early condemnation of the terrorist attack, as well as the very clear message which we got on the 7th of May and again today from Minister Warefull, that Germany recognizes India's right to defend itself against terrorism.
The plain speaking by Jaishankar is likely to buttress India's efforts to globally isolate Pakistan post-Pahalgam and Operation Sindoor.
In another big development, a big catch for the police and intelligence amid the ongoing crackdown on India's enemies within. Another Pakistani spy has been now arrested from Gujarat's Kutch. Now, the spy has been identified as Sahdev Singh Gohil, a health worker who was allegedly in touch with Pakistan's external espionage agency, that is the ISI. Take a listen into the reaction coming in on that.
ATS गुजरात द्वारा सहदेव सिंह दीपूबा गोहिल करके एक मल्टीपर्पस हेल्थ वर्कर जो कच्छ में काम करता है उसको धरपकड़ करके एक केस दाखिल किया है, जिसका डिटेल्स ऐसा है कि हमारा जो पुलिस सब इंस्पेक्टर राहुल गरचर को एक बातमी मिली थी कि सहदेव सिंह गोहिल नाम का एक हेल्थ वर्कर एक पाकिस्तानी एजेंट को BSF अने इंडियन नेवी का कुछ गुप्त माहिती उनको शेयर कर रहे थे। ये इन्फॉर्मेशन हमको मिलने के बाद हमने एक टीम बनाया था जिसका लीडर DYSP हर्ष उपाध्याय, उनके अंडर PI पीयूष देसाई साहब, PSI धर्मेंद्र राठौड़, PSI राहुल गरचर अने PSI परेश वसावे के अंदर एक टीम बनाया गया था। उसके अंदर हमने एक ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस एज वेल एज टेक्निकल एनालिसिस के द्वारा हमने पूछपरछ करके 1 मार्च को प्राथमिक तपास के लिए एक्यूज्ड को यहाँ बुलाया गया था 1 मई को। उस दौरान हमको ये पता चला कि 2023 जून जुलाई उस दौरान अदिति वरद्वाज करके एक नाम की लड़की व्हाट्सएप माध्यम से सहदेव सिंह गोहिल को संपर्क में आया था। बातचीत बढ़ी है, उसके बाद उन दोनों की बातों में ये पता चला, उन्होंने क्लियर किया, इसको कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके इसको पता चला कि पाकिस्तानी एजेंट थी। उसके बाद कुछ उनके एरिया में जो सीक्रेट क्या बोलते हैं BSF एंड इंडियन नेवी का जो भी गुप्त कंस्ट्रक्शंस है और अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन एज वेल एज जो न्यूली कंस्ट्रक्टेड एरियाज है उसका फोटोज और वीडियोस मांगी थी। उसके दौरान 2023 एंड से इसने उस व्हाट्सएप माध्यम से उसका वीडियोस एज वेल एज फोटोज उसको शेयर करना शुरू किया था। उस दौरान 2025 बिगिनिंग में सहदेव गोहिल ने उसने खुद के आधार कार्ड से एक सिम लिया था और उस सिम से एक व्हाट्सएप एक्टिवेट करके ओटीपी के थ्रू अदिति भारद्वाज को दिया गया था। उसी नंबर पे उसके बाद से जितने भी बीएसएफ और इंडियन नेवी का जो सीक्रेट कंस्ट्रक्टेड बिल्डिंग्स है वो सारा उसको शेयर करते थे और उस अराउंड उसी दौरान ने एक आदमी ने इनको 40,000 का रोकड़ भी इसको पहुंचा गया था। उसी दौरान इसको ध्यान में लेते हुए इसके फ़ोन को हमने एफएसएल को भेजा गया था। उसका एनालिसिस करके हमको पता चला जो भी व्हाट्सएप जो अदिति भारद्वाज नाम से यूज़ करते थे, जो दूसरे नंबर एज वेल एज जो पहले नंबर था, वो दोनों पाकिस्तान से यूज़ किया गया था। इसी दौरान ये सारा इंफॉर्मेशन हमको क्लियरली मेंशन करता है कि ये क्रिमिनल कंस्पिरेसी अगेंस्ट इंडिया के तौर पे होता है। तो इसके विरुद्ध में हमने
Now, it's been homecoming for BSF Jawan Purnam Kumar Shaw, who has been in captivity across the border by the Pakistan Rangers for nearly 3 weeks. He returned to a hero's welcome to his village after being freed. Now, Shaw had inadvertently crossed the international border near Firozpur of Punjab, and he was detained by the Pakistani Rangers. The Braveheart relived his captivity in an exclusive conversation with my colleague Pinky. Take a listen in.
20 दिन के इंतजार, 20 दिन के बाद पूनम कुमार शाह बीएसएफ जवान घर को लौटे। बंगाल का लड़का है पूनम कुमार शाह। पूरा बंगाल इंतजार में थे कि कब लौटेंगे पूनम जी। क्यों बंगाल, क्यों पूरा देश इंतजार में था, क्योंकि अभिनंदन विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन के पास बाद ऐसा सिचुएशन फिर से एक बार दोहराया गया जहां पर पाकिस्तान किडनैप करके रखा था बीएसएफ जवान को। 20 दिन के बाद वो घर लौटे। हमारे साथ है पूनम कुमार शाह। पूनम जी, आपको बहुत सारे शुभकामनाएं और वेलकम फिर से इंडिया आने के लिए। और आपका लड़ाई बहुत इजी नहीं था, कैसा दिन गुजरा ये 20 दिन, कैसा था आपके लिए मानसिक भाव? कितना प्रॉब्लम हुआ?
ये हम लोग फौज में नौकरी कर रहे हैं तो भगवान ना करे कि अगला कोई भी किसी के साथ, फौज के सिपाही के साथ या किसी भी हमारे बंधु के साथ ऐसा समय गुजरे जो मेरे साथ हादसा हुआ। मैं नहीं चाहता कि और किसी के साथ दोबारा ये हादसा हो। जिस तरह की मैं सभी के आशीर्वाद से इंडिया वापस आ गया, क्या पता लाइफ में कभी वो ना आ पाए। तो इसलिए मेरे से अनुरोध है कि कभी भी हमारे जितने फौजी भाई हैं जिसके साथ ये घटना ना घटे।
ऐसा कभी हुआ है आपके यूनिट के साथ, या ऐसा लौटा नहीं, या लौटने में बहुत दिन गुजर गए, ऐसा सिचुएशन में फंसा हुआ था?
नहीं, हमारे साथ या हमारे कभी भी बीएसएफ के साथ ऐसी कोई घटना नहीं हुई थी। लाइफ में पहली बार मेरे साथ हुई है, जिसको मैंने फेस किया है और सही सलामत अपने माँ बाप के पास और सभी घर वालों के साथ बैठा हूँ।
आप बीएसएफ से है, आप जानते ही होंगे कि आप जब पाकिस्तान के हाथों किडनैप हुए थे तब ऐसा सिचुएशन था कि दोनों देश में तैनात था, दोनों देश में प्रॉब्लम चल रहा था, युद्ध का परिस्थिति था। तो ऐसा सिचुएशन में तो ये भी बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन उठ गया था कि आप लौट पाएंगे या नहीं। ऐसा कभी मन में आया था?
मैं पाकिस्तान में था, मुझे पता ही नहीं है कि हमारे इंडिया पाकिस्तान में युद्ध लड़ गया है कि इंडिया में हो क्या रहा है। जिसके बारे में मुझे जहाँ रखा गया था उसके बारे में कुछ भी मेरे को नॉलेज नहीं दिया जा रहा था। सिर्फ मैं पाकिस्तानी का जो मुरादा था उसको फेस कर रहा था और फेस करते गए और सभी के आशीर्वाद से मैं इंडिया वापस आ गया। इसके बारे में मुझे कुछ भी खबर नहीं था कि हमारे इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के अंदर में हो क्या रहा, क्योंकि मैं अपने इंडिया में था ही नहीं। तो मुझे इस बारे में कुछ भी खबर नहीं हो रहा था कि हमारे देश में हो क्या रहा। तो बस मैंने उस पाकिस्तानियों का फेस किया और सही सलामत अपने माँ बाप के पास आज के घर वापस लौटा।
आप जब लौटे, आप लौटने के बाद आपको पता चला कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो चुका है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कह के ऑपरेशन लॉन्च किया गया है। ये सुनने के बाद आपका रिएक्शन क्या था? ऐसा लग रहा था कि मुझे वहाँ होना चाहिए, मैं होता तो अच्छा होता इस सिचुएशन में?
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमारे बीएसएफ वाले ने भी काफ़ी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जवाब दिया है और जो वहाँ पर प्रेजेंट थे उसका सही जवाब भी मिला है बीएसएफ के थ्रू। और हम पाकिस्तान में थे तो हमें बाद में पता चला कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो रहा है, तो उसमें थोड़ा सा मैं भी भय खा गया कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान मुझे कुछ खबर नहीं था और मैं पाकिस्तान में बैठा था, तो आ पाऊँगा कि नहीं आ पाऊँगा। और वहाँ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो इस या कारगिल युद्ध हो, हमारे को ट्रेनिंग उस पर लड़ाई के दौरान रहने के लिए हर समय दिया जाता है और हमें रहना पड़ता है।
मैं आपको मेडिकल चेकअप हुआ था, मेडिकल चेकअप के दौरान क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम दिखाया गया आपका?
मेडिकल चेकअप हुआ था, लेकिन मेडिकल चेकअप में उन्होंने कोई फिजिकली मुझे टॉर्चर नहीं किया, मैं सही सलामत हूँ अभी। और
वेट लूज हुआ आपका?
वेट लूज हुआ, मैं 80 kg में गया था और 10 kg कम होकर 70 kg में इंडिया वापस आया था।
पूनम जी, मेरा एक ही कहना है कि फिजिकल टॉर्चर ना ही हुआ हो, क्योंकि जेनेवा साइन है। ऐसा कुछ हुआ है मेंटल टॉर्चर, मानसिक भाव आपको टॉर्चर किया गया है? हाँ या ना में आप बता सकते हैं?
नहीं मैम, इसके बारे में मैं कोई कमेंट नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। जो हुआ मेरे साथ हुआ, सभी की दुआ है कि मैं इंडिया वापस आ गया।
राइट। अब हम लोग ये एक बात, विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन, उनके बारे में तो आपने देखा ही होगा टेलीविज़न में, आपने सुना होगा। विंग कमांडर अभिनंदन के साथ जो हुआ था, उनका वीडियो रिलीज़ हुआ था। उन्होंने कहा था कि चाय बहुत अच्छा है, मैं अगर कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको नहीं दूंगा। ऐसा कुछ हुआ था? आपको कुछ ऑफ़र किया था या कुछ?
वो तो आप किसी के घर में जाइएगा तो गेस्ट के रूम में मेहमान, आप किसी के दूसरे देश में जाइएगा तो आपको मेहमान बना के रखेंगे और इंडिया की जासूस बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे और इंडिया की जानकारी लेना चाहेंगे। तो ऐसा कुछ भी मैंने अपने देश के वतन के खिलाफ कुछ भी ऐसा चीज़ नहीं किया जिससे मेरे देश के वतन के ऊपर खतरा हो। हम जब कसम खाते हैं तो अपने वतन के लिए खाते हैं और वतन के लिए मरना सीखते हैं और जीना वतन के लिए ही सीखते हैं।
मेरा लास्ट क्वेश्चन यह है कि अगर ऐसा सिचुएशन फिर से आए, बॉर्डर में जाना पड़ा, फिर से पाकिस्तान सेना का मुकाबला करना पड़ा, तो आपका क्या कहना होगा?
हमें जाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हम भारत सरकार की सेवा में लगे रहते हैं और भारत सेवा हमारी घर में सैलरी देती है। तो देश के लिए हमें लड़ना भी पड़े तो दोबारा जाना पड़े तो उसके लिए कोई बात नहीं है, हम दोबारा जा सकते हैं। इसके लिए हमारे को भारत सरकार काफ़ी ट्रेनिंग दे रखी है और लड़ाई के दौरान किस तरह लड़ा जाता है वो सारे कुछ हमारे को ट्रेनिंग करके हमारे को विंग में भेजा जाता है।
भारत सरकार के लिए और BSF के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
सभी की सेवा और आशीर्वाद रहा, जिसके चक्कर में मैं अपने घर वापस अपने माँ बाप के पास आया। उन्हीं के आशीर्वाद से आज के डेट में मैं इंडिया में सुरक्षित आया और उनका आभारी हर समय रहूँगा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थे हमारे साथ पूनम कुमार साहू और उनका कहना ये है कि अगर फिर से जाना पड़ा बॉर्डर में और मुकाबला करना पड़ा तो फिर से वो तैयार है।
Viewers, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey tore into Congress and Rahul Gandhi, accusing them of hypocrisy as they had accused External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar over alleged lack of transparency on the ceasefire with Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor. Now, Dubey has raked up the 1991 agreement on military transparency between India and Pakistan. We'll tell you what he was talking about, viewers. This is the India-Pakistan deal. India and Pakistan had reached an agreement on military transparency in 1991. So this is what Nishikant Dubey is talking about, and talking about further about this deal. We'll just go on to the next slide if we have that. The agreement was reached under the then Congress government, under P.V. Narasimha Rao at the centre. Two sides agreed to exchange military information as part of the deal. So there was this understanding that was agreed upon. Two sides also agreed to share information on the troop movement as well. Not just that, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has said that this deal was done under Congress, so it has no right to point out about or lie about that Jaishankar in fact alerted Pakistan about Operation Sindoor. Dubey invoked 1991 deal to counter Congress claim on External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and said that there was lack of transparency as far as ceasefire is concerned with Pakistan back then under the Congress era. This time, Operation Sindoor has been something that India has never seen before, and BJP continues to counter Congress's claims. And now we shift our focus to the final story. It's ushering in of a generational change in India's red ball cricket format. Now, star batter Shubman Gill was unveiled as the new Test captain of the national men's cricket team. Viewers, after Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma's era ends, it's now on Shubman Gill and Rishabh Pant, remember, as the vice captain of the team.
Marking a major generational shift in Indian Test cricket, Shubman Gill was announced as the new captain of the men's national team today. The announcement was made by Chief National Selector Ajit Agarkar at a press conference in Mumbai today.
Shubman Gill, captain. Rishabh Pant, wicketkeeper and vice captain.
Gill, who has emerged as one of the mainstays of Indian batting, especially in limited overs cricket, will take the reins from stalwart Rohit Sharma. Rohit recently announced his retirement from international Test cricket. Gill's maiden assignment as skipper in the red ball format would be the upcoming Test tour of England. The Agarkar-led selection committee also announced a new-look Test squad for the England tour.
Shubman Gill, captain. Rishabh Pant, wicketkeeper and vice captain. Yashasvi Jaiswal. KL Rahul. Sai Sudarshan. Abhimanyu Iswaran. Karun Nair. Nitish Kumar Reddy. Ravindra Jadeja. Dhruv Jurel, the second wicketkeeper. Washington Sundar. Shardul Thakur. Jasprit Bumrah. Mohammad Siraj. Prasidh Krishna. Akashdeep. Arshdeep Singh and Kuldeep Yadav.
While stalwarts Rohit and Virat Kohli were not picked following their international retirements, fast bowler Mohammad Shami was a notable absentee. Shami, who has been battling persistent fitness concerns and poor form in the recent months, was ignored for India's red ball squad. In another significant announcement, Agarkar said that India's pace spearhead Jasprit Bumrah will not play all 5 tests against the 3 Lions. As the next generation of India's Test stars come to the fore, can they take down a mighty England in their own backyard?
We come to the end of this edition of 6 Stories at 6, but more news and updates continue, viewers, on Republic TV. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth,
भाई सर दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे है.
We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. Last episode, I profiled for you the Pakistan Army, its deep tentacles and its tight grip over Pakistan. As the adage goes, while nations keep armies, in the case of Pakistan, the army keeps the nation. Rooted in hate for India and inspired by jihad, the Pakistan Army has not inflicted last of its terror acts by way of Pahalgam. It is unfortunate and sad, but true that there would be more such attacks in future. We cannot make a mistake of the kind we made in Pahalgam with lax security. The security gap that left those tourists unprotected on April 22 must not be repeated at any cost. Operation Sindoor has created a new normal of lowering the bar above which Pakistan would attract India's kinetic response. We have discussed in detail the military strategy and tactics, the success of our air defense systems, the precision-guided destruction of terror infrastructure, and how Indian armed forces delivered their most visible mission success in recent times. Military leaders the world over are taking note. But this episode, I am focusing on the geopolitical side of India's response to Pahalgam. How did the world respond? Did we find friendship among our friends? Are we back to square one on dehyphenation between India and Pakistan? How has diplomacy fared post-Pahalgam? We are in the midst of an ongoing tour of 7 all-party delegations that are on a briefing spree through world capitals. Why were those nations chosen? What are our objectives? what we intend to achieve. A lowdown in segment 1. And then, to close the episode, a short segment on the first American Pope in the history of Roman Catholic Church. What it means for America's declining hegemony. Let's get going.
Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan. And I used trade to a large extent to do it. I said, fellas, come on, let's make a deal. Let's do some trading. Let's not trade nuclear missiles. Let's trade the things that you make so beautifully. And they both have very powerful leaders, very strong leaders, good leaders, smart leaders. And it all stopped.
Donald Trump, the US president who eats deals for breakfast and cracks two before going to bed, or so he wants the world to believe, tried to take away some thunder of Operation Sindoor by not only announcing the ceasefire before India or Pakistan did, but also claiming mediation on Kashmir. This has been strongly rebutted by New Delhi. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has made it clear that there was no mediation for ceasefire and there would be none whatsoever on Kashmir. Listen in.
One, where Pakistan is concerned, our relations, our dealings with them will be bilateral and strictly bilateral. That is a national consensus for many years, and there is absolutely no change in that consensus that dealings with Pakistan will be bilateral.
With his comments, Trump broke a 2.5-decade-old consensus of American foreign policy on South Asia, that of dehyphenation between India and Pakistan. Mediation over Kashmir was dumped completely post the 9/11 realignments. At least 4 American presidents, including Trump in his own first term, stayed away from mentioning the K word while speaking on India and Pakistan. In his first term, when Pulwama happened in 2019, Trump kept his counsel. The United States discreetly prevailed over Pakistan to hand over pilot Abhinandan Varthaman back to India, and even blocked a couple of Pakistan and China-sponsored motions at the UN Security Council. This time, initial reaction from Raisina was of disbelief, if not outright shock. Then came the thought that with Trump, there should be anticipated turbulence. The quickest understanding inside Jawaharlal Nehru Bhavan, the headquarters of Ministry of External Affairs, was that Trump was just being Trump, that it was a case of typical Trumpist overreach. After all, India is not the first ally the mercurial president has rubbed the wrong way since coming to power in the second term. In fact, there's no ally of America that has not squirmed at his Truth Social broadsides. From buying Panama Canal to Greenland, from the White House roast of Zelensky and Cyril Ramaphosa to taking a jab at Keir Starmer and Macron, Trump has spared no one. And then there have been reports, as yet not denied by the White House, of some Trump aides' family business links in Pakistan. Look at this report. This says that Trump family backed World Liberty Financial, or WLF, signed a US $300+ million deal with Pakistan Crypto Council on April 26, just 4 days after the Pahalgam terror attack. Both sons of Trump, Eric and Trump Jr., as also his son-in-law Jared Kushner, together hold 60% stakes in the company. Co-chair of this company is Zachary or Zach Witkoff, son of Steve Witkoff, Trump's golfing partner and his special envoy to Russia and West Asia. All this has happened amid a raging controversy in American politics over Trump accepting a gift of a jumbo jet from the Qatari royal family, a Boeing that would become the official carrier of the American president, and on Trump completing his term would become his private jet. If Trump's deal-making is affecting America's foreign policy, too bad for the Americans. It takes away all or any moral underpinning that the USA would have had. Disquiet in the Modi government has got some in the commentariat and a section of the opposition excited in India. They say, look how the cheerleaders of Trump in India's right wing are having to eat their words. How Trump has punctured all enthusiasm that had built around right-wing bonhomie with mega constituency of Trump's America. To them, here's a glimpse of how the United States behaved in the aftermath of the 26/11. And remember, US had lost 6 of its citizens in that terror attack in Mumbai in 2008. And the most ideologically aligned Obama was president. The Americans allowed David Coleman Headley to enter a plea bargain. Access to his testimony was restricted. US let ISI off the hook by saying it was not sure that the agency's leadership knew about the attack. The American prevarication was exasperatingly similar to Pakistan, to the extent that when a few US citizens brought a suit in a New York court against then ISI chief Ahmad Shuja Pasha, who had met 26/11 mastermind Zakiur Rahman Lakhvi in a Pakistani jail, the US government of Obama chose to grant him immunity. In the latest round, some of the unhappiness has been communicated to the Americans through the interlocutors. But with mercurial Trump, this might not have much impact. Any pressure can prove counterproductive. Given Trump's sense of self, New Delhi would have some tightrope walking going ahead to not let this turbulence affect the otherwise bright long-term relationship. Prime Minister Modi and his team of diplomats have a task at hand to make the India-United States partnership Trump-proof till 2029. Elsewhere, the response from the international fraternity has been along expected lines. For them, the nuclear button is the bugbear. Their main interest is to prevent a nuclear escalation between India and Pakistan. On this front, India's measured and proportionate response, even as we ride up the escalation metrics, should have put those doubts to rest. By calling up the Pakistani DGMO on the morning of May 7 and telling them that our military objectives had been achieved, India showed statesmanship in the face of an irresponsible adversary. The signaling could not have been clearer. We were not interested in escalating the conflict, but only in degrading the terror infrastructure targeted at India. From Kargil to Uri, from Pulwama to Pahalgam, with each episode, India has shown that a sharp escalation of costs on Pakistan can be managed despite the nuclear overhang. Now let us go nation-wise. First up, Turkey. Turkey, under Erdogan, fancies itself at the center of a new caliphate and has been jousting with Saudi Arabia to take on the Islamic world's leadership. The caliphate fantasy has taken some comic turn also, with the projection of Netflix series Ertugrul Ghazi, for example, as some kind of leadership posturing for the Ummah. With that pan-Islamism, Erdogan has been talking up Pakistan for the last decade and more. It was as part of this caliphate dreams that he created a troika of Turkey, Pakistan, and Malaysia. A few years back, the idea was to create a counterweight to the Saudis. That explains the ideological basis of Turkey providing those drones that Pakistan used against India during Operation Sindoor. Erdogan also sent some military contractors to help inept Pakistani soldiers fire those drones, 2 of whom perished in the Indian counter-strikes. Apart from this, parking a naval frigate in Karachi port during the standoff was clearly provocative. India hit back with withdrawing of some contracts, including the license of airport ground handling company Celebi. Public response was even more telling. Turkey's exports to India stand at around $4 billion, against $900 million only to Pakistan. This indulgence with Pakistan is sure going to hurt Turkey monetarily. But then, the motivation being pan-Islamism and not trade, nothing might come out of India's boycotts. We have at least made a point. Universities across the country withdrew from the MOUs they had signed with the Turkish counterparts. Erdogan was bestowed an honorary doctorate by the Jamia Millia Islamia of Delhi during his 2018 visit. That too should stand withdrawn. China next. Among India's strategic community, it is clear that any war with Pakistan is a proxy war with China. From the J-10 fighter jets to the PL-15 ballistic missiles to the HQ-9 air defense shield, the entire war machine directed against India is Chinese-made. One might say thankfully, because none of it fired properly in Pakistani hands. India officially claimed through a Ministry of Defense think tank that the Chinese put their military satellites at the disposal of Pakistanis to gather real-time intelligence on India's military response. What this means, though, is that in any future conflict, India has to take into account this dynamic that Pakistan has an inexhaustible supply of war machine to tap. The late General Bipin Rawat was not wrong in propounding the two-front war theory. In a scenario of a full-fledged war with Pakistan, China is likely to open a pressure point on the Eastern Front. There has to be enough wargaming for that possibility within India's strategic community. Not for nothing, the first thing Pakistanis did on de-escalation was to scoot to China with a Thanksgiving note. Europe played responsible, with statements from London, Paris, Brussels, and Berlin appreciative of India's right to respond to the Pahalgam provocation. Many of the leaders from these countries called Prime Minister Modi directly to express their support. From the Muslim world, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, both having made tremendous strides in their India relationship, played a constructive role. It was not missed by Riyadh that the Pahalgam terror attack happened when Prime Minister Modi was their guest. And so the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs did not so behind-the-scenes ping-pong diplomacy to calm the tempers. The most encouraging reaction perhaps came from Afghanistan, with the Kabul regime, remember, as yet not recognized by India, is strongly condemning the terror attack in Kashmir. A lot is happening on the Afghanistan front. As if on cue, Foreign Minister Jaishankar had a phone call with Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi. This was highest level contact between the two sides since the first Taliban government in 1999. And is testament to some nimble-footed diplomacy by India of late. The outreach through all party delegations to 33 countries is carefully crafted. The list includes all members of the UN Security Council, minus China and Pakistan, of course. All those UN member states that would join the UN Security Council next year, plus the permanent members, Russia, USA, France, UK, again excluding China. The delegations are carrying country-specific dossiers. For example, the team traveling to France is carrying notes on how Pakistan originating extremism and terrorism are behind some of the attacks that have taken place on the French soil. The point is, America or no America, West or no West, India has to frame its own response to cross-border terrorism emanating from Pakistan. We have to make sure that Pakistan pays every time a Pahalgam happens next. In military terms, with Operation Sindoor, India has expanded the maneuverable space in which it can carry out kinetic actions in response to future terror attacks. Beginning with the Kargil War of 1999 and through the Uri, Pulwama and Pahalgam episodes, the escalation metrics in terms of inflicting costs has been going up. There is no evidence that Pakistan would desist from terrorism as instrument of state policy. Past episodes like the 26/11 Mumbai attack show its responses are tactical retreat and obfuscation, nothing more. Terrorism is hardwired into Pakistani society and polity. The Pakistan army is only the most potent and visible symbol of the radicalized society that Pakistan is. Imagine the Mumbai attack happened months after a preposterous compromise by India when the Manmohan Singh government let Baluchistan be slipped into the Sharm el-Sheikh joint statement. This is yet another proof, if one more was needed, that Pakistan cannot be appeased. It is like feeding a crocodile in the hope of buying peace. No, it won't happen. We have to keep on our guard. Moving on to the second segment, the American Pope.
Fratelli e sorelle, L'immane tragedia della Seconda Guerra Mondiale terminava 80 anni fa, l'8 maggio, dopo aver causato 60 milioni di vittime. Mai più la guerra!
You would have missed the irony. At a moment of history when the United States of America is seen as withdrawing from its leadership of the free world, and indeed the rest of the world, the Catholic Church elected its first American Pope. Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, born in a Chicago suburb, Rob for family, Bob for friends, was picked to be the successor of Pope Francis. Now called Pope Leo XIV, in his first speech at the Sunday Mass on May 18, the new Pope promised to continue the legacy of his predecessor in reaching out to the margins of the Catholic Church. Prevost has taken his papal name from 19th century Pope Leo XIII, who led the Church during the First Industrial Revolution. The incumbent believes the advent of artificial intelligence provides similar challenges to mankind. America is, of course, excited. The Time magazine wrote, "For the first time ever, the most famous American in the world is not the president or a Hollywood icon or a tech billionaire, it's the Pope." St. Peter's Square was brimming with American flags when the announcement was made from the Sistine Chapel. In America, the news of an American Pope was received with excitement. A fractured polity united for once in seeing in the first America-born Pope part redemption of its leadership of the world that they have been relinquishing on the geopolitical plane. Like a typical Chicagoan, Prevost supports the Chicago White Sox baseball team in the Major League. Vice President J.D. Vance, during his first meeting, brought a jersey of the team as a souvenir, to which the Pope said, "Good choice." There was partisan subtext, of course. The Democrats, for example, point out to his strong views on social justice, migrants issue, and poverty. Typically Catholic, one might say. The Republicans find him closer to their worldview on abortion, religious liberty, among others. Again, typically Catholic. Apt for the America of our times. Even Pope gets divided along the political divide. The Pope has taken a strong position on Gaza, asking for a ceasefire and humanitarian aid to flow uninterrupted, something the Democrats would see as an endorsement of their positions. At the same time, Leo's harping on immediate cessation of hostilities in Ukraine is seen by the Republicans as endorsement of Trump administration's priorities. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who represented the USA at the Pope's inauguration, quipped that in their personal audience, the head of the Catholic Church said that the world was in such a situation that while an American president wanted peace, Europe was persisting with war. We don't know if Rubio was ad-libbing to please his president, who grinned on the sidelines. But if true, then this was a telling comment on the world we live in and America's place in it. It's been 5 months and more, and the war Trump promised to end within 24 hours of his inauguration continues with no signs of ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. Listen to this.
We honor all of their words. We'll see what happens, but I think, I believe that hopefully that's over with. And they'll leave the ships alone, just leave those ships alone. But so we do. We take their word for it. It was, we hit them very hard. They had a great capacity to withstand punishment. They took tremendous punishment. And, you could say there's a lot of bravery there. It was amazing what they took. But we honor their commitment and their word. They gave us their word that they wouldn't be shooting ships anymore, and we honor that.
This was Trump casually commending the bravery of the Houthis, a medieval ill-equipped militia in Yemen that has shrugged off American bombings and continues to be a nuisance for the world in the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea. The American defeat in Afghanistan remains etched in the memory as a disaster. The world now knows Trump is bluffing his way on Kashmir mediation, for nothing like that happened or is going to happen. Israel-Gaza war is becoming a humanitarian mess, with America failing to provide any leadership. China gave a tech scare with DeepSeek trumping most American AI models. The Trump tariff war has left global economic consensus in tatters and confused. In this time of American decline, an American Pope seems like a glimmer of hope for the Americans. Within Vatican, however, Prevost was known as the least American of the cardinals, perhaps because he wears his authority lightly. Then there's a technicality. Though America-born, Prevost has Peruvian citizenship since 2015, the country of his work over the last 3 decades, where he served as a missionary and an archbishop, before being picked up for Vatican duties as a cardinal in 2023. In that sense, he is second Latin American Pope in succession, as Francis was from Argentina. That he is a church insider can be gauged from the fact that his election took little over 24 hours, the second shortest time in which the College of Cardinals elected Pope, the shortest being 10 hours in 1503 when Julius II was elected. In his first address from the pulpit, Pope Leo XIV spoke in Italian and Spanish, not English. Another marker, perhaps, that America is grappling with a generational identity crisis. Thanks for watching. Among the best ways to serve the country is by being a journalist, by using the news media and being part of the news media to make a positive change in the country. I'm so excited about the Republic School of Journalism. I truly believe that all those who will be with us at the Republic School of Journalism will get tremendous hands-on experience with me here in the campus of the Republic Media Network. They will meet the best journalists, those who are practicing the profession. They will be seeing and be part of a very, very active and very energetic newsroom. And I believe the best education for a journalist is at work. So if you want to be a journalist, if you want to sharpen your journalistic skills, if you want to pick up real skills on digital, on text, and on video, in a live breaking news environment, then the most exciting place to learn journalism, to practice journalism, is the Republic Media Campus. And you can join the Republic School of Journalism and be part of this great movement that we are pushing forward here at the Republic Media Network. Entries are open for the Republic School of Journalism. I look forward to meeting some of the successful candidates very soon.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. It's 7 p.m. on a Saturday evening. Coming to you, ladies and gentlemen, with 4 big stories lined up on the show with a breaking news update on Operation Black Forest. Here are the headlines. After the successful Operation Black Forest, Maoists once again trying to enter the Karegutta forest. Search operations are underway. Big buzz in Bangladesh over a possible ouster of Muhammad Yunus. He calls for a surprise meeting amid resignation buzz. Man arrested for allegedly leaking BSF and Navy information to Pakistan's handlers in Gujarat. Journalist Abdul Latif and his 7 family members killed by Pakistani forces in Balochistan as they continue to target innocent civilians. And getting across some breaking news on top of the show, ladies and gentlemen, as we get some details from Chhattisgarh on the anti-Maoist operations. On Operation Black Forest, we are hearing that search operations are continuing this evening as Maoists once again tried to make a comeback to the Karegutta hills after the successful Black Forest operation. Security forces have meanwhile launched another fresh operation in the Karegutta hills. Getting in details from the ground that new camps are likely to be opened near Karegutta Hills, and as of now, Bhimaram is the last camp. These are operational details that we're getting in, and as per sources, approximately 800 plus armed Maoists continue to remain active in the Bastar region. Drones are being used. Switch drones and high-tech drones have been used during Black Forest, the operation by security forces. In April first week, Maoists released a document saying that, showing how they had planted nearly 1,000 IEDs. And let me go across straight up. Okay, there's a live pictures coming in, and I also have my colleague Akhil joining us live. Akhil is joining me live. Akhil, hearing that there are more Maoists there, how many Maoists remain? Because the number that you have shared is alarming, indicating that the operation may continue.
Well, that's right, Niranjan. If you see at this point in time, the information that we are getting from our sources in the police that another operation, a fresh operation has been launched in Karegutta hilly areas. Because if you see in the Black Forest operation, which was basically conducted in 2 different phases. The first phase was conducted from the right side of the hill, and second operation was conducted from the left side of the hill. And in that joint operation, what we have seen that initially towards the right side in the phase 1, the DRG personnel were there. And after that, if you see, parallel to the DRG personnel, the STF team was there. And parallel to the STF team, what we have seen that another team was there, which was of the Cobra unit. So consecutively, what we have been seeing that both the teams parallelly were basically heading up a scaling on that Kategura hills. And if you see what has happened during that operation, in that operation, what we have seen that 31 Maoists have been neutralized. And while I was speaking to one of the senior officials in the CRPF, he has said that they have basically neutralized their arms, ammunition, basically materials over there, which has been kept for approximately 6 months. So what the latest development that we are getting from the CRPF sources that it is going to be very difficult for those Maoists to come back in that area, because the food materials which they have kept for approximately 6 months have completely been destroyed by the security forces. Apart from food materials, what we have been seeing that arms ammunition factory which was established by those Maoists in that area have already been destroyed, and there were approximately 200 to 250 dens that have already been dismantled by the security forces. So it's going to be very concerning for those Maoists to come into that area back again, because if you see what we have been learning from our sources that there is still 800 to 900 Maoists in the Bastar region. So back to back, what we have been seeing that initially Operation Black Forest was launched, and then after that Operation Abujmar was launched, and it's still what we have been seeing that in this very season, because if you see earlier during both the operation, initially 31 Maoists have been killed, and then 27 Maoists have been killed. And in that operation, what we have been seeing that there were still inputs from the intelligence department that some Maoists are still active in the Karegutta area. Back to you.
Okay, that's a live report from Narayanpur in Chhattisgarh as Republic TV tracks Operation Black Forest live. Akhil, thank you. Moving on to India's crackdown against the spies within, the enemies within, passing on information to Pakistanis. Another alleged spy for Pakistan, Sahadev Gohil, has been arrested by the Gujarat ATS in Kutch. The accused spy worked as a health worker at a primary health center in Kutch and had allegedly shared sensitive information on the BSF and Navy to Pakistan. The alleged Pakistani spy Sahadev Gohil was in touch with another fellow Pakistani spy with whom he shared this sensitive information. Now that's the update that is coming in on Sahadev Gohil as India's crackdown continues on Pakistani spies. And more on the alleged Pak spy network. Alleged because these are charges, these are allegations. Gohil allegedly worked as a health worker in Dayapur region of Kutch. From the details available with us, he was in touch with a fellow Pakistani spy identified as Aditi Bharadwaj for close to a year. Now, he was primarily paid or tasked or commissioned information gathering on Navy and the BSF and thereon to share that information with Pakistan from the details available with us. Now, he was also given a payoff of nearly 40,000 rupees for espionage to simply collect, gather details and pass it on to Pakistan. Hearing that sensitive information was shared to Pakistan on our military movement / our infrastructure. He was also in touch with other ISI handlers. He was based in Kutch, Gujarat. He received money in exchange of the sensitive information that was passed on, allegedly, to Pakistani spies. The Gujarat ATS received a tip-off on Gohil on the 29th of April 2025 and then took him into custody recently. All right, let's get you some more breaking news on the show this evening as we get you the details. Moving on from the Pak spy to the situation in Bangladesh, from one border to the next. Muhammad Yunus, is he going? Is he staying? There is speculation over that. In the last few days, Yunus has met his advisors. He's been mulling on whether he should resign or not. He's likely, we are still hearing, that the Bangladesh interim government chief, Muhammad Yunus, is likely to resign soon amid growing fears of arrest by the military. Now, as of now, he's staring back. And as the political crisis escalates, several student leaders have been urging Yunus to step down. There have been last-minute meetings that have taken place, and highly placed officials suggest that Yunus may take a drastic decision this week. Now, as of now, he is staying. As of now, he's staying, but there is no guarantee that that will remain. There is mounting speculation that Yunus fears meeting a fate similar to that of the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who had to flee her country and take exile in India after being ousted in a military-backed coup in a regime change operation. Sources adding that the military in Bangladesh, which had supported the student-led protests last year that led to the fall of Sheikh Hasina's Awami League government, is now losing patience. And during the uprising, the army had refused to suppress protesters despite being called in. Now, these are the details available. Let me see if we have Abid Anjum joining us live. Abid Anjum Tridip. Abid, are you there?
Yes, Abid? Sir, I'm here.
Yeah,
Can you hear
joining
me?
us live from Dhaka. What is going on? Several meetings have taken place according to reports. Is he staying? Is Yunus staying, or is Yunus leaving?
According to the planning advisor to the interim government in Bangladesh, Wahyuddin Mahmood has said on Saturday that the chief advisor, Professor Muhammad Yunus, will continue in his position, and so will other advisors. Bangladesh media has reported, and he made the statement after a closed-door meeting of the Council of Advisors at the National Economic Council, NEC conference room at Sher Bangla Nagar in Dhaka on Saturday. So he said that the chief advisor is staying with us, and he has not said that he will resign, and all other advisors will also continue. We are here to carry out the responsibility entrusted with us. And amid the ongoing political unrest, the Council of Advisors convened the closed meeting, unscheduled meeting minutes after a session of the Executive Committee of the National Economic Council, ECNEC. So it is from my side. This is the last update that we got. Thank you.
Why is he upset? Why is he upset? Why has he, taken this decision? Now, what is the one? Why is he upset? Second, what is going on between him and the army chief?
It is because of some political decisions and also the political teams. There is some kind of unrest and also some got not that much united in terms of political teams, and that is actually creating a chaos in terms of government decisions. And for that reason, it is also said that taking those decisions is the factor that is affecting him and also his government. And for those perspectives and those outcomes, it is actually becoming a little bit complex situation right here.
Yeah, but is there any truth to the reports of him, having a tension, a brewing tension ongoing with the army chief? The army chief has not been happy. He's made a few comments in the last few months. Any truth to that?
There are some events that actually made them to saying he said many things. I think that there was some meeting and there were some disagreements in those meetings between him and the army chief, and because of those reasons, there are some kind of particular moments that they are not happy with each other, and also doing some disagreements that actually happens to occur, some misalignment in his decision. And for that reason, he is unhappy.
Yeah. Abid, while you're with us, why don't you tell us a little bit about what the options are for Yunus at the moment? Now, how many parties are with him? And primarily, what is it that he's not agreeing to? What are the different issues on which he has disagreements with these parties?
There are many parties out there, out of, if I have to number it all, I think that most of the majority parties are with him right now. Because of the ongoing situation, they actually know that what is the importance and what is the significance of the whole matter. And because of that reason, they are actually creating some sort of decisions that are actually helping Dr. Mohammed Yunus and also his government to run the operation very smoothly. And in case of disagreement, there are some teams like BNP and also other teams, those who think that they should give election as soon as possible, and also other development should take place soon, and that is creating unrest in this kind of thing. And that's all. I think that is the perspective if I consider political teams.
Okay. Abid, Anjum, Tridip, thank you for joining us. That's a live report from Dhaka. As of now, he's not going anywhere. That's the breaking news update that's coming in from Bangladesh. But it could go anyway for Yunus. Some more breaking news coming in on the show this evening. There's a foreign cargo ship that is sinking in the middle of the sea off the coast of Kochi in Kerala. That's the breaking news update that's coming in right now. Hearing that Coast Guards have rescued 9 of 24 crew members on board. An operation is underway to rescue others. There are pictures also coming in of the cargo vessel. And the cargo, look at that, that's a picture that's coming in, exclusive pictures on Republic TV of a foreign cargo ship that's sinking off the coast of Kochi. The Kerala State Disaster Management, or the KSDMA, has reportedly issued a warning to the public after the Coast Guard reported a possible leakage of dangerous substances from the ship in the Arabian Sea off the coast of Kerala. This is a cargo ship. And in the pictures, in many pictures that are doing the rounds on social media, you can see that the cargo, a large part of the cargo has fallen from the ship. It's a Liberian ship, MSC Elsa 3. MSC Elsa 3 en route Kochi, port from Viringham. So this is the developing story, and we're picking up more details, in fact, from our reporters and our stringers in Kerala. This is a container ship. And just to give you a little more details, this is a container ship, and the current position of MSC Elsa 3 is at Indian coast, reported about 20 hours ago by the AIS. The vessel is en route to the port of Kochi. It was last measured sailing at a speed of 11.7 knots, expected to arrive in Kochi on the 24th of May. Of course, there is no arrival now that the ship is sinking. The vessel MSC Elsa 3 is a container ship built in 1997, 28 years old, currently sailing under the flag of Liberia. Now, these are known details. It is right off the coast of Kochi, at the tip of the Indian peninsula. This is a ship that was scheduled to arrive on the 24th, but it has not arrived because it is sinking off the coast. A large part of the cargo has also fallen off the Liberian ship. And the Indian Coast Guard, meanwhile, we're getting in breaking news now that the Indian Coast Guard has received a distress alert regarding the Liberia flagged container vessel as well. So we're picking up more details of this vessel as we speak. This is an evolving situation, and from the details available with us, this ship has capsized while traveling from Willingham to Kochi. Efforts are underway to rescue the crew members from the last update that came in from the local media reports. It's a container ship that's capsized in the Arabian Sea, roughly some reports putting it at 38 nautical miles off the coast of Kochi. The Coast Guard continues its efforts to rescue crew members. The latest reports that we have suggest that up to 20 to 24 crew members have been rescued. That number could vary because it's a developing story, and the vessel has been identified as MSC Elsa 3 was en route from Willingham to Kochi when it overturned. Alisha, my colleague, is joining us live from the newsroom. Alisha, what do we know about the nature of the cargo of the ship? Because we just read a report that there could be some dangerous substance. I don't know what the dangerous substance is. Do we have any confirmation from our reporters there in Kerala?
Well, Niranjan, we know there is a statement that has been issued by Indian Coast Guard where they have mentioned that the Coast Guard is actively coordinating a rescuing operation with ship in vicinity and aircraft deployed overhead to monitor and assist. Out of 24 crew on board, 21 has already been rescued and the support evacuation. Indian Coast Guard aircraft have deployed additional lifeguards near the listing of vehicles. It's also DG Shipping in coordination with the Coast Guard has issued urgent directives to the ship managers to initiate a salvage operation to stabilize the vessel and avert further risk. We know that the Kerala State Disaster Management, who has also issued an extraordinary alert asking people not to approach or come into contact with potential dangerous cargo in 6 to 8 containers that fell out of a ship that reportedly tilted 38 nautical miles of the Kochi coast and may wash ashore along the Kerala coast. And this alert that has been issued also warned about the potential oil spills along these shores, probably between central and the northern Kerala. So this is something, the warning that has been issued by the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. And on the other hand, we know that the Indian Coast Guard, who has also been constantly in touch with the authorities, and there are also Indian Coast Guard aircraft which is already underway to rescue the people there, because out of 24, 21 crew has already been rescued.
All right, stories developing. Alisha getting us the details from Kochi, Kerala. The ship was supposed to arrive in Kochi tonight at 10 p.m. and then continue to Tuticorin in Tamil Nadu. And the vessel lying tilted in the sea off the coast of Kerala. The local media in Kerala reporting that the containers of the capsized ship hold marine gas, oil and low sulfur fuel. So that's what is alarming. That is what is alarming. Okay, so we'll wait for some confirmation on that. And let's quickly go across to some more breaking news now coming in on the show. Even as the guns have fallen silent, we'll keep a track on the story in Kochi. Even as the guns have fallen silent along the line of control, I'm going to the story from the border now. The Indian Army remaining on high alert, closely monitoring every movement across the border. India has deployed medium caliber weapons in forward positions. The army is leaving nothing to chance. Surveillance has been intensified, patrols have been stepped up, frontline units remain in a state of operational readiness. Here's a report.
Republic is reporting from the ground zero where Pakistan was hammered by the border security force and their bunkers were totally decimated by the troops of the BSF. Right now we are in the Samba sector where the BSF's gun is still pointed towards the Pakistani post because Pakistan cannot be trusted. Though the guns have fallen silent, but here a befitting reply was given by the border security force decimating the Pakistani terror infrastructure as well as the Pakistani Rangers infrastructure that was there, making it very clear to the Pakistan side that they cannot actually afford any mischief along the international border. A line of control, what we saw, it's almost the double on the international border because it was BSF and BSF proved to be lethal for the adversary as they have given them a befitting reply for the mischief that they were planning, and around 20 casualties to the Pakistan side has been confirmed. These are the posts of the Pakistan that is on the radar of the border security force. That post still has a Pakistani flag but it has been tilted down and the Pakistan dare not to come to this side so that they can even fix the position of their national flag there.
सर दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे है. We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Massive success was obtained by our security forces in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I have seen seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th.
No matter what device you are on, trending stories are breaking the internet. It looks like the Gill era is here. Shubman Gill, who played his first test for India just 5 years ago, is all set to lead India into a new era in tests, at least, as he's been named the captain for the 5-match test series against England. On the other side, from the red carpet of Cannes, Indian fashion couturier Sanjukta Datta is making headlines for highlighting India's rich textile heritage. That's not all, viewers. It seems like the Trump-Harvard row is just getting started, with Trump now resorting to question the students' basic math skills. Back home, ISRO is all set to make another mammoth leap. Meanwhile, there is a capital scandal brewing, and the person at the middle of it all looks like he could not care less. We're also bringing you the final verdict of the court in the infamous Kim Kardashian robbery case. It's a whirlwind of news that you just cannot miss. I'm Rakshita Mishra, and this is Trending Today. The Shubman Gill, who played his first test for India just 5 years ago, is all set to lead India into a new era, as he's been named the captain for the 5-match test series against England that begins on the 20th of June. Now, Gill was named as the Rohit Sharma successor following a meeting of the selection committee at the cricket board headquarters at the Wankhede Stadium. Gill will be India's 37th test captain. His deputy for the England tour will be Rishabh Pant.
Born in Punjab's Fazilka, Gill's precocious talents found an early fan in his father, Lakwinder Singh, who shifted base to Mohali and rented a place near the PCA stadium so that his son could grow up with better access to cricket training. And it was not just long ago until Gill started grabbing the headlines. Gill is the latest prodigy of India's familial batting production line. He shot to fame with 418 runs at an average of 104.5 in the 2018 ICC Under-19 World Cup, where he served as Prithvi Shaw's deputy and batted at number 3 to play a crucial role in India's record 4th world title. With 32 test matches under his belt, Gill has amassed an impressive 1,893 runs at an average of 35.05, with a highest score of 128 and 5 centuries to his name. He's indeed one of India's most promising young batsmen, and his statistics reflect his growing prowess in the sport. Right now, Indian fashion couturier Sanjukta Datta stole the show at 2025 Cannes Film Festival, showcasing her exquisite designs on the iconic red carpet. 3 international beauties dazzled in stunning ensembles crafted by Datta, highlighting India's rich textile heritage. Datta's designs seamlessly blended traditional Indian aesthetics with contemporary haute couture, earning applause from fashion enthusiasts worldwide. Her creations not only showcase her exceptional craftsmanship, but also puts the spotlight on Indian handloom, a testament to the country's rich cultural legacy. I'm being joined by Sanjukta Datta, whose designs have been dominating the Cannes, and she in fact has been dominating the red carpet all along. And it's a pleasure talking to you, Ms. Datta, and many congratulations, as your designs have been making waves at the Riviera, and you have a very interesting journey from Assam to the Riviera, and you really brought the Indian handloom to the global fashion elite, ma'am. This time again we saw your designs ruling the red carpet. How does this feel when we see India on the world map as far as the global fashion map is concerned, and especially when you bring in the flavor of Assam?
It's a wonderful feeling, because I always used to tell that it is my dream to see our Assam handloom in global platform. And seeing three of the foreign celebrities wearing my design, opting Assam silk gown, is really a wonderful feeling for me.
How's been the response, ma'am? Because of course we've seen your designs. Your designs have been donned by several of the top film stars as well, supermodels as well. We've seen them dominating the Milan Fashion Week, the London Fashion Week, so on and so forth. But when you see this on the Cannes bit, all cameras have their lens on every year. How has been the response to Indian handlooms?
Yes, they like this time. This is the 5th time in my Cannes Film Festival, so they have liked my design. That's why they have opted again, because Mirka, the supermodel and actress, she has opted for 2nd time, and Valeria, who is Mrs. Wall, she has opted for 3rd time. So I think they have liked my designs, and they have liked our Assam handloom. So that's why they have opted, I think so.
In fact, you too had opted, ma'am, when you were on the red carpet last time. You debuted along with the top models in that mekhela chador, that is the traditional attire of Assam.
Yes.
You donned that. How was that feeling?
Because see, this is my dream, and last year it was a dream come true moment, because I always wanted to see mekhela chador in global platform, because mekhela chador is so beautiful and our Assam handloom is so beautiful. So I just wanted to take it, because whenever I used to go out, I always found out that people know about our other silk like Banaras silk, Kanji Kanchipuram silk, Sanderi silk, but very few people know about our Assam silk, and our Assam silk is so beautiful. So I always wanted to do something for Assam silk. So it was my dream come true moment when they selected for the first time for red carpet Cannes.
And now let's take a quick look at all the hottest trends on social media right now. Okay, now talk about a rude awakening. A cargo ship ran aground and crashed into a front yard in Norway, missing a house by just a few meters. Luckily, everyone on board was safe. When Johan Hellberg woke up due to a commotion, he definitely did not expect a cargo ship in his backyard. The 135-meter ship missed his house by meters at about 5 a.m. local time, and Hellberg was only alerted to the commotion by his panicked neighbor, who had watched the ship as it headed straight for the shore in near Trondheim. Sad news from the world of music. Billy Joel announced that he's battling a brain condition and has cancelled all his upcoming concerts. The Piano Man singer, 76 years old, took to Instagram to share that he's been diagnosed with normal pressure hydrocephalus. Now, the condition affects the brain and can impact hearing, vision and balance. The heartbreaking announcement follows a troubling on-stage incident in which Joel suffered a hard fall after tossing his microphone, collapsing in front of a live audience in February. Actor Mukul Dev, best known for his work in Hindi films, TV serials and also music albums, has passed away. Early reports state that his death happened in Delhi. According to his friends, he was unwell since a few days. The actual reason of his death, however, is yet to be known. A few of his famous films include Dastak, Yamla Pagla Divana, R. Rajkumar, Jai Ho and the others. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz visited Lithuania this week to inaugurate Berlin's brigade to help protect the eastern flank of the NATO. It is the first permanent foreign troop deployment from Germany since the Second World War. Kiev was hit by a massive Russian drone and missile assault late Friday, with explosions and gunfire echoing through the night. The attack came just hours after a rare breakthrough, a major prisoner exchange between Ukraine and Russia. President Zelensky confirmed that 390 Ukrainians were returned in what he described as the first phase of the largest swap of the war. Russia also reported receiving an equal number. Despite the exchange, fighting continues along the 1,000-kilometer front line, underscoring the war's ongoing intensity. The southwest monsoon has hit Kerala, marking its earliest arrival over the Indian mainland since 2009. According to Indian Met Department, the monsoon normally hits Kerala by the 1st of June and covers the entire country by the 8th of July. So this is monsoon hitting early. The volleyball showdown at the Khelo India Beach Games 2025 in Diu was electrifying. The tournament saw thrilling matches, incredible saves and match-winning smashes that lit up the sandy courts. The energy was non-stop. The beach vibes were truly unbeatable. Viewers, Harvard University has filed a lawsuit against the U.S. administration over its decision to revoke the university's eligibility to enroll international students. The university claims this move violates the First Amendment and will have a devastating impact on its 7,000 international students. Amid the row, Trump has made yet another controversial claim. He rubbed salt on the wound of his recent Harvard student ban by claiming a lot of them, quote unquote, a lot of them can't even do basic math. Has granted a temporary restraining order blocking the Trump administration from revoking Harvard's ability to enroll foreign students. The decision provides temporary relief to thousands of students, including high-profile individuals like Princess Elizabeth of Belgium and Cleo Carney, daughter of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Now, the ISRO is all set to launch its own space station into orbit, marking a significant milestone in India's space program. ISRO chairperson V. Narayanan announced that the space station will weigh over 50 tons, solidifying India's position as a spacefaring nation. All right, Venkateshwar Sharma, who is joining us right now on the broadcast, is joining us live. Mr. Sharma has been the former Deputy Director of ISRO. Sir, this is going to be another feather in the cap if it is successful. Sir, how do you see this development?
Yes, just to give a brief about the International Space Station, which exists now since 1998. This was primarily done by the 5 countries, America, Russia, Japan, Canada, and Europe. Okay, these 5 countries put this together. Just to give a very quick brief about ISS, it weighs about 450 tons, and it has a room of about 16,000 square foot, and it was built over 2 years to accommodate the laboratories, and several experiments can be conducted in the International Space Station. It can accommodate about 12 to 14 people, and the people can stay there for months and months, as we have seen in Sunita Williams' case, where she had to stay for more than 9 months. So that's how it is. And also it has, more importantly, 3 ports for the astronauts to enter, port 1, port 2, and the port 3, including a port for the cargo. This is how the International Space Station is made, and it is about half of a football stadium is the International Space Station. Now, India is planning to have its own space station, what is called as Bharat Space Station, BSS. And according to initial reports, it is likely to weigh about 50 tons, and this 50 tons will be kept in an orbit of about 400 kilometers, approximately 400 kilometers. It can range from 390 to 410 is typically the space station orbit where this will be placed. And this 50 ton will be integrated in 5 phases. That is, the first phase will be in the onboard, which is about 15 to 20 tons, which is going to be the main station, which has the capability to house the astronauts. Something like it will have a toilet, it will have kitchen, it will have laboratory space, etc. And next 5 modules will be integrated onto the main module, and it is going to weigh about 50 tons is what is being initially thought about. And this is going to be definitely a feather in the cap. And ISRO has been preparing on this for past several years. If you had seen beginning of this year, we had the SpaceX experiments. That is 16th of January, the SpaceX 1 and 2 satellites. There was randos and docking, and ISRO was successful in bringing the 2 satellites together and have them mated, and it was kept in the orbit. And once the satellites were in mated condition, one of the satellites was switched off, and the other satellite was only controlling. And this is one of the very big experiment from the simple point of view that whenever BSS is there, when astronaut is carried to the space station, there should be a way where you can randos and dock. That is, you have to dock with the BSS, and then the astronaut should be moving into the BSS for doing experiments and doing several other activities which are pre-planned. And this is the first part.
Yes.
The second part is that ISRO is also planning for Gaganyaan. So there's also very important activity which ISRO is planning now. Gaganyaan is scheduled as per ISRO 2026, and 2027 is going to be really the year of Gaganyaan and the International Bharat Space Station. Once the Gaganyaan becomes successful, where ISRO is planning to take 3 astronauts into the space above 100 kilometers orbit and keep them there for about 4 days, and then do the experiments and bring them back safely onto the Earth, onto the sea, landing on the sea after 5 days of successful orbiting. So if that happens, then we have crossed the second mile. So this is the second milestone which is required. And the third one is once the International Space Station is up, then there should be a service module and a crew module, which has already started working on it, and it's going to master it, where it should be able to take the astronauts in the service module and the crew module, where the crew module is where the astronaut is going to be sitting, and services module is going to be the support system for that. And it will be docking with BSS, where the astronauts will be able to move into the BSS and do the experiments. And this is really the plan, and I think ISRO is on the right path.
Mr. Venkateshwar Sharma, thank you so much for joining us with those details and insight on this very important foray of the ISRO. We will shift our focus now at the 2025 Cannes Film Festival. A quiet moment between 2 Indian origin stars stole the show. Alia Bhatt, making her highly anticipated debut, shared a lovely exchange with Bridgerton's Simone Ashley during a L'Oreal photo shoot. Fans are raving about the crossover moment, describing it as a beautiful celebration of South Asian sisterhood. Simone could not take her eyes off Alia, beaming with admiration, and their candid laughter won hearts on social media. Historic moment at Cannes. Abhishek Singh, with his debut film 1946 Direct Action Day, has become the first ever IAS officer to walk the red carpet at the iconic film festival. Major power outage hit southeastern France, including the Cannes area. However, the organizers confirmed that the ongoing Cannes Film Festival, scheduled to conclude today, would continue uninterrupted, with events proceeding as scheduled despite the technical issue. In a move reflecting growing nationalist sentiments, Jaipur's sweet shop owners are rebranding traditional Indian sweets containing the word Pak, fearing it sounds similar to Pakistan. Now, this decision comes in solidarity with Indian military's recent strikes on terror camps across the border, known as Operation Sindoor. So now Mysore Pak becomes Mysore Shri. A 55-year-old woman from the National Capital Region has tested positive for COVID-19, marking the first case in Noida, that is in Uttar Pradesh. The news comes amid a recent surge in COVID-19 cases across India. Eight people were found guilty by a court in Paris on Friday in connection with a brazen robbery against Kim Kardashian nearly a decade ago. Now, Kardashian, a reality TV star and entrepreneur, was gagged, bound with zip ties and robbed at gunpoint of jewelry worth millions of dollars at a luxury residence she had rented during Paris Fashion Week in October 2016. Aiden Cherovsky, a former U.S. Senate staffer, has sparked controversy after a video of him having sex in a Capitol hearing room was leaked. In a rather bizarre admission, he said that he was bored and has no regrets about the incident. coming to the end of this edition of Trending Viewers. We leave you with the stunning visuals of Operation Sindoor. Watch as our Jawans execute the operation with precision and stealth, showcasing the epitome of courage and sacrifice in face of adversity. Watch this as we say goodbye.
Aggression dared to cross our borders, we rose higher. Not with words, but with resolve. We are bound by duty to our nation and devoted to every citizen we serve. We stand guard over every life, every inch, every hope, in every circumstance. The Indian Army. When duty calls, we answer without pause.
Best ways to serve the country is by being a journalist, by using the news media and being part of the news media to make a positive change in the country. I'm so excited about the Republic School of Journalism. I truly believe that all those who will be with us at the Republic School of Journalism will get tremendous hands-on experience with me here in the campus of the Republic Media Network. They will meet the best journalists, those who are practicing the profession. They will be seeing and be part of a very, very active and very energetic newsroom. And I believe the best education for a journalist is at work. So if you want to be a journalist, if you want to sharpen your journalistic skills, if you want to pick up real skills on digital, on text, and on video, in a live breaking news environment, then the most exciting place to learn journalism, to practice journalism, is the Republic Media Campus. And you can join the Republic School of Journalism and be part of this great movement that we are pushing forward here at the Republic Media Network. Entries are open for the Republic School of Journalism. I look forward to meeting some of the successful candidates very soon.
सर दो पोजीशंस हैं, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे है.
We are in Bijapur's Korregeta Hills area. There are three different operations of our security forces which is going on. Success was obtained by our security forces, in which 31 Maoists have been neutralized.
On prime time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June